Stanley Teagarden is going on a little holiday. He needs a rest. But even on holiday, Stanley is always on the alert, always ready for the test. After all, it can happen anywhere, anytime. But is Stanley really ready for the biggest test of his life? Will he recognize the signs, the clues? Will you? Or, like Stanley, will you step blindly through that point of no return, through the vanishing point?
I like mechanics magazines. False. I have a good appetite. True. I think I would like the work of a librarian. True. I am easily awakened by noise.
Can you see the island yet?
Which island?
Jamaica.
Of course, Jamaica. No, we're kind of over the wing.
Good afternoon, you lucky so-and-sos. Air Canada Flight 101 will be landing at Donald Sangster International Airport in approximately 10 minutes. The temperature in Montego Bay is 30 degrees Celsius under clear sky.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Sounds great.
This your first time? Jamaica.
Oh, yes. But I've read a great deal on the Caribbean.
Well, believe me, the brochures don't tell the whole story.
No, I suppose that's true. Do you come here often?
Oh, sure. Whenever we can.
Remember now, it's Annette, isn't it? I remember all the stewardesses. You must know me.
That's
okay, what's
my
my name?
friend, Johnson.
Come on, what's my name?
Bothering the stewardesses.
Johnson. Don't you remember?
I'm sorry.
You're just not allowed
I've
to say
interrupted
so,
your
right?
concentration.
Annette.
It's all right.
Thanks very much.
The attendant would have been by in a moment anyway.
Right.
We're gonna land pretty soon, aren't we?
I'm sorry, sir. That briefcase must be
on.
placed under the seat.
Yes, exactly.
Bring me another one. Call me Johnson & Johnson. Bring me two.
This is a
Come
working
on.
vacation.
Hey,
No.
hey, Annette, I was just trying to tell these guys.
I am
You
being
remember
nosy.
that guy?
I've been trying to peek over your shoulder ever since we left Toronto. What are those forms you're working on? Something important?
No, just forms.
Oh.
Whoa. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. Excusez-moi.
Here he comes. 3 sheets to the wind.
Whew, these open bar flights. Oh, hi.
Johnson, this is...
Stanley Teagarden. Stan?
Stan.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, pal.
And
I'm Rose.
pleased to meet you, Rose.
Now, where did I leave that lighter?
Hey, the warning light's going to go on any minute.
Damn.
See? What did I tell you?
You have quite a well-developed sense of anticipation.
I never thought of it like that before.
So, where are you staying, Stan?
I'm flying on to Kingston. I was kind of thinking I'd stay in a place called the Old Titchfield in Port Antonio.
Ouch.
But I hadn't made any reservations. Is there something...
Well, it's very quiet.
It's very old. Old is the operative word when you're talking about the Old Titchfield.
Oh,
But it's very lovely. I mean, really.
Yeah, especially if you got work to do.
Yeah.
Oh, are you a writer?
oh, no. I don't really have any work to do. Maybe you have a better suggestion.
Stan, the Titchfield's very relaxed, but kind of starchy, you know?
The fact is, Stan, the South Shore is dead.
Yeah.
Dead?
Yeah, why don't you stop off at Mo Bay?
Montego Bay. We stay at the Holiday Inn.
Well, I don't know.
Hey, no trouble with rooms, not this time of year.
You probably have other plans.
Not really,
No, but maybe you were hoping for a little peace and quiet, right?
I suppose.
Oh, hell, why don't you give it a try for a day or two? You can always go down to the South Shore later. That's a nice trip through the interior.
Johnson, you're being a bully.
Oh, no.
What?
Perhaps he's right. Sometimes it's good to do something different for a change. That is, if you're sure you don't mind.
Us?
No,
What's
not
there to
at all.
mind?
Mesdames et messieurs, nous nous approchons de l'aéroport international de Donald Sangster. Voulez-vous éteindre vos cigarettes si vous n'avez pas encore Assurez-vous que les bagages de main sont
You're sure it's okay?
Hey, don't mind him. He hates landings.
No, What I hate is
We
customs.
are on our final landing approach.
You should see him. He looks like he really is smuggling something.
Come on, let's get it over with.
Well, really, Johnson, he just didn't drink so much.
Thank you.
Once in a while, I put off until tomorrow what I ought to do today. True. I do not mind being made fun of. False. Much of the time, I feel as if I have done something wrong or evil. True. My hardest battles are with myself.
Yeah, there's Rose now. See? Straight out, straight out. Just follow it.
Yes.
Wow, can that woman swim?
She should be careful.
Hey, it's only water. You like her, Stan?
Oh, yes. She's very nice.
Yeah, well, that's Rose. Nice girl. Time to close up shop, eh?
Excuse me?
Your briefcase. Don't you go anywhere without it?
It's a little test, that's all. Just something to pass the time.
Stan, are you having any fun at all?
Why, yes. I think I am.
Well, Rose was kind of wondering.
Oh, John...
Hey, look, I'm sorry about the Holiday Inn being full, pal, but that place up the beach looks pretty nice. What's that called again?
The Outlook Inn.
Yeah, the Outlook Inn.
It's fine. I've been meaning to invite you over.
Yeah?
I could mix up some drinks.
Hey, that would be great. Hey, look who is here.
Hi.
Hiya, gorgeous.
Oh, towel, please.
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, thanks.
We thought maybe you were heading for Cuba.
You shouldn't swim so far out. You could get pregnant.
What?
Pregnant?
Don't laugh. See that little speck of an island out there?
Yeah?
No.
You can see it from my room. It's the island of the dead. Every now and then the spirits swim home to the mainland to impregnate the young women.
Geez, Stan.
Well, where else do babies come from?
Oh, you haven't been reading the same brochure as I have.
Oh, Stan, you cracked me up.
So what do the men do around here?
Oh, they have their function. They open things up, so to speak.
Yeah, crack the ice, you mean.
I suppose.
Well, that's great. Just great. Hey, and speaking of ice, the sun is over the yardarm. Anyone for a drink?
No, thanks.
No, let me dry off a bit first, okay? Anyway, I want to pester Stanley a bit. Keep him from working on his mysterious forms.
Oh, well, you better watch him. It's a test.
Oh, so you broke him down at last?
No, nothing physical. Just made him feel rotten. Hey, pal?
Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, yeah.
Pregnant. Well, we'll see you guys later.
Bye, Johnson.
Bye. Test, eh?
Sort of.
Oh, that sun feels so good.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, I feel so sleepy. Maybe I am pregnant, all that swimming.
Johnson would make a fine father.
Hmm?
Nothing.
This test. Are you the testor or the testee?
Both, I guess. I love my mother. True. At times, I can make up my mind with unusually great ease. True. Once I get started on something, I always see it through. False. I like movie love scenes. Coming. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, where's Johnson?
He's gone for cigarettes. May I?
Oh, please, come in. Here, let me take your coat.
this is all there is.
Oh.
Hey, this is nice.
Yes, it is quite comfortable.
You know that spiel about the best surprise is no surprise? Our air conditioning is haywire. The place is an icebox.
That's terrible. I just have these overhead fans. They don't do much. I mixed up some drinks.
Hmm.
Here you go. It's my own recipe.
Green. What do you call it?
Tequila Mockingbird?
What? Oh. Oh, you are full of surprises.
I like to mix drinks.
What else do you like to do?
Oh, movies.
You like to do tests, right? How's it going?
Oh, fine.
Now, don't tell me you're going to bring it to dinner.
Oh, no, I was just whiling away the time.
You a psychologist? I caught a glimpse over your shoulder. And what's so funny?
Well, it's just you and Johnson. I never meant to be so mysterious.
Oh, but you are Stanley Teagarden. It was the first thing that attracted me to you.
I am kind of enjoying the attention. No, I'm not a psychologist. I do some psychometry, psychological measurement in my line of work.
Which is?
I'm in personnel for a large insurance outfit. Not so very mysterious.
So this is a working vacation after all.
I guess it must look that way. Look, let me show you something.
Sure.
This is the good old MMPI.
Oh, of course. The what?
The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
Oh. It's sort of like an IQ.
Vaguely, more than that.
My people treat me more like a child than an adult.
And you fill in true or false on a separate sheet like this.
Hey, I did something like this once. What was it now? Which would you rather do? Make love to a beautiful woman or keep your desk neat and tidy? Stuff like that.
Yeah, that sounds more like the EPPS, the Edwards Personal Preference Schedule. It's a forced choice.
It's no choice at all.
Well, the MMPI is different. It's not perfect, of course.
No?
I sometimes think, wouldn't it be great if there was a machine that could measure the graphic density of a person's response? I mean, how hard he presses on the pencil as he fills in true or false. A machine that could measure the act itself.
I see.
The act is the real test.
Oh, and you're designing this machine?
No. It's just a thought.
Oh, so this MMPI is sort of a hobby?
I guess. May I freshen your drink? This is boring you.
Not at all.
See, I like to test myself to see how I'm doing every now and then.
Are you getting any better?
Oh, it's not like that. If the test works, and I believe it can, here you are.
Thanks.
It depends on being consistent over time.
You mean you don't change?
Of course I change. We all change.
Hey, I was just teasing you, Stanley.
I'm sorry. I'm a little touchy about this.
Hey, Stan. It's only
Test.
a test.
I know. But it's really a kind of preparation for the real test.
The real test?
Out here. Life. You know what I mean?
I've got an idea. Oh, wow, look! What a view!
Oh, do you want to go out there?
Oh, isn't the air down here something else? Hey, you can see clear to the north end of the beach. See that grove?
Yes?
After sunset, the dreadlocks gather down there. Have you seen them?
No. I don't get out much at night.
Oh, cheer up, Stan. Are you sorry you didn't go on to Port Antonio?
No, I'm not sorry. It might have been quieter. Easier.
Should I take that personally?
Oh, no. It's just that I'm used to being alone.
Oh, I hate to be alone. You ever noticed how you can be alone in the middle of a crowd? I feel like that sometimes. Funny, though. I never feel like that with Johnson. That's why I like to travel with him.
He's a lot of fun.
Tell me more about Stanley Teagarden.
You can find him in that briefcase over there.
Oh, no. You, Stan.
You mean the real thing?
Yes. I want to get to know you.
So do I.
I've never met anyone like you.
There's a crowd gathering up the beach away, see?
Okay.
Near the grove. I've got binoculars here.
Oh, been watching the birds, eh?
Something seems to have washed up on the tide.
Yeah? Where?
Some kind of large fish or something.
Oh, can I see?
Here.
It's hard to tell. Everyone's pressing in. Oh, yuck. Oh, now I see it. Oh, it's a shark, I think. Or a wasp. God, it looks like it blew up.
What are you looking at now?
Huh? Oh, I'm just looking for that island you mentioned. Can't see it.
The light's deceptive this time of day.
Wow, these glasses are strong. Hey, I can see the Holiday Inn. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's our room.
Let me look at the shark.
Sure. Wait a sec. Well, can you beat that?
What's happened?
We've been stood up. Johnson's down there gaping at the dead shark with all the little boys. Sleaze.
Are you sure?
You disappointed?
No.
Here, take a look. I'll just go and freshen up. Then I guess we might as well head down for dinner.
Yes. Okay.
I'll just be a moment.
I'll be here.
My head is down, my something's turning around. I gotta leave a little girl in Montego Bay town.
But look how far we've come.
Oh, isn't it gorgeous?
There's no one around.
Let's just walk all night. I can never get Johnson to do that.
I'm getting kind of tired.
Oh, come on, spoil sport.
Why?
Why? Oh, Stan. Has anyone ever told you have a way with words?
We've moved that shark.
Yep. I bet people tell you that all the
It
time.
was just around here. Yes, you can still see the marks.
Poor old Sharky.
Let's sit for a minute.
Oh, yuck, not here.
I'm bushed.
Well, okay. Over here. Oh, come on, Stan. Not so far away. That's better.
I wonder what happened to Johnson.
Oh, he's probably out strutting his stuff.
Won't he be wondering about you?
Oh, not Johnson. There's a cruise ship in tonight.
You knew he wasn't coming to dinner, didn't you?
Nope, not at all.
Not until you saw him on the beach?
Well, I had my suspicions.
So did I.
Oh, Stan, did you think... Oh, Johnson and I are just pals. We travel together. Sometimes it's easier to meet people that way. Oh, come on, you knew that.
No, I did not know that.
No, I guess you didn't.
I am very careful about the way I dress. I would never have guessed.
Oh, some psychologist you turned out to be.
I have the same dream over and over and over. No, I am not a psychologist. I never said I was a psychologist.
Well, whatever. Hey, Stan, you okay?
I've often been frightened in the middle of the night.
What are you thinking? You seem so far away.
A traveling companion.
This way.
No, I was thinking of my own traveling companion.
Hmm? Oh, your test.
The test.
Well, while we're on the subject, what would you rather do? Tidy your desk or make love to a beautiful woman?
I told you that was the Edwards personal preference schedule.
I know. I'm changing tests in midstream, and it's a forced choice.
I have had periods in which I lost sleep over worry. I am apt to pass up something I want to do because others feel I am not going about it in the right way.
Stan.
I usually have to stop and think before I act.
Oh, blurry.
Even in trifling
Gonna be
matters.
sick?
I often feel as if things were not real. Almost every day something happens to frighten me.
Come on, speak to me. What happened? You look so pale.
Couldn't you hear it?
What?
It seemed so loud. And you were so close.
Do you have these moments often?
I'm ridiculous to someone like you or Johnson, aren't I?
Not ridiculous. Odd, maybe. But I like that about you.
Odd.
A little full of yourself, perhaps.
Obsessive, compulsive.
It's funny. It was your quietness which attracted me to you on the plane. There was Johnson off chatting up the stewardesses, and there was I feeling kind of cozy. As if I was meant to be with you, not him. I felt like I was somehow wrapped up in what you were doing. I feel like I want to crawl right in under your skin.
There isn't room left inside me. Like you said, I'm full of myself.
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way.
But you were right.
There's a cure for everything.
Is there?
You could always try tidying up your desk.
That isn't really the correct wording, you know. It should be, A, I like to keep my things neat and orderly on my desk or workspace. Or, B, I like to be in love with someone of the opposite sex.
It was a joke, Stanley.
Where is Johnson, really?
What is this? Hey, listen, can't a girl find you interesting?
That's what I'd like to find out.
Let's walk a little. Maybe we could score some ganja from the dreadlocks. We could do with a little cooling out.
Why don't we just go back to my room?
Oh, Stan.
We can't go back to your room, not with the air conditioning on the blink.
What's gotten into you?
I thought you wanted me a minute ago.
I never said that. Oh, boy. Stan, look, let's walk some more. Get to know each other.
Yeah, I know all I have to, thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Well, let's just say that I can see through your little plan.
What?
Well, let's just walk a little further. Just far enough so that the outlook in is effectively out of sight.
Stan, I don't know if this is one of
Johnson
your...
wouldn't be such a fool as to turn on all the lights, but you can never be too safe. Anyway, he'll have to use a flashlight at least to make the transfer.
This isn't an act, is it?
You two always manage to find some kook you can manipulate, don't you? Some fruitcake who unwittingly gets to carry the goods back home. Do you take turns?
Excuse me, but I'm going home.
Hey! Does Johnson replace the briefcase or just do a little surgery on it? It is the briefcase, isn't it? Hey! Come back here! No, you don't!
No! You're hurting my arm!
It is the briefcase, isn't it? Now, don't think I haven't noticed all the attention you two lavished on my briefcase.
I don't know what you're talking about!
Ice! Isn't it? Ice from Venezuela.
Ice? What are you saying?
All that talk on the beach about cracking the ice. A little in-joke. Diamonds! Don't play stupid with me.
Whatever I did to hurt you, I'm sorry.
Ice, now that's
really,
what gave me the clue. Oh, I was on to you from the start. The way you conned me into coming here in the first place. The bit about how much Johnson hates customs. Now, I knew you were up to something. I just wasn't sure what or how.
Oh, God, you're crazy.
You were always checking to make sure how much I knew, whether I was on to you.
No.
And then tonight, the way you dragged me out onto the balcony so we'd see Johnson and he'd see us.
You've got this all wrong.
No. You and Johnson have got me all wrong.
Okay, there was some kind of conspiracy between me and Johnson. It was just him trying to help me to get to know you better.
Precisely.
How the hell is he supposed to get in your place anyway?
Oh, come on now. A man like Johnson?
Ow! Let go of me, please!
No, no, you don't. This is the task. Trying to steal
real
my thoughts and ideas, say insulting and vulgar things about me show are not so sharp. Feel uneasy indoors. True. I believe I am a condemned person. True. I love to go to dances. Everything
Hurting
tastes
my
the same.
arm.
The windstorm terrifies me. True. Peculiar odors come to me at times that don't hope should be beat up in my mind. It's one thing. Sometimes I easily become impatient. I become so excited that I find it hard to get to sleep. Anxiety. At times I hear so well it bothers me. I am not afraid of mice. That's more like it. Oh, you were better than most. I mean, it took a long time to figure out what you wanted, what you were up to. You know, fit the pieces together. You couldn't have fooled me. I'm too prepared. I've done all the tests, Rose, all of them.
Oh, God.
Don't cry. I'll go along with it. I'll pretend there's nothing in my case. You'll see. Customs won't even check. Now don't cry. Look, Rose. There's a light in my room. Can you see it?
Maybe you left it on, Stanley.
No, look. See? Count up the floors, Rose. There, in the northwest corner. Yes, Rose.
Was the light on in Stanley's room? Rose didn't see a light, but maybe she hadn't counted high enough. Or maybe she was too afraid to see the light. In any case, it was wise of her not to argue too strenuously. Stanley was right there beside her, but he was also 1,000,000 miles away, on the other side of the vanishing point. Roger has heard it all. He's a bartender. People like to talk to Roger, tell him what's on their mind. Memories pile up, minute by minute, one on top of the other, turning the mind into a trash heap, reducing the experience of now to, well, to just another memory. Is that all there is? Oh, to let go. What harm could there possibly be in that?
Guy never comes to meet you anymore.
Who?
Well, the quiet one who used to come in just before closing time and order tomato juice.
Nope.
You lost interest, or did he?
It was a little bit more complicated than that.
And not my business.
Right.
You want me to check the doors?
No, I'll do it.
Oh, I'll rinse those glasses for you.
Oh, thanks.
Going out the back or the front?
Front.
Me too.
Can I give you a ride home?
Okay.
I've been wondering about you ever since I started working there.
Wondering how.
Well, I don't know exactly. You look at some people and you get interested in what's happening inside them. And besides that, you're pretty.
It's just an effect of the light.
I like the effect of the light.
Do you?
Yes. Do you want me to go?
Yes, I guess so.
Can I come back?
Maybe. I don't know. This isn't really my kind of thing. Men and...
You mean other women?
No, that's not what I mean.
I don't understand.
Oh, maybe sometime I'll try to explain.
Okay. You're sure you want me to go?
Yes.
could come more often.
You see more of me than most mothers see of their sons.
Be careful!
Oh, I'll clean it up.
Oh, that was one of the good ones.
Cup's a cup, Mother.
Oh, that's English bone china.
Not anymore, it isn't.
Don't you have any feeling about it at all?
It's a thing, Mother. It's a cup. You have other cups. If it was your last cup, then it might be important.
Well, these things matter to me.
I know.
Now, I've been thinking about the good silver. Now, when I'm away sometime, a thief could break in here, and that good silver I got from your grandmother would be the first thing he'd take.
You're going to build a vault for it?
Well, I put it in the trunk of the car.
What?
Well, they'd never think to look there, and they'd have a hard time breaking in.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, it's not as ridiculous as losing that good silver.
Well, what would happen if you didn't have that silver? You never use it.
Now, things aren't important just because you use them.
Things aren't important at all.
Some things are.
Like what?
Like that silver.
Why?
I don't know. It's just because it is.
Well, you don't own that silver, Mother. It owns you. The silver cries out that it's threatened, and you leap to defend it.
You do say such silly things. Here, now, help me finish these dishes.
Can I get another of these?
Please.
I should probably go home, shouldn't I?
That's really up to you.
3 draft, please, Roger.
Okay. Watkins.
I don't want to go home.
Here's your 3 draft, Linda.
Thanks.
Why don't you want to go?
Because I go home every night. And he's always waiting there. Or, I get home first and I'm waiting for him. Well, not that there's anything wrong with him.
What's the trouble?
Do you live with somebody?
No. Well, not right now.
2 Royal on ice and a scotch straight up.
Okay, if you see Jerry, tell him we're short of ice.
So you don't live with anybody. You don't have somebody waiting for you and expecting you. The same old face you see every day until you can't tell whether you're looking at his face or your own.
Maybe you should leave.
Yeah, that's what I keep thinking. But it doesn't seem to make much sense. I mean, he's a nice guy.
So what's wrong?
Yeah, that's what my friends say to me. And I say it's just like Mount Everest. I mean, he's always there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, maybe.
See you tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
See ya.
Night.
You got all the tables done?
Yeah. I'll help you with those glasses.
Nah, it's okay. Sit down and rest your feet.
Is Jerry coming back?
No. He asked me to lock up.
It was a pretty big night, wasn't it?
It's funny to watch people drink.
Yeah. The more I see people drink, the less likely I am to start.
You ever wonder why they do it?
It creates the illusion of freedom.
I was talking to a woman at the bar tonight who was trying to explain why she didn't want to go home to some perfectly nice man.
Did you understand?
In a way. You want to ride home?
I guess.
Well, I'm done here. You ready?
Yep. Oh, nice night.
Isn't it? Hey, my car's gone. I parked it right here. I'm sure I did.
Usually you park around the corner.
And that's why I remember I can never get a place this close.
It's not here anymore.
That's a legal parking place. No reason for the cops to move it. Somebody must have stolen it.
It's certainly gone.
Well, what am I going to do?
Guess you'll have to walk home.
Now, you're sure that's where you left it?
Yes, I am. I drove to work, and when I came out, it was gone.
You finished work at 1:30 in the morning?
I'm a bartender.
You drink while you're at work?
No, I was cold sober, and I was with a friend, and she was cold sober, too.
Did you look around the neighborhood? Sometimes people forget where they parked.
Yes, I thought of that. Just in case, I checked all the streets where I normally park.
Okay, I'll put a report. See if it shows up on the computer.
Look, there isn't any chance that you people towed it away for some reason. It was a legal parking place, but you never know.
We don't just tow cars away for no reason.
Well, maybe there was some reason that I don't know about.
If we've got it, it'll show up on the computer.
I keep seeing the car on the street, but it's never mine.
Why do you let it bother you?
I don't know.
Is it really very important?
Well, I guess it must be.
Why?
That's what I said to my mother just last week. She was worrying about a broken cup and somebody stealing her silver. And now I'm doing the same thing.
Do you really need the car?
No. Maybe I'm better off without it.
Have you ever noticed how nobody talks about the soul anymore?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, isn't that what you were talking to your mother about?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
You always looked to me like a man who wanted to let go of a lot of things he was tangled up in.
It's nice talking to you like this.
Good.
Well, it's late.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go.
Probably.
You want me to go?
Yeah.
You got the paychecks in here, Jerry?
Yeah. Here you go.
Thanks.
Every week when I give you your check, I expect you to tell me you're quitting.
Why?
It's kind of a dead-end job, bartending. I mean, you look like somebody who'd want something better.
Oh, I like it okay. Gives me time to think.
Think? What's to think about?
All kinds of things. Yesterday I was looking at a diary I used to keep, and I wrote about how I used to go to the zoo every week, and every time I'd see this one animal, how it walked back and forth in its cage, and I started to think how most people's lives are like that, except the cage is a bit bigger. So they go to work, they come home, they go to sleep, they get up.
Look, it's simple, Roger. You try to do something with your life. Get out of the cage.
No, that doesn't seem to be what I'm looking for.
But that's all there is. I mean, you look around and you see what kind of chances there are, and you grab for them. If you don't, well, it's like you say, you're just a monkey in a zoo.
But ambition makes you a monkey who keeps learning new tricks.
That's all there is. Old tricks and new tricks.
No, there's more than that. There's something inside the soul.
Come on. I don't even know what the word means.
Tom MacArthur's getting married.
To who?
That Robertson girl you knew in high school.
I don't remember any Robertson girl.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I think you even went out with her a couple of times.
I don't remember that.
Well, anyway, she went away after high school, and then she got a job here and moved back.
And she's marrying Tom MacArthur, whoever he is.
Now, you're not going to tell me you don't remember Tom MacArthur.
Yes, I remember Tom MacArthur. Though I don't know why. Well, I better get going. By the time I catch my bus and get home, it'll be late.
Well, why didn't you drive? Is there something wrong with your car?
It's gone.
What do you mean, it's gone?
Stolen, I guess. I came out of work a few nights ago and it wasn't there.
I suppose you left the keys in it.
No, of course not.
Well, how else could they steal it?
I don't know. Hotwire it, I guess.
Did you go to the police?
Yes.
Well, maybe they can find it.
Well, they don't seem very hopeful.
What about insurance?
Well, I just had liability insurance. That won't replace the car.
That's terrible.
Well, I find I can get along fine without it.
Oh, that's not the point.
Well, what is?
Your car just gone like that, just disappeared?
Oh, I hardly think about it anymore. I can't even think what it was like to have a car.
Roger, you're late. The other guy had to go, so I had to run the bar and everything else, too. I mean, you've been finding your way to work for months. How come you get lost now?
I don't know. Maybe because I was walking instead of driving. There's a bigger part where I always turn, but I couldn't find it. And the next thing I knew, I was in a bunch of streets that didn't make any sense. I was just wandering. A place that I'd never seen before. Finally, I had to ask them for directions.
Roger. I mean, next time you're late, try the sick friend routine. It makes more sense.
It's true, Jerry. I got lost.
Well, why don't you get lost behind the bar for a while?
You want to walk across the park?
Isn't that out of your way?
Not much. I should be careful I don't get lost again.
You can always ask directions.
It's funny how that building seemed to disappear.
Yes.
Things are changing somehow. I seem to be forgetting a lot.
Maybe you're only forgetting what you don't need.
Do you think so?
Sometimes I think that our minds get more and more full of the past until there's no room for things to happen. And nothing does.
So we have to forget things before anything new can happen.
You have to have a kind of amnesia. Then you can be totally present in every moment. A saint.
No memory, no plan.
That's right.
Where did you learn these things?
They're just things I've worked out. Reading, thinking.
Are you ready for dinner?
Oh, it's nice to have something cooked for me for a change. I've been looking around your apartment. It seems awfully bare.
Well, I've been clearing things out. I want to get down to the things I need.
Roger, where are you getting these strange ideas?
From Linda, I guess.
Who is this Linda?
A friend.
Is it serious?
Well, yes, but not in the way you think. She teaches me things.
I can imagine.
There are things in the world besides sex, Mother.
So what does she teach you?
About what's inside me.
I've never been convinced that there was anything inside me but a lot of soft plumbing.
Inside the mind.
Where's that picture of you in your scout uniform? The one I always liked.
I got rid of it.
Why?
There's no point in living in the past.
You want to pour me about 27 more whiskeys?
How about starting with one?
I'll drink to that. Change.
Thanks.
I'm trying to work up my courage. Yeah, get out. Run away. Everything. Job, house, lot. See, I have this idea that I'd go to the Arctic and spend the winter there, all on my own. Oh, sure, I've been out there before. Wilderness camping, that kind of thing. Out there, you know what's real.
Isn't it possible to do that right here?
I don't see how.
Just let it all go. Make it not be.
I never went in for magic tricks.
It's only there if you let it be. That's what my friend wants.
Hey, the only way it's not there is if I get on a plane and fly away.
Excuse me. Do you know this neighborhood?
Yes, I do.
Well, isn't there a record store somewhere near here?
I don't think so.
No, I'm sure there is. I bought a record there just last week. It was right beside the florist.
I've lived around here for 10 years, and there was never a record store beside the florist.
I was there just last week.
You must be confused.
Are you still keeping your silver in the trunk of your car?
Oh, make fun of me all you like. I still think it's a good idea. Come and look at these photographs.
That whole pile?
No, just these. Where were they taken?
I'm not the person to ask.
Oh, you were there. Oh, there you are in the picture, making faces.
Photographs are funny things, aren't they?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, here are all these funny little gray and white things, and we assume that they show us something that really happened.
Well, of course they do. Now, try and remember where this was.
I won't remember. Forgetfulness is more my style these days.
What do you mean?
Things are disappearing.
Like what?
Yesterday I was looking for a record store. I was in it last week, right beside a florist shop. I talked to a woman who lived nearby, and she was so positive that I was wrong. It was quite funny.
Roger, do you think you should talk to someone?
Why should I do that?
Well, this business of forgetting when things disappear...
Well, that's only happening because I want it to.
Well, I think you should stop talking to that girl, that Linda.
Why?
She's the one who's doing these things to you.
Oh, but I feel good. Everything I see is brighter than it ever was before. Everything I hear is clearer.
But I'm frightened for you.
Is it dangerous?
You have to decide that. I can't tell you.
My mother's terrified.
But anyone who locks her silver in the trunk of the car must already be terrified.
Yeah, I suppose.
Are you frightened?
Sometimes I wonder what's going to happen.
Do you want to control it?
Maybe.
And then you end up back where you started.
Well, can't you stop halfway?
Guess you can try.
Excuse me, may I help you?
I'm looking for a recording of Mahler's 10th Symphony.
10.
That's right.
But he only wrote 9.
He wrote 10.
9. Beethoven, Mahler, and Bruckner, they all wrote 9.
I had a recording of Mahler's 10th. It got damaged. I had to throw it out.
It must have been the 9th. There's no 10th symphony.
I'm sure I had a record of it.
A symphony can't just disappear, can it?
Things happen, you know.
Have been what?
Disappearing.
Really?
You got a minute, Jerry?
Sure.
I wondered if you could work the schedule so that I could get a couple of days off.
Well, it won't be easy. What do you need time off for?
I don't know if I can explain it. I'm not sick or anything. I just feel kind of shaky.
Well, like how?
I can't explain it. It's just something strange is happening to me.
Maybe you should talk to somebody.
Yeah, maybe. Is Linda coming in today?
No, she's off. Has this got something to do with her?
Sort of.
Is she pregnant or something?
No, it's nothing like that. But I think she'd be a good person to talk to. She seems to understand.
This problem, is it kind of personal?
In a way.
Look, Roger, is this... I mean, do you figure you're gay? Something like that?
No, it's nothing like that, Jerry. It's not that kind of thing. Not like that.
You don't sound very good, Roger.
I'll be okay.
Look, I'll fix the schedule for you. Take a couple of days. Find somebody. Maybe talk it out.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
When I was young, it was different.
Oh.
It just seemed easier. You weren't so tangled up in all the parts of your life. Yeah, maybe it was just the 60s. All that talk about revolution. We all assumed that the inside and the outside fitted together. Yeah. I've been going to an analyst, Jungian, and that's what I've been trying to do, is find the key and let me find what's really going on inside me.
Excuse me?
What?
I was listening to what you were saying. I know I shouldn't have been, but...
Let's move to a different seat. Yeah.
I just want you to know that what you're saying, what you're talking about, it's dangerous, you know.
Get off of this stuff.
Do you live here?
Yes?
Well, I'm looking for someone.
Who is it you want?
Her name's Linda. I need to talk to her. I think there's something missing in what I've learned. It doesn't seem to be working out right.
Is she some sort of therapist?
No, she's just a friend. See, I've been losing things. Or forgetting. I don't know which.
What's your name?
Well, does it matter?
No, I guess not.
Have you lived here very long?
3 years.
Then you probably know her.
Which apartment is she in?
The basement.
There's no apartment in the basement. Just the furnace and a laundry room.
I was there with her. I'm sure I was.
It must have been a different house.
There aren't any other big brick houses on this street, just apartment buildings.
She didn't live in one of those?
No.
You remember being here?
Yes.
But there's nobody named Linda living here. There never has been in the time that I lived in the house.
Well, maybe I made a mistake. We work at the same place. I can see you're there.
Hi.
I've never seen you before.
I started here.
Well, I work here too, but I've been taking a couple of days off.
Oh. Well, can I get you something?
Draft, I guess. When did you start?
Well, just today.
Is Linda here?
Oh, I don't know any Linda.
Well, she works here too.
Oh, I haven't met her. Guess she's not in today.
Things are disappearing.
What?
It's something happening to me. It's nice in a way. Like when I look at your face, it's as if there was a special light on it. It's as if I never saw a face before, and I didn't know what it was, so I can really concentrate.
Yeah?
Linda taught me how to do it, how to let go.
How?
Well, I don't know, really. In a way, it just started to happen.
I don't think I really follow what you're talking about.
Oh, would you do me a favor? Would you go and check on the schedule and see when Linda's working?
Sure.
Is Jerry in?
No. I looked at the schedule.
Is Linda working tomorrow?
There's no Linda on the schedule.
What about me? My name's Roger. When do I start back?
There's no Roger there either.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks for looking. I guess I better go. Yes?
Roger, I've been worried about you.
Why?
You didn't come for dinner.
Was I supposed to?
On Wednesday, you always do.
Do I?
What's the matter with you?
Is something the matter with me?
You're looking at me so strangely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not being rude. It's just that I'm wondering why you came to my door.
I came looking for you.
Do I know you?
Roger,
Yes.
I'm your mother. You must remember me. I'm your mother.
Ah, well, now that you've told me, maybe I'll remember you.
Roger, you've got to get help.
Well, I don't need any help, but I'm going out now. Maybe you could visit some other time. Who did you say you were?
Roger.
What do you mean? That. What is it? It's a streetcar. And what's that?
What?
What is it?
Store.
And that. What is it?
Hey, is this a joke? You're from a radio station or something?
No, but what is it?
It's a bicycle. Hey, you're serious, aren't you? Like this isn't a joke.
What's a joke?
You're crazy.
Oh, I'm not crazy.
Yeah, what are you then?
I am what I am.
What?
I'm kind of a saint. There's nothing in my mind but pure being. Nothing else at all.
Roger got out of the cage all right, and turning around, it was gone. He was free at last of the dreadful captivity of things, memories. He'd have to tell Linda about it sometime, if he could find her out here where everything is so much brighter and clearer and vanishing. Buenos Aires, the city on the motionless river, a cosmopolitan city, a city of intrigue, and tonight of murder. And where will the murderer strike next? Inspector Eric Lundroth thinks he has divined a pattern which will lead him to a quarter of the city not on any map, nor corresponding to any point on the compass. A pattern which will lead him through the Vanishing Point.
Room service.
Who's that?
Room service, sorry. I'll do next door first. Oh. Room service. Room service. Anybody in the bathroom?
I think we're finished with the bathroom, Inspector.
All right, do this room now.
Inspector, Lundroth is here.
Lundroth.
Hello, Mary. Who's the gentleman with the knife?
Okay, boys, cover him up. His name is Marcel Yarmolinsky, Rabbi Marcel Yarmolinsky. He was here for some kind of convention.
For the Third Talmudic Congress.
Who are you?
I'm Schultz, Yazela Schultz. I'm with the Yiddish Zeitung. Rabbi Yarmolinsky was a delegate from Podolsk. I had an interview with him today.
Well, he won't be doing much talking now, so you might as well leave.
Who found him?
The maid, when she came in to make up the room. He was stabbed through the heart.
Ah, very classic. The silver blade did cleave my heart. The silver tongue cried out in pain. Did anyone hear anything?
Well, the Tetrarch of Galilee has a suite on the other side of the corridor. His chauffeur is in the room next door, but he says he didn't hear a thing.
The Tetrarch of Galilee? I didn't know such a thing existed.
It does, and it is rich. It owns the finest sapphires in the world. Our man must have tried to steal them, broke into this room by mistake, woke Yarmolinsky, and had to kill him. Murder by mishap.
Well, it's possible, but not very interesting. You'll say that reality is under no obligation to be interesting. Maybe reality can disregard that obligation. But in my modest opinion, theories may not.
What is your theory, Lundroth?
Well, Meyrink, here's a dead rabbi. I'd much prefer a rabbinical explanation.
I'm not much interested in rabbinical explanations. I'm interested in getting the man who killed this unknown party.
Not so unknown. All those books there on the table. Yarmolinsky's complete works. A vindication of the Kabbalah. A biography of the Baal Shem Tov, founder of the Hasidic movement.
Take those books away and study them, if you like, Lundroth. I can't waste time on a lot of Jewish superstitions.
Inspector?
What now?
This sheet was in the rabbi's typewriter.
Oh, you want to read it, Lundroth?
Yes, let me see. The first letter of the name has been uttered.
And what in God's name is that supposed to mean?
Good evening, Beth.
Dinner won't be a moment.
Aha!
Yes, sir.
So, your sister's been to see you.
My sister?
Soup. I smell soup, my dear. Soup means you had no time to cook the roast you promised and decided to heat the soup instead. Now, why would you not have time? Today is not washing day. That was yesterday, I know, because the sheets were changed. So, what could make our splendid Beth change her plans? A visitor, of course. A visitor who talks quite a lot. And, aha, confirmation, an umbrella. A lady's umbrella. Obviously your sister's, and to forget it, equally obviously, she must have been here. Quod erat demonstrandum.
I saved the roast till Sunday because you said Inspector Meerink would be coming to dinner. I reheated the soup because there's no point in throwing good food away. That's not my sister's umbrella. It's my old one, and it's on its way to the church bazaar.
Beth, you disappoint me. You always look at things in the simplest possible way. It's only a mask, the simple side of things. You should look behind the mask, Beth, behind the mask.
You want a glass of milk with your soup?
No, thanks. Beautiful soup, so rich and green, waiting on a hot tureen.
Shall I put your parcel on the desk?
Parcel? Oh, Yarmolinsky's books. No, I'll look at them here.
More books? You get them covered in soup.
Mens sana in corpore sano, Beth. Keep your mind active while you eat. Nourish the spirit while you feed the flesh. Beth, do you ever think about the true name of God?
I didn't even know he had one.
Well, for the Jews, God has a secret name, a terrible name that cannot be uttered. And some believe that if it were ever pronounced, it would bestow upon you infinite power and wisdom. Ah, here, listen. The ineffable, sacred, reverential, unknowable, and incommunicable name with which God is referred to some 6,000 times in the Old Testament is made up of 4 Hebrew letters. Yod, He, Vav, and He again. Aha.
Would you like some more soup?
These 4 letters, called the Tetragrammaton, have a secret pronunciation. Do you realize the importance of this, Beth?
I thought you were working on a murder case.
I am, Beth, I am. The solution lies in these 4 letters. I know it. All I need is God's help to find it.
Nice, Watson, you found yourself, Sherlock.
Hasidic ritual, yes. Anno nafshoik tovit, Yahovit. I wish I could understand Hebrew. That's it.
Now where are you going?
Out. Sometimes even an expert needs expert advice.
Yes?
Lunroth.
Who?
Chief Detective Eric Lunroth. Is that Schultz?
Yes?
Schultz, would you please let me in? There's something I want to ask you.
Push the door when you hear the buzz. Then it's the second door on the right.
Second door on the right.
Lunroth?
I see you're busy, but it's urgent.
It's all right. It's all right. Come in. It's always like this when Sarah's out. Maybe you wouldn't mind holding Sholem while I try to get the bottle warmed up.
Sure. I came to ask you a few questions. There, baby. A question about the name of God.
Just heats up very quickly. Sholem hates it when his dinner's late.
I want to know about the Hasidim and...
I think it's all right now. Here, try it. No, I mean put it in his mouth.
Oh.
Good. Now we can sit down.
Where shall I put him?
Oh, just anywhere, on the floor. Once he's got his bottle, he's fine.
Schultz, do you believe that uttering the name of God is the key to the powers of the universe?
Mr. Lunroth,
Maybe you're asking the wrong person. I'm an atheist. I'm the opposite of most Jews. See, most Jews believe in God, but are not interested in his theology. I'm interested, but I don't believe.
Tell me what you know.
Well, perhaps the most important book of Jewish mysticism is the Sefer Yetzirah.
Oh, yes. Yarmolinsky translated it. I have his copy at home.
The Sefer Yetzirah opens with this sentence. By means of 32 mysterious paths did the Eternal engrave and establish his name and created his world.
32, eh?
Exactly. The 32 paths are explained as the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, together with the 10 Sephirot.
I see.
You do? Well, throughout the centuries, Jewish mystics have believed that because God made the world with 22 letters and 10 Sephirot, what you would call creative writing, certain combinations of letters have a secret meaning. And the Tetragrammaton, the combinations of letters in God's name, is the most powerful of all.
And the Hasidim?
The Hasidim, the name means pious. Oh, much of their fame to the great Baal Shem Tov, who founded the Hasidic movement in the 18th century.
Yes?
The Hasidim are dedicated mystics, perhaps the most earnest seekers of the name. The Goyim spread rumors about bloody rituals that are supposed to be part of the search.
Exactly.
But of course, very little is known of these extracurricular activities.
Schultz, you've been most kind, most helpful.
Oh, not at all.
You look after Sholem. I'll see myself out.
Details of that story are to be confirmed today. A man was stabbed to death last night in the western suburbs. Early this morning, the body of Daniel Simon Azevedo was found lying on the doorstep of a hardware store, with a knife still protruding from the chest. There is no indication as to the motive for this murder. Chief Detective Eric Lunrath has kindly agreed to join us today in the studio. Good morning, Mr. Lunrath.
Good morning.
Mr. Lunrath, it was reported that a message, a peculiar message, was found next to the body.
On the wall of the hardware store, to be precise. The wall was decorated with red and yellow diamond shapes, and someone, presumably the murderer, had written on them in chalk.
Are you at liberty to disclose the nature of the message, Mr. Lunrath?
As to the nature of the message, I'm not certain. The message itself I can repeat. The second letter of the name has been uttered.
Aha. And does that message convey any special meaning to you, Mr. Lunrath?
Everything conveys a special meaning. When we fail to grasp it, it is the eyes, not the object, that is to blame.
Of course. Mr. Lunrath, would you say that this was a gang murder, you know, disposing of an informer?
You journalists have a passion for the obvious. Look at the symmetry, at the pattern. Gangs are not renowned for their neatness, you know.
Yes. Well, thank you, Chief Detective Lunrath. We will be back after these messages.
Inspector Meyrink and a gentleman to see you, sir.
Meyrink. Another little murder?
I'm not sure. Mr. Finnegan here has a story I think you'll find most interesting.
Black Finnegan. My pleasure, Mr. Lornrod.
Sit down. Akabit?
Well, I'll try anything once. I thank you kindly, sir. Indeed, I will.
Thank you, Beth.
Yesterday, February the 3rd, I got a call in the office. Oh, thanks. That's fine. Someone called Ginsberg.
Ginsberg or Ginsberg?
Ginsberg, with an S. Anyway, he said he had some information on the double sacrifice, as he called it, of Azevedo and Yarmolinsky.
You traced the call?
I thought it might be a practical joke, you know, with the carnival and all that. But yes, I had it traced. It came from a sailor's tavern, Liverpool House.
My ex-missus was a jury from Liverpool, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
I asked Mr. Finnegan if he remembered who had made calls that day. There's only one phone in the house, and that's in Mr. Finnegan's office.
Well, the only gentleman to use the phone yesterday was a Mr. Griffiths, a foreign gentleman.
Griffiths, Ginsberg.
Oh, he'd been in the house for about a week. Paid the rent in advance. Oh, nice man. Quiet sort.
What did he look like?
He had a kind of misty grey beard, and he always wore black. Oh, he never went out. He had his meals in his room, like a real gentleman.
I take it your story does not end with the phone call.
All right, you are, sir. A horse-drawn carriage pulled up outside. The coachman was dressed like a bear, with a mask and everything.
A bear?
Well, two harlequins got out, you know, in those costumes with diamond shades, red, yellow, green. Yeah, they burst into the lobby, blowing silly red horns, and they wrapped their arms around Mr. Gryphius. But he seemed to know them. But he didn't seem too pleased to see them.
When did they leave?
About 10 minutes later, with Mr. Gryphius. Oh, and hadn't Mr. Gryphius seemed as drunk as they were, you know? Hardly able to stand on his feet. But the harlequins, they had to carry him out.
Well, I'm sure that's the last the world will see of Mr. Gryphius Ginsburg.
It all smells too cozy, too much like a plant.
One of the harlequins drew a dirty picture on the wall of Liverpool House and a crazy message. You'll never guess what it said.
The last letter of the name has been uttered.
Exactly. Now, how did you
Mary,
ever...
I take it you inspected the room?
It's a small room. On the floor was a star-shaped bloodstain. The bed was unmade. There was a chair and a table. On the table were a pile of cigarette butts of a Hungarian brand and a half-eaten cheese sandwich. I think it was Edam. There was a suitcase with hardly any clothes in it and a book.
A book?
I thought you'd like to see it.
The Greek-Hebrew dictionary. Here's an underlined passage. Dies Judaeorum incipit a solis.
Would you mind translating that into Christian?
The Jewish day begins at sundown and ends the following sundown.
Very useful, Lonrod. I'll remember that for my next crossword puzzle.
You should not disregard every valuable clue you come across, Mary.
And is this the most valuable clue you've picked up in this case?
No, Mary. Far more valuable is one of the words Ginsburg used over the phone. Good morning, Beth.
There's a big envelope for you on the table.
Let's see the papers first.
The envelope looks important.
Important things will wait. It's the trivial things that vanish into nothingness. Aha! An exclusive interview with our friend Red Sherlock.
That murderer.
Now, Beth, you mustn't be ungrateful. Without men like Sherlock, I'd be out of a job. The fact that he's a murderer shouldn't cloud your judgment of his character. Here we are. Oh, for goodness. He says that in his part of town, he must mean the South, this sort of crime would never take place, and he accuses Inspector Meyrink of criminal negligence.
Sherlock probably killed them all himself.
No slander, Beth, no slander.
If you're finished with breakfast, how you can eat bread and cheese in the morning, I'll never know.
Thank you, Beth. Let's see this important envelope. Neat handwriting. Postmark, Triste-le-Roi.
Triste-le-Roi? That's in the southern suburbs. Horrible place.
A map. And a note. To Eric Lunrot. That's me. On the 3rd of March, there will not be a fourth crime because the Hotel du Nord... yes, the first crime is marked here on a map. The Hotel du Nord, the hardware store on the west side, and Liverpool House to the east form the perfect sides of an equilateral and mystical triangle. It's marked in red on the map. Who signs this Euclidean note? Baruch Spinoza. Good old Jewish name. So, 3 equidistant points. Symmetry in space. And symmetry in time. December the 3rd, the first crime. January the 3rd, the second crime. February the 3rd, the third crime. 333. In God's name!
Careful with the
Beth, I've
checkbook?
got it!
The murderer?
The murderer's mine? Where's the compass I had somewhere?
You go inside.
Where is it?
Here you are.
And a ruler.
Here.
Good.
Why can't you hunt for clues in the fresh air like an ordinary detective? All this cooped-up fiddle-faddle.
That's it! I've called Mary.
Inspector Meering.
Tomorrow, the murderers will be behind bars.
What?
We can take a rest.
Eric, so they're not planning a fourth murder.
But precisely because they are planning a fourth murder, we can rest easily.
Eric, even when I understand you, I don't understand you.
Beth, I'm going south.
To Tris-le-Roi? Will you be home for dinner?
I will, Beth. I will. Tetragrammaton. Sound genius. 1, 2, 3. Tris-le-Roi. Wouldn't Fred Sherlock love to know I'm coming down his way? Sherlock the dandy. Did Disappearance work for Sherlock? What if Sherlock himself were the intended fourth victim? No, that's absurd.
Next stop, Tris-le-Roi.
The universe is a beautiful pattern into which everything fits. After tonight, I'll go away. Nice, long rest. To the mountains, maybe. God, I'm ashamed I spent close to 100 days on such a simple problem. Excuse me. How do I get to the old villa?
Oh, you don't want to go there.
Oh, I do want to go there.
Well, down the lane, across the field, behind those eucalyptus trees. You better hurry. Looks like rain.
Thank you. Tris-le-Roi. God, this is a miserable place. Even the birds seem to have deserted it. Music. Damn. Where now? 2 doors. All these insane repetitions. One balcony reflecting another, one statue matching another statue. Music seems to come from upstairs. Left or right? Let's turn right. Oh, this house never ends. Another empty room. No. The house is not so large. The moonlight, the sameness, the mirrors, the loneliness make it large. You're old, Eric London. Look. Sherlock.
You're very kind, Lonrod. You've saved me a night and a day.
Sherlock.
Take a seat, Mr. Detective. I'll switch on the light.
Sherlock, are you in search of the name of God?
Oh, no, Lonrod. I'm after something much more ephemeral, more frail. I'm after Eric Lonrod.
But why, Sherlock, why?
3 years ago, in a gambling dive on the Rue de Toulon, you arrested my brother. My men managed to get me away, but I had a bullet inside me.
I'm sorry to hear that.
9 days, 9 nights I went through hell here in this rat-infested villa racked by fever. I had endless nightmares about a house where everything was double, symmetrical, the reflection of something else. I came to loathe my body. I came to feel that 2 eyes, 2 hands, 2 lungs are as monstrous as 2 faces. An Irishman, trying to convert me to the faith of Jesus, kept repeating to me the saying of the Goyim, all roads lead to Rome. At night, my fever fed on that image. I felt the world was a maze from which escape was impossible, because all roads which seemed to lead north or south, in fact, led to Rome, which was also the cell where my brother lay dying, and also this villa of Triste-le-Roi.
Your brother was a killer. I only did my duty.
During those long nights, I swore by the gods of fever and of mirrors that I would weave a maze around the man who sent my brother to prison. Well, I've woven the maze, and it's pretty tight. It's made of a dead rabbi, a compass, a Jewish superstition, a dagger, and the diamond-shaped patterns of a hardware store.
I admire your handicraft, but why kill a rabbi?
Poor Lonrod, you've discovered nothing, have you? The first victim, the rabbi, came to me by pure chance.
Chance?
Well, some colleagues of mine, among them Daniel Azevedo, I planned the greatest robbery of the century, the theft of the Tetrarch sapphires. Azevedo betrayed us, the pig. He got drunk on the money we advanced him and tried to pull the job a day earlier. But at the Hotel du Nord, he got mixed up. And around 2 in the morning, he blundered into Yarmolinsky's room.
But what about the message?
Yarmolinsky had been unable to sleep, so he decided to do some writing, notes or something about the true name of God. He had just typed out the words.
The first letter of the name has been uttered.
Azevedo warned him not to move, but the rabbi reached for the buzzer.
And Azevedo killed him.
Good. You catch on quickly, Mr. Lonro.
And how did this mistake inspire Sherlock the dandy?
The minute I realized you were guessing that the Hasidim had sacrificed the rabbi, I did my best to justify that guess.
Go on.
Yarmolinsky died the night of December 3rd. Mm-hmm. For the second sacrifice, I chose the night of January 3rd. Mm-hmm. The rabbi had died on the north side, so for the second sacrifice, yes, I chose a spot on the west side. Azevedo was the ideal victim. He deserved death. He was too impulsive. He was a traitor. To link his corpse with the previous one, I scribbled on the diamond shape of the hardware store the second message.
The second letter of the name has been uttered.
I hope I'm not boring you.
Absolutely enthralled. Please continue.
Many thanks. The third sacrifice was staged on the 3rd of February. I think our friend Myring guessed it was only a plant. Griffius Ginsberg... All right, Ginsberg was me. I spent an impossible week in that flea hole in the Rue de Toulon, wearing that false beard that was sheer torture.
I'm sorry.
Then, as planned, my friends came to kidnap me. One of them wrote on the wall the final message. The last letter of the name has been uttered.
Weather seems to be on your side.
A little atmosphere. It's been trying to rain all day. I think you met my expectations. You see, I knew it would strike you that a murder in the north, another in the east, and a third in the west demanded a fourth murder in the south. The name of God, the Tetragrammaton, is made up of 4 letters. The diamond shapes on the hardware store and the harlequins also suggested 4. 4 sides, 4 angles, right?
Right.
Then the underlined section in the dictionary. The passage makes it clear that the Jews reckoned the day from sunset to sunset, meaning that the murders had taken place on the 4th of each month. Again, the number 4.
And then, of course, you sent me the map with the note.
The last hint, I couldn't resist it. Was it too obvious?
Not at all.
I knew you'd realize that the triangle was really the upper part of a diamond shape. And that in marking those 3 points, whoever had drawn the lines on the map was really marking a 4th point, the lower angle of the diamond. The point, of course, was here, at Tristarwa.
Where death awaits me.
It took a lot of work and patience.
Not to mention a few lives.
But it was worth it.
Am I really worth it, Sherlock?
Oh, most definitely, Lonrod. Most definitely. The rain. What are you thinking, Lonrod?
In our maze, there are 3 lines too many. I know of a Greek maze that has a single straight line. Along this line, so many thinkers have lost their way that a mere detective is sure to lose his way as well. Listen, Sherlock. When in another incarnation you hunt me down, stage or commit a murder in point A, then a second murder in point B, 8 miles from A. Then a third murder at point C, 4 miles from A and B, halfway between the two. Then wait for me at D, 2 miles from A and 2 miles from point C. Then you can kill me at D, just like you're going to kill me here, at Tristarwa.
The next time I kill you, Lonrod, I promise you that maze made of a single straight line, invisible and unending.
Is the investigation over, or has it just begun? For Inspector Eric Loonrot, there is still a mystery to solve. Who knows? When he meets Sherlock again, he may even have the advantage. For next time, perhaps, it will be Loonrot who lies in wait in the heart of the maze, on the other side of the Vanishing Point. Charles and Susan Underhill are doing a pretty good job raising little Jimmy. His childhood is a lot happier than his father's. But as someone once said, each childhood is a nightlight in the bedroom of memories. And sometimes that nightlight can flare up a little too brightly, not dispelling the shadows, but only revealing them all too clearly.
Twinkle your little spoon, Jimmy, and finish your cereal. Come on now.
Okay.
Good boy.
Attaboy. And it's Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. You don't fool around with Mozart.
Oh, Charles.
See you later, honey. Bye, Jimmy. Be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
kid's grammar stinks. Time we send him to school. No, can't talk about it now.
Charles, just a minute. Charles.
Sweetheart.
Look, I am not deciding our son's future all by myself.
Look, I agree that Jimmy needs to play with other kids, but he's got the Rogers boy next door and the Harrison twins around the corner.
The Rogers boy is too old for him, and the Harrisons have moved.
No kidding. When?
2 weeks ago. Oh, Charles, he needs a regular routine with children his own age.
All right. Why don't you get a list of play schools or whatever they're called, and we'll decide.
No, we don't need a list. There's a playground just down the street, and that's the most convenient place.
Playground?
Down the street where?
You pass it every day going to the train.
Oh, that place. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll look it over after work today.
Oh, would you, Charles? That'll be great. I just feel it's something we should decide together.
I'm all for it.
Well, I wasn't sure. You never seemed to want to talk about it.
Well, I just figured you'd handle it.
You know, Jimmy can sense when you're involved in his life and when you're not.
Since when aren't I involved? Sometimes I think he doesn't know which one of us is the father or the mother.
Yeah, I guess it would have been different if he had brothers and sisters.
All right. Why don't I stay home and we'll work on it?
It took 10 years of trying to produce him. My biological clock has run down. And go to work. And don't forget the playground.
I won't forget.
You hear that, Jimmy? Daddy's going to look at the playground. You can go there every day and learn all kinds of games and rhymes.
Go to playground?
That's right. And you'll learn the real words to all the songs.
Tell you the truth, I get a kick out of his versions.
A Cole Porter.
Oh, spare me.
We go round a mulberry bush. Pop goes the weasel.
Hi, Frank. Hey, you got time for a quick drink? Not today, I don't think. Got to check out a playground for Jimmy.
Oh, send the kid out into the big world, huh?
Hey, you got it. A couple of weeks in a playground, then he gets a job.
Yeah, let him support you for a change.
Yeah.
Hey, is that Tom Marshall over there? Well, maybe he'll join me for an after-work libation.
Well, don't count on it. Marshall's become a bit of a stick in the mud lately.
Are you serious? Come on, he was always good for a laugh.
Can't get 2 words out of him these days.
No harm in trying. See you tomorrow.
Will you have a drink for me, huh?
Yeah. Hey, Tom!
Playgrounds. I don't remember learning anything at a playground. Except how to steer clear of the big kids. Sure sounds like they're having a good time. Oh, that's a peculiar smell. Like iodine. Reminds me of when I was a kid. Cuts and scrapes, bruises and sores. I sure can make a hell of a racket. No wonder they don't go deaf. Can't see anybody supervising. What's happening? Chest hurts. I have to get out. Don't know what came over me. I was almost sick there for a minute.
Hello, Charlie.
What? What's... Who called?
Here on the slide. Watch me go!
Kid. He's all right. Just fooling around, I guess. Just kid stuff.
Here you go, honey. Good stiff scotch.
Thanks. That's better.
Want to play, Daddy?
Oh, leave Daddy alone for a while, Jimmy. He's not feeling well.
Daddy got a tummy ache?
That's right, Jim. We'll play later, okay?
You go on up to your room, sweetheart, and put your toys away. Okay, that's a good boy.
Play later?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Play.
Look, I'm really all right, Susan. I guess I'm just a little out of shape.
Well, what happened?
I don't know. It was a wave of nausea. I felt as if there was a vice around my chest. I couldn't breathe.
Do you think it was your heart?
I don't think so. When I got back to the street, I felt fine.
You know, it sounds like an anxiety attack.
Why would I have an anxiety attack, for God's sake?
Oh, how should I know? I'm not a psychiatrist. But, you know, you did have an unhappy childhood.
Oh, Susan.
Oh, really, maybe the playground triggered something, some memory. And you responded physically instead of emotionally.
Thank you, Sigmund Freud.
Charles.
Well, you really think that's what it was?
Yes, I do. I mean, you know how you buried those memories. It's always been like pulling teeth getting you to talk about your childhood. You know, I think you're doing some kind of transference and trying to find a reason for Jimmy not to go.
Look, I'm all for Jimmy going. It's
Well, what?
It's that playground. Do you ever get a feeling about a place that something just isn't quite right about it?
Well, why? I mean, weren't the children having a good time?
I suppose they were. They were having a loud time.
Well, then why?
Like, for one thing, I didn't see anybody around supervising the kids.
Well, they're probably taking a coffee break. I mean, somebody has to be in charge.
Well, I didn't see anybody. And another thing, there were a lot of big kids playing pretty rough.
Was anyone hurt?
No, I guess not. But adults don't always see what's really going on. Look, I know I was always getting beat up and nobody ever noticed.
Oh, there you hear yourself. You got upset because you were reminded of your childhood.
You know, you're probably right.
Well, you admitted it yourself.
The smells, the sounds, yelling and screaming. Well, it did sort of come back. And I overreacted.
Good.
Why good?
Well, because now you understand what happened. I mean, you know, it's probably why you've stalled so long about enrolling Jimmy in a play center.
Makes sense.
Oh, but honey, he'll be fine. You know, he's had a wonderful childhood so far, and I mean, we know enough to protect him from the kinds of traumas that you suffered.
Pretty smart lady.
You're right. And you know what? I am so smart, I'm also going to make an appointment with Dr. Pascal for a complete physical checkup.
There's nothing wrong with my body. It's my head that's screwed up.
Oh, come on. You haven't had a physical in over 5 years.
Okay. I'll go.
Good.
Hey, look. I'm feeling fine now. The drink helped. I'm going to take Jimmy for a little walk around the neighborhood before dinner.
Oh, you like that.
I should spend more time with him anyway. Hey, Jim. Let's take a walk, kid.
I'm coming, Daddy, I'm coming. Buy me a toy, Daddy, buy me a toy.
We're not around any toy stores, Jimmy, and let's just enjoy the walk, okay?
Okay, Daddy.
I'll tell you one thing. You're a lot more agreeable than I was at your age.
Daddy! Kids!
That's the playground. You'll be going there soon.
Wanna go playground! Wanna go playground!
Not today, kiddo. Let's cross over now.
Playground!
Jimmy, no. Come back here, right now. Jimmy! Jimmy! Jimmy, don't you ever run away like that again.
Wanna play on playground!
No, Jimmy. I told you, not today. It's almost dinner time.
Please, Daddy, please,
Oh,
Look at that kid. Yeah, crybaby. Hey, kid, what you crying for?
Don't cry, Jim. You don't want those boys to think you're a baby, huh?
Hey, kid, you want to come in the playground and play with us?
He can't. He's going home to dinner. Come on, Jimmy. Come on.
Hello, Charlie.
What?
Daddy?
Him again.
See you later, Charlie. Play with boy, Daddy?
No, we're going home, now. Charlie! Oh, Frank, it's you.
Hey, how'd you make out with that playground business yesterday?
No, I didn't like it much. Nah, it's too noisy and rough. Yeah? Hey, what is it with kids these days, huh? They don't show any respect. Sign of the times. How about a drink? Sure. Should have gone with you yesterday. Oh, did Tom Marshall join you? No, as a matter of fact. Barely knew me when I went over to him. Yeah, I told you he's changed. Huh? Yeah, I'll say.
Charles! Charles!
Well, Susan, hi. Hey, look, Frank, how about a rain check, huh? We'll do it tomorrow for sure. Yeah, no problem.
Hi, Frank.
Hi. Well, have a nice night. See you on the train, Charlie.
Hi, honey.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I was shopping. Thought I'd surprise you and pick you up.
Haven't been picked up in years. Where's Jimmy, in the car?
No, he's at the playground.
You left him there alone?
Just for a while, so I could shop. Might as well get used to it.
You know, I'm still not convinced it's the best place.
Oh, I thought it was all settled.
Well, I wanted to check out some other places.
Oh, 4. They're pretty much the same, and then the advantage of this one is that it's close to home.
Look, let's just get over there, okay? I want to be sure Jimmy's all right.
He's probably having the time of his life.
Uh-huh. I don't see him anywhere. Yeah, I just can't believe you leave a 4-year-old in here with all those screaming banshees. Listen to them.
Charles, these are perfectly normal children. They're just playing.
I don't call that playing. Look over there. That group of boys. What are they doing? They're throwing themselves against each other like it's some kind of demented football players. I bet Jim's right in the middle. Yeah, I see him. They're chasing him. They're carrying the bullets. Jimmy, over here, run! Come on, Jim! You see that, Susan? They're after him.
It's only a game of tag, for goodness sake.
Jimmy, come on, run!
Daddy, they were chasing me.
It's all right, Jimmy. I've got you, son. Little bastards, get back in there!
We didn't do nothing. We was just playing.
Go on, get back!
Charles! Jimmy's just fine. Aren't you, sweetheart?
The big boys, they chased me.
There, you see?
See what? An innocent game of tag, and you're turning them into man-eaters. And besides, Jim is the new boy in the crowd, and you know children always test each other.
Yes, I know.
I mean, how is he ever going to learn to stand on his own 2 feet if you keep trying to fight his battles for him? He's got to get in there and earn their respect.
Respect from those monsters? This place is some kind of special hell.
What are you talking about?
I don't want to argue. Let's just go home.
Hi, Charlie.
Who's that?
How the hell should I know?
He knows your name.
One of those smart-ass kids that calls everybody Charlie. God, I'd like to beat their pulpy little brains out, the whole lot of them.
Charles, you're doing it again.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, Charles? What are you doing?
I'm getting dressed. I can't seem to fall asleep. Thought I'd go for a walk.
Oh, what time is it?
It's late. Go back to sleep.
Yeah, I will. In a minute. Look, now that I'm awake, I want to say something to you.
Please, Susan, no more discussion. I can't handle it right now, okay? I just need a little time to myself to think.
Look, Charles, please. I want to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I don't mean to be unreasonable, okay? I know how hard this is on you, but it's rough on me, too. But I really feel that it's the best thing for Jim. You know, we've protected him for too long. It's time to cut the cord. Come on, you'll see. It'll work out fine.
You really think I'm being irrational about this, don't you?
Oh, honey, if you'd stop for a moment and listen to yourself, you'd realize it too.
Well, good night.
Good night.
What am I doing back here? It's a loathsome place. Like a prisoner of war camp. All it needs are dogs. What's the matter with me? Susan's right. I'm being totally irrational. But...
Hello, Charlie.
What are you doing in there? So late at night.
I sneaked out to see you. I knew you'd come.
Who are you?
I'm Tommy Marshall.
Oh, I thought there was something familiar about you. You're Tom Marshall's son.
Right, Charlie.
You know, Tommy, it's not very respectful to call an adult by his first name.
I have a lot of respect for you, Charlie. That's why I want to help you.
Help me?
Sure.
How?
My father felt the same way you do. He wanted to do something about it. He wanted to spare me the misery of this place.
It's true, isn't it? I've seen the bullying around here. Why can't Susan see it?
People see things differently, that's all. I guess it's got a lot to do with your own experiences.
Yeah. Every time I come here, I remember something else about my boyhood. When I think about those days, I don't know why I'm talking to you like this. Except that you've got such a grown-up way of talking. You said your father felt the same as me. What did he do?
He went to the office here and told them how he felt. He was afraid for his son, the way you are for Jimmy. So, he made a bargain.
What sort of bargain? With whom?
I don't know, but it's a way to help your son. You want to help him, don't you?
Of course I do.
Then come here tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Bring Jimmy with you to the office.
This is ridiculous, talking to a child like this. I'm going home. Maybe I'll finally get some sleep. You too, Tommy. You go home. Your dad'll be worried about you.
No, he won't. Tomorrow, Charlie, 4 o'clock, with Jimmy. Go to the office, explain it all. You'll see.
Forget it, Tommy. I'll solve this on my own.
4 o'clock tomorrow. See ya.
Hello?
Susan, it's me.
Oh, Charles. I'm so glad you called. You left so early this morning, we didn't get a chance to talk. Hey, were you avoiding me?
No, I just didn't want to go over it all again.
You know it's the best thing for Jimmy, don't you? Charles?
I heard you.
I mean, you do understand, don't you? He needs more than just his parents. And we can't take the place of children his own age.
Yes.
And he has to learn to give and take and, well, and fight, I suppose, if he has to.
Yes.
It'll be good for Jimmy. You'll see.
Yes.
Charles? You all right?
Susan, I'll be home a little earlier today. We'll go together to the playground. 4 o'clock.
Ring around a mulberry bush.
The monkey chased the weasel.
Pocket full of weasel.
Oh, it won't be long before you know all the right words, Jimmy. The other children will teach you. Won't they, Charles?
Yes. They'll teach you everything.
You all right, Charles? You sound, I don't know, peculiar.
Oh, I'm fine.
You know, I can't think of anything better for Jimmy than this.
I hope so. It all depends on the office.
Well, the rates for playgrounds must be fairly standard. You're not going to quibble about money, are you?
No. But there will be a price.
Well, of course there'll be a price. Did you bring a checkbook?
Oh, it's all under control.
Play a game, Daddy. Play a game.
Yes, Jimmy. Very soon now. Susan, just remember this. I love you both.
Oh, and I love you.
Hello, Charlie. Hi.
That little boy is very rude.
Yeah, I'll speak to him about it. Why don't you wait here, Susan? I'll take Jimmy in. Get him registered.
Okay, dear. Now, you have a good time, Jimmy.
Bye, Mommy.
Bye, honey. I'll come for you at 6 o'clock.
Are you ready, Jim?
Yes, Daddy.
Okay, now, hold on to Daddy's hand. Tight, Jimmy. Tight. Keep walking, Jim. Jim. Come on. Hurry. Over there. Come on, Jim. Jim. Let's get inside. No one here. It's 4 o'clock. Jimmy, come sit on Daddy's lap.
Okay.
Attaboy.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, Tommy, where's the person in charge?
It's all right, Charlie. I'll just sit here at the desk.
I don't think you should be here, Tommy.
So you decided to come.
Why, yes, well,
That's good.
Why don't you run along and play?
Play, Daddy?
No, Jimmy, not you.
That's right, Jimmy. Not you.
You're a very strange little boy.
The boy is father to the man.
Look, Tommy, I'd just as soon wait for whoever's in charge here.
No one else is coming, Charlie.
What do you mean?
Today it's my turn to initiate you. That's how it works here. Next time, it'll be your turn.
I'm tired of all these riddles.
Okay, no more riddles. You're a good man, Charlie. You're like a lot of fathers. You'd do anything to spare Jimmy all of this.
Yes, I would.
Even trade places with him?
I don't understand.
Sure you do, Charlie. Tom Marshall was just like you. He worried about Tommy. He wanted to save him the torture of growing up. So, he made the bargain. I made the bargain.
You?
I'm Tom Marshall, Charlie. I traded places with my son, just like you're going to do.
I didn't know that was the bargain.
It's not a bad bargain, Charlie.
And, what'll I have to do?
Just play in the playground every day, and go to school, of course.
Repeat my childhood. Grow up all over again.
Yes, but you know what to expect. You've been through it already.
Yeah.
You can handle it.
Oh, yes. I can handle it, yeah.
It's the right thing, Charlie. You'll see. You'll be glad for Jim.
I feel strange. What's happening to me?
You're doing fine, Charlie.
Daddy, I'm scared.
Nothing to be scared of anymore, Jim. Hi, Jimmy. Want to play on the slide?
No, it's too high.
Go on, Jimmy. Slide. Slide all the way down.
Hurry up.
Yeah, go on. We're waiting.
Everyone's waiting, Jimmy. Come on, I'll give you a push.
Don't push me, Tommy, please.
Slide, Jimmy. Slide. No!
Charles, there you are. I've been watching Jimmy. He's having so much fun.
Yes, I'm sure he is. Why don't we go on home now, Susan?
Why don't you want to stay and watch him play?
No, I don't think so.
All right, dear. Let's go. You know, we really did the right thing, Charles. It's going to make a world of difference to Jimmy.
Yes, it will.
You're a good father, Charles Underhill.
The boy is father to the man.
What?
Oh, nothing. Just an expression.
Twinkle, twinkle, little lamb? What are the words? You're going to have to take hold of Daddy's hand tight, Jimmy. Tight. He's going to need all the help he can get over the next little while. After all, being a grown-up is a pretty frightening business. On this or any other side of the vanishing point. Reality is habit-forming. You phone home, a familiar voice answers. The file is where you left it, on the desk. You drive the same route to work and back each day. You could do it blindfolded. That might even be safer. Because while your eyes are open, there is always the chance you might be distracted from the well-trodden path. Distracted by that doorway, which is not a doorway. The vanishing point.
4:23 on a Friday afternoon. We have another beautiful spring day on the coast. 17 degrees at Vancouver Airport. And more of this to come on the weekend. Sunny skies will prevail over most of BC, except for some broken cloud in the far north.
Hey, come on, lady.
Oh, it's not so nice everywhere, though. In Ontario, a late winter storm has buried Toronto under 60 centimeters of snow. Just think of those poor Easterners up to their you-know-whats.
So choose one lane or the other, will you?
I'm glad I moved west of the Rockies. Turning to traffic, we have volume delays on most major streets, and a holdup reported on the Lions Gate Bridge.
Now you tell me.
I think this out due to a man threatening to jump from the bridge. Police are on the scene.
Jump? What time for it? Oh, there he is. Just a kid. What's he got to jump for? Oh, correct! What are you, a tourist? Gotta stop and watch? Hey, where'd you go there, kid? Did he jump? He must have. See? I hope they got a boat or something to pick him up. Oh, drinks. That's what I want. Nice big gin tonic. Fresh lime. Sit out in the yard. Relax. That's funny. Oh, look at those lights in. Must have been just today. I don't remember. Oh, great way to start the weekend. Run a light and hit someone. Okay. Almost there. Turn that down.
What?
The music!
Oh, okay.
What's up?
Is that your car?
Yeah, well, it's my dad's.
Well, would you mind moving it? There's plenty of room on the street.
Why should I move it?
I'd like to get into the driveway. I live here.
Huh?
Who are you, anyway? One of Janet's friends? I've never seen you before.
I think you got the wrong house, mister.
Well, maybe Laura's. That's it.
I don't know any Janet.
Just move the car, will you?
Look, this isn't your house.
What are you talking about? I've lived here 15... What, am I on the wrong street or something? Where's...
Are you feeling all right?
Just a minute. No. This is it. There's Jack's place, the church.
You look sort of funny.
So where's my house? Where's my goddamn house?
name, please?
Dr. Erickson, I'm on call.
Oh, yes, doctor. Come in.
Hey, here she is. Sleeping Beauty.
Yes, it's me. Hi, Jamie. Hello, Mary.
Good morning, Doctor.
You look a little rough around the edges. Not a great night?
At 4 a.m., this is what you get. Was it you that called me in? Yeah, I should have known.
Hey, you're on the list. Everyone else is in Hawaii.
Uh-huh.
I've got a whole floor to look after. I can't spend all night in the cells.
I wish you'd stop calling.
A joke, a
Yes,
joke.
all right, okay. So, what do you have for me, Dr. McRae? Who do you have?
Well, it's a man. Mid-40s, I would guess.
Was that him?
You got it.
Oh, wonderful.
He was arrested for creating a disturbance. When he didn't sober up, the police brought him to us. We have him restrained now.
Was he violent?
He gave us some trouble. Here's his chart, what we have.
No name.
Not a real one.
Oh.
What's the matter?
100 milligrams of Thorazine.
Not subtle, I know.
And he's still shouting.
Yes.
Oh. Is he a heroin addict?
Oh, there's no sign of it. We have a test in, but...
And he's just hysterical.
That he is.
One of the aides is with him, Doctor, if you want to have a look.
Yes, I better.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Have fun.
Yeah, thanks.
This way, Doctor.
Yes.
Danny!
Yeah, right here. I just went for some coffee.
I asked you not to leave him.
I was just gone a second. Really? Hiya, Doc. You going in?
Yes. Maybe give me a minute on my own.
Sure.
Hello. My name is Dr. Erickson. They've asked me to look after you. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Would you like to tell me? It would help me make contact with your family. Only if you want. Can you hear me?
Sure, I hear you.
Good. Mister...
You want to loosen these.
Pardon me?
The straps. I can hardly breathe. Just a little. I'm not sick. I don't need to be in this bed.
Let's talk for a minute, and I'll see what I can do. All right? Now, will you tell me your name?
It's Borman. M. Borman.
I'm sorry, I don't believe that. You want to try again?
You know my damn name.
No, I don't.
Well, just loosen these straps, will you? I feel like I'm dying.
Name?
Davis.
Davis. All right. First name?
Arthur. 550 Mathers, 922-5019.
Very good.
Hey, where are you going? Let me out of this thing. Just my arms. Hey, I just want to smoke a cigarette.
Danny?
Yeah.
I think we can let Mr. Davis have an arm free, don't you?
Sure, if you want. Which arm, pal?
Right. Oh.
Is that better?
Oh, yeah, thanks. What are you doing?
I'd like to take your pulse, if you don't mind.
My pulse? What?
Danny, will you ask Mary to bring in the...
Get your hands off me, bastards! Let me out of this thing! Let me out! Let me out of this, you damn bugger!
What happened?
Haldol, 3 cc's.
All right.
Let me out of this.
Sorry about that, Doc.
No, it was my fault.
You okay?
Yeah, wide awake now.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Who is this person? Has he been in here before?
I've never seen him.
Oh, he gave me a name. Will you take this upstairs and have them run a records check for me?
Sure.
Now, have them start with the city and go on if they need to.
Yeah, will do.
How is he?
It's taking effect.
Good.
I'll get someone to clean up. Would you like some coffee, Doctor?
In a minute, thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Davis? How are you feeling now?
Sleepy. Tired.
Good. I think you need some sleep.
What? Gone, I told you.
Pardon me?
Gone. Disappeared. Everything. House, Martha, the kids. I go home and...
Your house is gone?
Yeah.
Well...
Some strange people living next door. Who are they? Say they don't know me. I lived there 15 years. Built the damn garage.
When did this happen?
When?
Last month? Yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. I get in the car, go home, and it's not there. Left work, go in the car.
Work? Where do you work?
Real estate. Rim Real Estate. Downtown in Georgia. 1036.
Who can I call there?
Yeah, I called Doug. McClure, you'll find him.
McClure, all right. Good.
Oh, yeah. Tired now. Going to sleep.
You do that.
Hello? Yes? Anyone there?
Jamie? It's Liz. Sorry, I've got my mouth full. You called me?
Yeah, where are you?
I'm just at my office having some lunch.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got some information for you with reference to last night's arrival.
Oh, good.
Maybe. First of all, from records, no Arthur Davis, no A. Davis matching the description was a psychiatric patient in a provincial hospital in the last 12 years.
Really?
We could go back further, but those records aren't on computer, and the staff won't be pleased.
No, it's probably not necessary.
Also, the police came around and gave me their end of the story.
Oh, yes?
They picked him up in West Van, apparently. He was trying to force his way into a house. No one in the house had ever seen him before.
This was on Mather's Avenue?
Yeah, that's right.
He claims he lives there.
Well, he doesn't. Not only that, but the car he drove up in was stolen from a parking lot yesterday afternoon.
I see.
So, quite the character you've got here. Any idea what's wrong with him?
Not yet.
Any instructions?
How do you mean?
Well, medication or...
Jamie, I haven't even seen the man when he wasn't drugged to the eyeballs. Give me a chance. Give him a chance.
Okay. See you later.
I'll be in.
This is all a trick, isn't it?
Pardon?
The whole thing. I know how you did it, too. The scotch in my office. You put some drug in the bottle. I thought it tasted funny. You hypnotized me, made me think I was driving
I did all this?
You and your comrades, sure.
To what end?
Because you're KGB or CIA. You're trying to brainwash me, turn me into your agent.
What an idea.
It's true, isn't it? I've read about these things.
Mr. Davis, do you know where you are? The psychiatric ward at Vancouver General Hospital.
Sure, that's where you do these things, just like in Russia.
I see. And why did we pick you?
How should I know? You've got your reasons.
I assure you, none of this is true.
Then what am I doing here?
We assume you're suffering a psychotic attack. You were arrested for assault, and since you've been here, you've displayed bizarre and aggressive behavior and consistently lied as to your identity. Now, until we know who you are and what's wrong with you...
You know damn well who I am. You know everything about me.
Mr. Davis, none of what you told me checks out. You don't live at 550 Mathers. There is no Rim Realty, no Doug McClure who knows you. No medical records, no birth certificate, no driver's license, nothing. Either everything you've told me is a lie, or you don't exist. Which is it? Well?
Give me the telephone.
Why?
Just give it to me.
All right.
This is a trick, isn't it? There's one of your people on the other end.
Do you really think we have the budget?
Yeah, who is this? Who are you? I want to talk to my wife, goddammit. Put her on. What?
It might have been a wrong number. Do you want to try again? Mr. Davis?
No, damn you! What are you trying to do to me? Where are they? Where did you take them?
Who?
My wife, my kids. They were there waiting for me. Now it's gone. They're gone. Everything. Oh, my God. Get me a cigarette, will you? There in my jacket.
All right.
The other pocket. Yeah. Thanks.
What's this?
Huh?
It was in your pocket, part of a newspaper.
Oh, yeah. It's one of our ads. You see? Art Davis, Commercial Industrial Real Estate. That's me.
What newspaper is this from?
The Sun, yesterday.
I see. Mr. Davis, if I'm going to help, you'll have to answer my questions as truthfully and completely as you can. I want all the details you can give me. Let's start with your name. Who are you?
Arthur Davis.
Any middle name?
Yeah, William.
Date of birth?
May 20th, 1935, in Regina.
When did you come to BC?
Later on, in 64, I think, we drove out. I had this old Plymouth.
You were married at that time?
Oh, yeah, and we had our first daughter. Oh, it was beautiful. The mountains. I always wanted to go back, try climbing some, maybe look for gold. So I told him to shove it and quit. Then we started our own office. Made a lot of money till the market went dead.
Want to hear more? There's another tape.
No, thanks. That's enough for me.
What do you think of it?
What's to think? It all sounds very normal. Dull. Somebody's life.
Except that none of it checks out. Not one detail. Even this newspaper clipping, it's not from any paper I could find.
He made it all up?
I suppose he must have.
Well, it's not so unusual, is it? Imposture is an element of paranoid schizophrenia.
But this is different, Jamie. His story is so complex and consistent and banal. I mean, a schizophrenic might assume a mythic personality. God, Christ, Napoleon. But a real estate salesman?
So, he's an unusual case.
Unusual? The indications are so contradictory, I don't even know where to begin.
Well, are you ever completely certain? There are always contradictions, unusual elements. You just have to blip over them and go with your best judgment.
Yes, I suppose so.
Either that, or take his story at face value.
How do you mean?
Assume it happened as he claims. He left work, went home, and it had disappeared. Everything was changed.
Oh. Well, it's a child's dream, an archetype. You go home, but it's not there. It prepares you for separation, death of the parents. I know I had it when I was a girl. Very upsetting it was, too.
Hello. Here she is. When? All right, thanks. You're Mr. Davis. You locked a nurse in a closet, walked out the front door.
So rain, why don't ya? Singing, just singing. What a glorious... Hey, watch it. You want to drown me? Idiot! Yeah, wet. Pretty wet. Somebody stop and take me to a bar. Hey, hear that? Stop and pick me up. Hey, lady. You know, body. Get cold. A drink or something. Where's a damn bar? What a city, eh? Pouring rain, no place to drink. Hey, there's something. Cars. Stop a minute, why don't you? Hey, let me get across. Feels so good. Hey, let me by.
Mr. Davis? Hello? Can you hear me?
What? Martha?
No, it's Dr. Erickson.
Who? Oh.
Do you remember me?
Oh, sure. Where did you say? Where?
You were back in the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
You're lucky to be anywhere alive.
Am I? What happened?
You were struck by a car. Apparently, you were walking down the middle of Georgia Street. You don't remember?
Yeah, I guess so. The street, the cars.
Yes.
You know, Doc, it's funny.
What is?
I think I figured it out. That afternoon when everything happened. I remember now. I left the office, went out the door, and started to go to the elevator. Then I passed the stairs and I thought, I need the exercise, I'll walk down, so I did.
Yes?
That's it. The stairs were never there before. They're at the end of the hall by the washrooms. But Friday, the stairs were right in front of me, so I went in. After that, everything was different. It was all changed.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you figured it out.
Yeah. Me too. Me too, Doc. I don't know what good it does me. I can't find the stairs again if the whole building's gone.
Maybe it's a start.
Could be. It could be.
Yes. Oh.
Liz, wait till you see what I've got for you.
Money? Airline tickets?
Nope, even better. Listen to this. See what you think. Male, Caucasian, age 49 years, brown eyes and hair, height 5'11", weight 210 pounds, married, 2 daughters. See what I'm getting at?
No, but go on.
This is a missing persons report from Ontario. Last seen January 15th in Toronto. Left work at real estate office. Disappeared.
And the name?
Alan Davidson.
It's close. Oh, but how likely is it that...
There's a photograph. Not a good one, but have a look. What do you think?
It looks like him. May I keep this?
Sure. I've asked them to send more information so we'll be sure.
I'll take this down to him, see what happens. The photograph may start something. I don't know. He's built up such an elaborate story. I doubt he'll want to let it go.
Okay. Let me know, will you?
Will do. Thanks. Hello? Oh, Dr. Erickson.
Hi.
Good morning. Hi, Mary. How's it going?
I'm fine, thanks. You?
About the same. Quiet night?
Yes. Do you have business here today, Doctor?
Oh, just checking in. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Hi, Danny.
Hey, Dr. Liz, long time no see.
Oh, sure. It must be 6 or 7 hours, eh?
What?
Just joking.
Oh, yeah. You looking for someone, Doc?
Yes, my patient. Did you move him?
Your patient, who's that?
Mr. Davis, or whatever his name is.
Davis, eh? Geez, I don't think I know him. He just come in?
No. What do you mean you don't know him? You were here the night he arrived. He knocked over the table.
Yeah? I don't remember.
Is this a joke? What have you done with him?
I don't know what you mean, Doctor. Maybe you should ask Mary. She'll know. Come on.
What in the world?
Hey, Mary, do we have someone called Davis? Mr. Davis?
Yes. Davis?
No, there's no one by that name.
John Doe, then. You know who I mean. I visited him last night, for God's sake. Have you lost him since then?
Last night? You must be mistaken, Doctor. I was on duty. I don't remember. Your name isn't in the logbook.
What are you talking about? I've been in here every day since... What?
I haven't seen you in several weeks, Doctor.
Weeks?
Me neither, Doc. Not since that kid last month.
This is unbelievable. Jamie's put you up to this, hasn't he, Dr. McCrae? We'll get him on the phone. I don't think it's very funny. Well, call him.
Dr. McCrae's on holiday in Hawaii.
He was in my office an hour ago.
I don't think that's possible.
Well, possible or not, he was there. He gave me a missing persons report on our Mr. Davis. I brought it right here. Here. Is it just blank paper? Well, I know I put it in here. It's... What is this?
Don't worry about that lady over there. She's one of those things.
What's happened?
The door closes behind you and is no longer there. It is difficult to say if you are locked up or locked out. But either way, there can be no return once you have stepped through the vanishing point. What is the worth of a man? Inestimable, you say? Let's see. 24 elements make up the human body. Hydrogen and oxygen for the most part. A weight of calcium. Some valuable deposits of sodium and potassium in the nervous system. Precious traces of tin, fluoride, and silicone. With today's prices, you might fetch upwards of $100. Not too high. Of course, some men are worth more than others. Even a small fortune. It's whatever the market can bear at the vanishing point.
Franz, look. Oh, look at that one.
Impressive.
I'd call it masterful. The man has such incredible control.
Had, my dear. He is dead, you know.
Don't be facetious, darling. Oh, look at the brush strokes. They're bold. Almost arrogant, you'd think, but, I just...
But with the glorious talent to back it up, wouldn't you agree?
Jeremy. I'd like you to meet Franz.
My pleasure.
Franz and I met only last night, but he tells me he collects things, so I thought I'd bring him to see the Soutines. This Soutine especially. It's my favorite.
Which is yours, Jeremy?
Well, as owner of this gallery, I'd have to say everyone sold will probably turn out to be one of my favorites.
Frankly, Jeremy, I'm hoping Franz may take the hint and buy this one for me as a token of our new friendship.
Well, I'm wondering whether Soutine is worth it.
Oh, you're not serious.
At these prices, I certainly am. I have no artistic pretensions, you see. As Sophie said, Jeremy, I collect things of value, but it's their investment value that interests me, not their artistic merit.
Isn't that a little crass?
Well, at least it's frank, Sophie. All right, sir, let me meet you on your own ground. I predict that within 5 years, the price of any genuine Soutine will have quadrupled.
Then why are you selling these? Wouldn't you be better advised to hold on to them?
No, it's a fair question, Sophie. I'd love to hold on to them. Unfortunately, my banker doesn't leave me much choice. Oh, bloody hell.
What is it, Jeremy?
Look for yourself. See what just walked in.
Oh, poor man. He looks so down and out, so lost.
Oh, so looking for a handout, I suppose. Well, I'll deal with him in a hurry. Excuse me. You there? What the devil do you think you're doing here?
I saw Helmut's painting in the window, and I had to come in and see if he was here.
Helmut? Yeah. You're mistaken, old man. This is a vernissage of Soutine's work. That means private, by invitation only. Out.
Please, you don't understand. Helmut is what my wife and I used to call him. Just sort of a pet name.
Oh, really? Are you telling me you knew Soutine?
Yes. Of course, that was many years ago, but he lived with us. He was like family. In fact...
All right, enough. Now, will you leave, or do you want me to call the police? Come on, out.
No. Take your hands off me. I have a right to be here. More right than any of you.
My, such passionate conviction.
Please let me handle this.
No, I'm really curious. Tell me, old fellow, what gives you this right, as you call it?
Claims he knew Soutine. It's nonsense. Probably barged in, just looking for a free drink.
Oh, that's a lie. He was like a son to me. I mean, he was only a boy, but even then, a genius.
How long ago was this?
I guess 25, perhaps 30 years ago.
This is ridiculous.
Please, I don't want to cause any trouble, but there was a certain still life my wife and I both loved. Could I just look around to see if it's here?
No, you can't. I want you out of here now.
Jeremy, can it do any harm to have him look?
Sophie, please. If he knew anything about Soutine, he'd know that he destroyed all his early work before he destroyed himself. A year ago.
Helmut dead? Oh, no. No, I can't believe it. Helmut dead.
This collection is all that's left of Soutine. All done during his last 10 years. No other exists.
Excuse me, but there is one other. Mine.
What? Oh, now you're going to tell us you own a genuine Soutine, eh?
Yes.
I don't suppose you brought it with you by any chance.
Yes.
What was that you said?
Yes. I did bring it with me. It's always with me.
The man's obviously mad. Come on, old man. I don't want to hurt you, but I think it's time you...
Let go of me! Get your hands off me! All right. Then I'll show you. I'll show you all.
Stop him. He's ripping his clothes off.
Why, this could be amusing.
Damn you dare!
Oh, painting. Cheryl, look. It's not just painted. It's tattooed.
Let me see that. It's not possible. Please, old fellow, could you hold still a minute?
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, the style is Soutine's, no question about it. But tattooed? How could it be possible?
Maybe it was copied from the original.
No, I don't think so. Please, old fellow, will you hold still just another moment?
I don't feel well. I'm cold.
No, it's not a copy. I'm almost certain. The boldness, the immediacy of attack. It would have to be a Soutine, and yet...
Look here, it's even signed. Is it Soutine's signature? Well, is it?
Yes.
Of course, it is signature. Who else would sign it? Please, give me back my cloth.
Yes, of course. Here, old fellow. I mean, Mr. I'm sorry, you haven't told us your name.
But then you never asked it, did you? Seems to me you were too busy showing him the door. What is your name, sir?
Drioli. I feel weak. Could I please have a drink?
Of course. Oscar, over here. Quickly.
He looks like he's starving.
Here, drink this. There. That better?
Yeah.
Mr. Drioli, I hope you'll forgive our little misunderstanding before, but your story seemed so absurd.
You thought I was a liar. You thought I was a bum. Well, I'm neither. I've been down on my luck lately. That's all.
Of course. Could I get you anything else? Huh? Some food, perhaps?
No, thank you. I'm all right.
Then perhaps you'll tell us about this remarkable work of art you carry with you, Mr. Drioli.
Oh, please, he's still weak, Franz.
No, I don't mind. You see, I was a tattooist by trade. In those days, I was one of the best. I'm talking 30 years ago in Paris. Josie and I had this little flat in the Montparnasse. Nothing fancy, but comfortable. Kelmuk came to board with us, but he never seemed to have 2 sous to rub together, let alone pay us board. He wasn't easy to live with. He was quite mad, you know. Anyway, on this certain day, I think it was in November, I'm not sure, but I remember it was cold and miserable outside. Still, I came home feeling really good. I had reason to be that day. Josie! Josie, my love! Where is everybody?
Shh, Anton, you must be quiet. Helmut is working, and he's in the most dreadful mood.
And when isn't he? Calmo!
Anton, please.
Calmo! God, there you are. My boy, come on.
What in hell are you shouting about, you fool? Can't you see I'm working?
I can see you've been working too hard, that's what. Look here, do you see what I brought home with me? Do you? Wine. 6 bottles. Count them. We are going to celebrate.
What in hell have I to celebrate? I haven't sold a goddamn thing in months, and that pig who calls himself my agent.
Forget that, Calvin, just for tonight. All right.
What has got into you, Anton?
I'll tell you what, my love. Today has been such an incredible day. I did 9 tattoos. Would you believe that? 9. So, we're rich.
All right, so you're rich. That makes you a rich fool. So what?
Oh, no, Carlo. Tonight you can insult me all you want, but it won't matter. Tonight, my children, we 3 are going to get splendidly, gloriously drunk. And we did. Oh, we did. Even Helmut mellowed with it. We had never seen him laugh as he did that night.
Excuse me, but why did you give him that name, Helmut?
Oh, a little joke. He came from Western Russia, and he had the look of a Helmut, a Tartar.
Interesting, I'm sure. But the painting?
Well, as it turned out, the 6 bottles weren't enough. We went out for more. And all this time, drunk as I was, this idea had been stirring in my head.
Then it is agreed. You divorce Josie and I marry.
Oh, he's not on that again.
Why not? He's a fool and I'm a genius and I adore you and...
Anything your heart desires. But first, my little Helmut, I want you to do something for me.
Benjamin, here it comes.
Listen. I want a painting from you.
Is that all? Go ahead, take your pick.
No, a special painting, one I can have with me always, wherever I go, whatever happens. A painting of my love, of my Josie.
Now you're talking. All right, I'll do it. A nude study of Josie.
No, not nude. Absolutely not.
Why not? I'll get a canvas right now.
No! Helmut, will you listen to me? I want you to paint a picture on my back.
But it would wash off the first time you bathed, Anton.
Maybe he intends never to bathe again.
Oh, no.
Then you leave him for sure, right, Josie?
No, listen, damn it. I want you to do the painting on my back. No, on my skin. Then I want you to tattoo over it.
Anton.
You're crazy. What do I know about tattooing?
There's nothing to it. I'll teach you in 2 minutes. Look, I have my whole kit here. All the needles. Every color has a good name. Now, watch. I plug in the electric needle. Watch, honey. See how easy it is. Finally, it was agreed. It would be a portrait of Josie. Drunk as he was, Helmut mastered the needles in no time. His hands were as steady, as masterful as always. And drunk as I was filled with joy at the thought that both of the people I loved most in the world would be with me always.
What an incredible story. But to disfigure your own body like that? For life?
Disfigure? To offer the skin of my back as a canvas to a genius? Madam, I'm in no offense, but as beautiful as you are, I would not exchange my skin for yours.
What would you exchange it for, Drioli?
What? I don't understand.
Of course you do. You possess a certain important work of art which happens to be on your skin. Would you consider selling it?
Franz, you can't be serious.
But it's ridiculous to even... I mean,
let's
how could
just
you possibly...
suppose an acceptable way could be found, agreeable to both parties.
Hold on now. I think that, as the owner of this gallery and of the Soutine collection, I have a certain prior right here.
Oh, really? Considering the shabby treatment you gave this man, I should think you would be the last person he would consider selling the painting to.
How dare you, sir? May I remind you that you were a guest here, and if it weren't for Sophie, you wouldn't be admitted here at all.
The fact is, I am here. The fact is, what we have here is purely and simply a piece of valuable merchandise. Why shouldn't it go to the highest bidder?
Franz, don't you think this has gone far enough? Last night I thought you were different.
And last night, my dear, I thought you were enjoyable for a few hours at least. Today, I find you a bore.
You bastard.
Be quiet and stay out of this.
Mr. Drioli, can we discuss this privately? I'm sure we can come to some arrangement.
What are you going to do? Skin the bugger?
That's not funny in the least. I'm sure there's a way. They're doing wonders with plastic surgery these days. Perhaps we could...
Skin graft? Oh, come now, Jeremy. Surely you know that at Drioli's age and in his condition, such an operation would kill him. Or wouldn't it matter to you?
Look here. I've had quite enough of you. I want you to leave this gallery right now. Do you hear?
I intend to. And I intend to take Drioli with me if he'll come. But trust me, my friend, what I have to offer...
Don't listen to him. He knows nothing about art. Nothing of the value of an early Soutine. I can make you rich, Drioli. Unbelievably rich.
Stop it! The painting is not for sale.
I'm not for sale. What do you think I am? Something to be bid over? Like a piece of meat? Oh, leave me alone, both of you.
Drioli, wait. Please. Listen to me.
Just leave me alone!
Drioli, wait. Please. Just for a second.
Can't you leave me alone? I told you...
I know. I just want to talk to you. You've nothing to fear from me.
Oh, sure. Like that other one. All you want is the skin off my back.
No, nothing like that. There's another way. Look, couldn't we go somewhere and... Oh, there now. Steady, old fellow. Are you feeling ill again?
No, just easy.
And just possibly hungry. Oh, yes. Well, we can fix that at least. Look, there's a nice restaurant just up the block. Come on, what do you say?
I don't need your charity.
It's not charity. Call it friendly concern. Admit it, Drioli. You weren't just hungry. You were starving. When was the last time you had a decent meal?
I don't know. A while, I guess. Things haven't been going too well. My hands, arthritic. Nothing works anymore.
Tell me, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Oh, 60. No, 61, I think, yes. You thought I was a lot older, didn't you?
You're not that old. You're still capable of enjoying the good life, aren't you?
Are you making fun of me?
Not at all. I think you are capable of enjoying the finer things. I can already see you appreciated the marinated duck and the Bordeaux. Here, have some more. Tell me, Drioli,
yes.
Do you like to swim and bask in the sun?
Of course. I suppose everyone likes that.
But not everyone can have the finest food, the very best wines from the Chateau of Bordeaux. Not everyone can have a cupboard full of the finest custom-made suits, silk shirts.
No, but what...
And what about the company of beautiful women? Your choice, no limit.
Stop it! You are making fun of me.
Sit down, Drioli. Come on, relax. I was not making fun of you, far from it. You can have all of these things and more.
In exchange for what? My skin?
In a way, but not the way that idiot at the gallery was suggesting.
Then, I don't understand.
Patience, you will. It's really quite simple. You see, Drioli, I'm a man who likes to acquire things of value, unique things, things that other people would give anything to own. Not necessarily because they mean anything to me aesthetically, but because I love to outbid, or let's admit it, outfox others to acquire them. It's a kind of a game with me, and since I'm already a very rich man, I can afford it. Do you follow?
I'm not sure.
Never mind. Let's put it this way. You have a thing of great value, a painting, as it happens, which happens to be on your back. I would like to acquire that painting.
Huh?
But since I can't very well separate you from it without doing you a lot of damage, I'm willing to take you with the painting.
You want to buy me?
No, not exactly. What I would like to do is put you on exhibition as a curiosity, if you like.
Well, I don't like. You want to make a freak show out of me?
A freak show? Not at all. A walking art exhibit, perhaps. But in such a way that you yourself would enjoy beyond measure. This I guarantee.
But what? How?
All right, listen. Among my most recent acquisitions is a small but very exclusive hotel in Cannes called the Bristol. Only the very rich can afford it, so I try to find, let's say, unusual diversions for them. You, Drioli, would fit the bill perfectly.
You mean you'd want me to walk around naked just so these people could stare at me?
No more naked than any of them. You'd be on the beach all day in a pair of swimming trunks. Does that sound unpleasant to you?
No.
I should think not. It's also beautifully simple, don't you see? You spend each day just sunning yourself, while my guests enjoy the rare privilege of seeing what is, in effect, a $1 million art exhibit on your back.
I can't believe it. I mean, it's all so crazy.
Perhaps, but very real. Think of it, Drioli. Think of the rewards, yours for the asking, just as soon as you like, for as long as you live. Just say the word.
I don't know. It's all so...
Well, look, there's no hurry. Why don't you think it over, Drioli? Take your time. Just think about it.
Yes?
Mr. Drioli? I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I must speak to you. Please?
I'm sorry, I don't... Oh, yes. Aren't you the young lady who was at the art gallery the night I...
Yes. My name is Sophie Lassalle.
How did you find me?
Well, it wasn't easy. May I come in?
Yes, I suppose, though the place is a mess. Come in. I'd offer you something, Miss Lassalle.
Oh, that's all right. I'll come right to the point, Mr. Drioli.
Huh?
I had you traced here because I felt I had to warn you about this man, Franz.
Warn me?
Oh, yes. I know he went looking for you that night, and I've been worried for you ever since. Oh, please, I'm serious.
Excuse me, miss. I don't mean to be rude, but you're looking at a man who, up to a couple of days ago, thought his life was over. And suddenly, I'm about to have everything. I mean, everything I could possibly want. And respect. Respect! Do you know what that means to a man like me?
Is that what he promised you?
Yes, and more. I mean, who is ever given a second chance at my time of life? Mind you, I have to give something in return. I have to walk up and down at the beach of a luxury resort hotel, the Hotel Bristol in Cannes. I have to let people admire my back while I bask in the sun.
Mr. Drioli, please listen to me. You don't know this man. You don't know what he's capable of. Oh, what if Franz is lying to you? I mean, what if he wants to do...
Look here. Do you see this?
Money.
Yes, money. More money than I've seen in years. And he gave it to me, just to tide me over until we leave
You're
next
leaving
week.
with him?
Yes, I told you.
Mr. Drioli,
For
you mustn't.
Yes, I must. And I will. Do you think I'm going to give up this chance? Oh, no.
Look, all I want you to do is think about what I've been trying to tell you.
Please, miss, don't interfere. Don't ruin it for me. Please, just go away, please. Go away, and don't worry. It will be fine. It will be so fine.
Please sit down, Miss Lassalle. As I told you on the phone, this will have to be brief. I have a pretty heavy case list on my hands. The department
I
doesn't...
intend to be brief, Inspector. And I can assure you that what I tried to tell you on the phone will be of immediate concern to the department.
Well, frankly, that wasn't my impression. I'm sure you can appreciate that in my job, I can't afford to deal in conjecture. I deal with facts, or at least with probabilities. All you've given me so far are vague suspicions about a man you admit you've known only briefly, and against whom you seem to harbor some kind of grudge.
I know. That's all I had to go on until an hour ago when I called you again.
You mean you've got some new information?
More than that. Oh, I'm sick with the thought that I waited almost a month before I contacted you the first time. Now it may be too late.
Oh, please, Miss Lassalle. Exactly what is this new information you claim
All
to
right.
have?
You remember I told you how Franz had promised Drioli to set him up at his resort hotel in Cannes?
Yes, I have my notes here. The Hotel Bristol.
Yes. Well, I know Cannes pretty well, and I don't know why it never occurred to me earlier to check it out.
Check what out?
Well, finally it did occur to me the other day, and I contacted a friend who lives in Cannes. And this is what I received from him an hour ago.
A cable.
And what it says in essence is this. First, among all the people in Cannes who are in a position to know these things, not one has even heard of this man Franz, let alone seen him.
Really? But perhaps they...
Secondly, Inspector, and this is not conjecture, it is fact, there is no Hotel Bristol in Cannes.
And one more fact. Not more than a few weeks later, a very original picture by Soutine turned up for sale in Buenos Aires. It causes one to wonder, doesn't it? To pray for the old man's health, and to hope fervently that wherever he may be at this moment, he is on a beach, basking in the sun, that he is being paid the respect he desired and so richly deserved, that he has collected an admiring audience beyond the vanishing point. Planet Earth is being invaded. The flotsam and jetsam of dying suns. Meteor showers laden with the stardust of vanished solar systems. After 4 billion years, the Earth has grown accustomed to these intrusions. But not us. We're kind of edgy. Newcomers in the scheme of things. We're not entirely sure we're welcome here ourselves. And so we make a wish on a falling star. A wish that it will burn up in our atmosphere. A wish that it is not the prelude to the vanishing point.
Somebody passed the butter.
Here.
Thanks.
Did anyone see the game last night?
Who, me?
Toss the salad up this way, would you, Sally?
Funny.
Catch it!
Wasn't that the vase I gave you?
Well, I almost caught it.
What are they doing blasting today anyway? It's Saturday. Don't we deserve any peace?
I don't think it's blasting. I saw a flash in the field, beyond the orchard.
Why would they be blasting?
Oh, it's probably another one of those defense buildings or something like that. Which they need, of course, to defend us against a war that probably wouldn't happen if they just stopped putting up the damn buildings. And the noise scares people half to death, even out here in the country.
You're right, Sally, but what can we do about it? Anyway, I think it's a meteor.
A meteor?
Let's go see.
Oh, no, dinner's already getting cold. Now sit down, both of you.
Bossy. Much too bossy. Always was. Can't think what you want to marry her for, Graham.
Oh, come on, Sal. You know you're curious.
Well, how many meteors have you seen lately?
Oh, all right, let's go.
There it is. Over there.
Slow down, will you, Dad?
Not much of a meteor, is it?
It turned up a lot of earth.
Well, that crater can't be more than 8 feet across.
But where's the meteor?
It must have buried itself. We'll get a gang to dig it up tomorrow.
You better rescue Mitty before she falls in.
Come away from there, Mitty.
I know you are all anxious.
Tomorrow, you will be on your way. So stay calm until then. Everything depends upon your being calm. You are all volunteers. There is no least among you. Your leaders are for administrative purposes only. You have volunteered for different reasons, but there is a common denominator. The determination that our race shall survive. Civilization is the ability to adapt to change. Until now, we have adapted. But now our world is senile, and we are not. We must find another home. Tomorrow the globes will launch, setting out for the four corners of the heavens. They might find anything. Or nothing. You are the seed of Forta, and we must hope that you will find fruitful soil. You are all that Forta signifies. Take our prayers with you.
You shouldn't have touched it. It ought to have been left where it was until the proper authorities had inspected it.
And who, Sergeant, are the proper authorities for the inspection of meteors?
That's beside the point. These days, a lot of things besides meteors fall from the sky. Even now that you've dug it up, you can't be sure.
It doesn't look like anything else.
All the same, Mr. Fontaine, you should have left it to us.
Well, it fell in our...
We'll know what to do next time a meteor crashes in our field, won't we? Suppose we go have a look at it.
Where is it?
It's in the shed, over here.
Sergeant?
It only went down a short way, so the men were able to dig it up easily.
You wouldn't say easily if you heard what they said about its weight.
It wasn't as hard as we expected either.
It's in here.
See? The only kind of weapon it suggests to me is a cannonball.
I didn't say it was a weapon, Mr. Fontaine.
Then why the hassle?
It's the principle. You shouldn't touch a mysterious object until the bomb squad has looked at it.
The bomb squad?
I've already called them. They should be here soon. Until then, we won't move the object.
How about touching it?
What?
It's almost cold now. What's it made of?
I imagine it's an ordinary chunk of meteoric iron. Odd that it didn't come down with more of a crash, though. You'd think a bomb would explode on contact, right, Sergeant?
It could be a delayed fuse of some sort. No one will disturb it until the bomb squad man sees it. What's that? What's that sizzling sound?
Sizzling?
Kind of a hissing noise. Listen.
It's coming from the meteor.
Do you smell anything?
What, gas? I don't think so.
Is it normal for meteors to sizzle, Mr. Fontaine?
I wouldn't know.
I see. Under the circumstances, I think we should withdraw to someplace safer on the other side of the house until the expert arrives.
My body aches. Oh, how long has it been? They said we should expect weariness after such a long journey. Didn't you take a capsule? Yes. It's beginning to work. So, we have arrived, Ewan. Listen to the noise. We seem to have come through it well. The woman in the compartment next to me is dead. There were 1,000 of us. We expected a few to die. When she didn't come out of her compartment, I went in. Her eyes were staring at me. Most of us have survived, Hans. Yes. I smell something odd. Their pumps are exchanging old air for new. Alien air. I wonder if there's alien life to go with it. They're cutting the way out. Won't be long then. If life exists outside, we must try to communicate with it. It is their world. I'm more concerned with the world itself. What looks promising through a telescope might be deadly in reality. No, Ewan. It's the life here that is important. We must work with it to establish ourselves. We could scarcely expect to find intelligence on a planet so young. Yes, that's true. Aren't they through yet? Almost. We're through, Hans. We're through. Assemble in the central chamber. We're almost there. Almost in our new world. Hurry, Hans. Hurry. Quiet, quiet. Silence, please.
We have broken through to the outside world. It is irrevocable. We cannot reseal the globe. If we are separated, each group will elect its own leader and try to re-establish contact with the rest. We probably will never know how the other globes fared on their worlds. We must act as though we are all that remains of Forta. What we need is courage, not heroics, not momentary bravery. We are the seed of the future, and every grain is precious.
Halt! Son's asked us to halt, Ewan. Sorry. I was anxious to see what the world outside looks like. We all are. Have patience. Why have we stopped? Sons is surveying the new world. Why isn't she going out? Perhaps she's afraid. Sons? I doubt that. I'm afraid. Who knows what's out there? Can you see anything? Bits and pieces. It's gloomy outside. There are shadows everywhere. The ground is littered with boulders. I can see ridges stretching far into the distance, and someone has blocked my view. Is there life outside? I can't see. Well, never mind, we're moving again. Feel the ground, Ewan. It's not soil. Look at the sun. It's square. Oh. Walk carefully. There are many crevasses. They must be artificial. They run parallel to each other. And they're perfectly straight. I wish I could see further, but this plane is so dark. I think this is a geometrical world, lit by a square sun. Rubbish. Then how do you explain it? I do not rush into swift, facile explanations. I observe, and then, when I've gathered enough data, I deduce. Well then, what do you deduce from a square sun? It may not be the sun. It may be some sort of reflector. Despite its size, it doesn't give off much light. And certainly no warmth.
Don't wander about. We must organize.
What was that? Something's coming.
Draw your weapons. Can anyone see it?
It's too dark.
There it is.
It's at least as large as the globe.
Don't be afraid. It's only studying us.
Look at its eyes, Mewan. They don't have the intelligence to study us.
It's coming closer.
Look at its legs, like massive pillars. What are they covered with? Strands of shining black metal?
And the stench of its breath.
Its mouth is like a cavern.
I think it's about to...
Crushed. How many? 20. At least.
Move back. Stay away from the paws.
A dozen more. Not so close, sons. She's under it. It's a killer. I think so.
A brave leader.
There's no time to mourn. We must find safety in case there are more creatures. Why don't we go back inside the globe, yes? The creature was as large as the globe. We can't hide there. What about our equipment? Once we found a safe place, we can return for it. Here. We can hide in this cavern. I'm not sure about this. Why not? I don't think this is a natural cavern. The cliff above us is perfectly straight and perpendicular to the ground. Nonsense. The cliff's made of the same material as the ground we're standing on. See? It's what I said. A geometrical world. Yes, that must be it. And this cavern, its height is too regular, too precise. Doesn't matter. At least in there, the creatures can't get at us. Yes. It's too narrow for those huge paws to reach. Follow me. What a stench. Something must live in there. How far back does the cavern go? I'll take some of you with me to see if there's another exit. Who will come? I will. Go. I'll stay here.
No. You have no adventure in you.
There may be more creatures.
What can be worse than the one that attacked us already?
Good luck, then. The rest of us will wait here. How long have they been gone?
Hours. Oh, most of us are asleep.
I wonder if they found an exit.
I hope so. I'm not looking forward to setting foot out there again. Not with that creature there. Even dead, it's terrifying. Do you think that's all the life of this world?
There must be more. There has to be. What's that? Something's outside.
Another creature?
No. It's bigger.
How much bigger?
It reaches to the sky. The whole plain is awash in light, and I can't make out details. But it's not coming toward us. I think it's looking for something. What was that? It may be communicating. Wait. It's picking up the dead creature. Why? I don't know. I think it's gone.
What did it want with the creature?
That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is the second creature's size. If things like that exist on this world, what chances have we?
What the hell are you doing with that, Brown?
It's a cat, Sergeant.
I can see that.
Why, thought the bomb squad might want to examine it.
What makes you think the bomb squad is interested in dead cats, Constable?
Well, 2 hours ago, I went into the shed to check the object to see if there was any developments. I remembered... Excuse me, sir.
Sure.
I remembered you warning about the gas, sir, but the hissing had stopped. The object seemed inactive, so I went closer. You know, there are a lot of scars and dents in that thing. When I went down to examine it, I heard this faint buzzing sound.
You mean sizzling?
No, buzzing, sir. Like a circular saw, heard from a long way off. I decided the object was active after all, and I came out of there fast.
And you found the cat on the way out?
Oh, no, sir. The cat went into the shed about 15 minutes ago. I thought it might disturb the object, so I went in after it. I found it lying beside the object, sir.
Gassed?
No, sir. Look. See? Right under the jaw?
What made that hole?
I don't know. But it goes all the way through the head. Look. Comes out here.
Almost took the ear off.
Yeah.
No fumes. Of course, a bullet couldn't have made the hole anyway. The exit wound is as clear as the entrance. Is the thing still buzzing?
Well, it was silent when I found the cat.
Any ideas?
Well, if you pushed a piece of wire through the head, it might make a hole like that, but it'd be pretty messy, and there was no... Well, I mean, the cat seems pretty well undamaged, sir.
Who'd want to kill a cat anyway?
Well, I don't know, Sergeant.
Isn't it about time that bomb squad man showed up?
I'm worried about Issa's party.
They're fine. You don't know how far they had to travel.
Has anyone seen the exploring party?
No.
They should have sent word.
Do you expect them to send someone back to ease your mind?
No. But I'm worried.
Is the creature coming back?
There are 3 of them.
As large as the previous one?
2 are larger. They're blocking some of the light, and I can see them in more detail. They walk on two legs. The forelegs appear underdeveloped. They're picking up the globe. Picking it up. They've taken our globe. Our globe is gone? Yes. Our equipment, everything. Our possessions, our inheritance, all of it. What can we do without the globe? Very little.
Hans!
Ewan,
Hans!
where's the rest of the exploring party?
Dead.
What?
Only 2 of us survived.
What happened?
Behind the cavern, we found a series of tunnels. They went back as far as we could see. Foul with the smell of unknown creatures. This broke us into groups.
There are 5 tunnels and 20 of us. We'll split into 4s and explore them.
There's a horrible smell, Is.
You'll get used to it. If any of us finds an exit, we'll return to the cavern and wait for the rest. It's dark, and there are many obstacles. So walk carefully. Watch that boulder. Its edge is sharp.
There are a lot of droppings about. Smell them. By their size.
We have weapons.
There may be things we can't defeat with our weapons.
If we defeated the creature that attacked us by the globe, we can defeat anything.
I wouldn't assume that.
Look, down that passage. Do you see the shadows?
Creatures?
See how spindly they are?
See how large they are? Do you hear that?
A rock slide.
That's no rock slide.
Do you see anything?
Only shadows.
We're being followed, but I can't see anything.
Prepare your weapons.
Attack is unwise. We're confused in here. There are only 4 of us.
I see something.
Halt!
I think it's one of the spindly creatures.
Then we have nothing to worry about.
I disagree.
So do I. It towers above us. Its 8 legs makes it much nimbler.
And the claws.
Those fearful legs are too fragile to damage us. Watch this. I told you we could defend ourselves.
Exhausted.
So am I. Perhaps the tunnels have no end.
They must end somewhere. Or do you prefer risking the plane again?
I prefer getting back to the globe, where we're safe.
We're under attack. Fire at the legs. Did we lose anyone?
Not here. About those other tunnels, however.
Then we'll press on. We must find an exit. Do you see? Open country beyond.
Are we going to explore it?
No. We'll go back to the cavern. We may need all our numbers when we enter open ground.
Yes. There could be other creatures outside.
More of the spindly creatures.
No. It sounds different.
Can anyone see it?
Wait. I see it. There.
Where?
There. The gray lump. And it's not spindly.
Don't run! Defend yourselves!
They've had enough. They've had enough. Fend for yourself and let them do likewise.
And you haven't seen any of the others?
No. Only 2 of us made it out of the tunnels. The rest were killed by the gray creature or were lost in the dark.
Some may return then.
Perhaps, Hans. But it's just too easy to get lost.
It's as though we've been condemned to some fantastic hell.
At least, if we make it through to open country, we'll have survived the worst.
Yes. Maybe beyond the tunnels, this nightmare world gives way to sanity. Is it so much to ask? Simply to live, to work, to build in peace.
Be careful when you cut it open, Harrison. It might be a bomb.
I know that. It's my job.
Sorry. It's all yours.
Thanks. Would you both stand back, please?
Can I help?
No. Now, you see this little hole here? It goes roughly into the center of the object. I've probed it, and as far as I can tell, the object is harmless. I'm just going to cut it open. It's completely empty.
Empty?
See for yourself, a whole lot of little compartments, like a section of honeycomb. Hold it, it's not empty.
Get down!
Relax, Inspector. There's nothing explosive in here. A few packets of something that looks like seed, various powders, but no bomb.
What kind of seed?
Don't ask me.
If it isn't a bomb, what is it?
I don't know. I can tell you it isn't a bomb, but beyond that, you're on your own.
Well, Sergeant?
Well, we'll take it into town and examine it more closely there.
And we're still waiting to hear something.
Well, hell. I was sure it was a meteor.
It may still be. An artificial meteor.
A satellite?
You'd think if they sent something all the way across space, it'd be a little more intelligible.
Who?
What?
If who sent something all the way across space?
Imagine what it would be like if we could travel that far.
Oh, I didn't mean...
All the people who are tired of wars and sickness are setting out in a huge ship for a clean new world where we could start again.
That's not what I meant.
If we could only start again somewhere else. A place where we could live and work and be happy. That's Mitty. Something's wrong. She's dead. My God, poor Mitty. I wonder... Ow!
What is it?
Oh, something stung me.
What are those things? Ants?
No, they're not ants. I don't know what they are. Look at them. They can't be more than 1/4 of an inch long.
They look sort of like ladybugs.
Pink ladybugs. Oh, come on, Sally.
Pick one up, Graham.
All right. They can run fast enough. But here we go. See? That's no ladybug.
You're right.
Are those eyes there? No, I mean there, on the front of the body.
Yes, I guess they are. Oh, look. It's holding something.
Yeah.
A piece of grass or thin wire. Ow! Damn, these little bastards can sting. You got a spray handy?
In the shed, there should be something.
Hold on a minute. I'll get it.
How's the hand?
Hurts like hell.
Just hang on a minute until we've got rid of these things, and we'll have a look at it.
Here we go. It was on the shelf above the workbench.
Oh, that should do it.
What a bet. Look at them.
Hundreds of them crawling toward the shed.
Ah. There we go. See, they're slowing down. That ought to fix them. Yep, there they go, waving their little legs. Have I missed any?
I don't think so.
They've stopped moving anyway.
Nasty little things. I wonder what on earth they were.
Fortons, you have penetrated our atmosphere, our shield. But we cannot bear to have you penetrate our thick skins. Looking out into the vastness of space, we're not sure whether we aren't ourselves staring into the gigantic nozzle of a spray gun, while we search the skies for a glimpse of the hand on the plunger at the heart of it all, at the vanishing point. A 2-year position in an exotic land. a cause for excitement, and some alarm. There is so little which is familiar, so much which is strange. The faces of the people, what are they thinking? What is it that they see when they look your way? Best not to stare. Turn your attention elsewhere, to that spot where there are no faces, no eyes to meet your own. The Vanishing Point.
I remember a saying they have in that country, although I can no longer speak it in their dialect. The traveler may tell all that he has seen on his journey, but he cannot explain it all. That is the way I feel about the story of Joseph's brother. I heard it from Joseph. I went to see the brother, and afterwards I saw... What did I see? I thought about it, and think about it still. But I do not understand. And I tell it to a lot of people. A bit like the Ancient Mariner, although not because I was directly involved, not because I have a pettiness to expiate. Perhaps by the telling of it, I hope to make sense of it, to make it real. Or perhaps I simply offer it the way returned travelers in the old days might hand round something exotic after dinner. The vertebra of a white whale, for instance. Rhinoceros horn. An ostrich egg. The left hind foot of an elephant.
I feel something knocking against my eyes. Somebody kicked my head. I have written Tamale, Accra, Takoradi. Sit down, you two.
Is this Africa?
This is it, or one little part of it. But you must sit down. The road is too bumpy.
We want to see.
I know, but you must sit down.
Will we turn black in Africa?
No.
Why? Why won't we turn black in Africa?
Joseph was our cook steward. A kind of legacy to us from our friends Tom and Sheila, who had been out there for 2 years and had left a few weeks before our arrival. As we bumped up the road from the port to the university where we were to live, I took his picture out of my passport case and looked at him. My cook steward. A handsome, smiling, gap-toothed man.
Lucky you.
I'd never even had a cleaning lady, and now here I was with a cook steward. I looked at his picture again, and then out the window. Women in beautiful, bright-colored clothes stepped off the road and stood staring at us as we passed. Small children appeared at the edges of villages, jumping and shouting. Later we found out that Bronyi was the word for white man. 2 men, barefoot, their clothes slung over the left shoulder, stood talking seriously at a crossroads. Each had a Singer sewing machine on his head. Our friends had written us that Joseph could read and write and was an excellent cook. He would have his own quarters next to ours. I tried to imagine giving him orders. The huge trees of the rainforest towered above us on either side. Lorries honked merrily and sped past us on blind curves, their sides bulging with produce and people. Most had signs painted across the back. Jason? What's Psalm 100 about? That's the third time I've seen that on the back of a lorry.
I'm sure I don't know.
I'm glad you're driving.
Nearly there.
The Don't Mind Your Wife Chap Bar. Tarzan Transport. Sam's Cold Store.
Ah.
Maybe we can come back into town tomorrow and explore. Hotel de Kingsway. Jason.
What's the matter?
There was something written on a blackboard outside that gas station. A message. It said, Rex, 8:30 tonight. Pay up or die. We were surrounded by taxis, lorries, walking figures, noise. All of a sudden, the strangeness caught up at my throat. What if our cook steward didn't like us and put something in our food? This wasn't the British Empire anymore. How did these people really feel about the white man, however well-intentioned he might be? The newspaper I had bought as we had left the ship had a long editorial on neo-colonialists. That was us. Jason, that sign.
Oh, come on. It was probably a joke. Anyway, it's nothing to do with us. We're here.
There's Joseph! Hello, hello.
Hey, hello.
We brought you presents.
Oh!
It was only the next day, when I asked Joseph about the sign, that I found out Rex was the local cinema. I laughed and was ashamed of my original interpretation. There was from the kitchen a rich smell of baked bread and ground nuts roasting in the oven.
But every night there was still the drums, faint but insistent, coming from one of the nearby villages. They seemed to come at you from all directions.
Every night, the drums.
And some strange creatures screaming over and over again from a distant tree. Did a cook steward protect you from the darkness and the drums? Rex, pay up in that 8:30.
Jason!
Rex.
Jason! But he was asleep.
Monkey, banana, cocoyam driver. Monkey, banana, cocoyam driver. Monkey, banana, cocoyam driver.
Bye, bye, bye. Bye.
Headed away by Jack Charlton down to Nobby Stiles. Stiles with a long ball through to Paul, and Paul will run for all he's worth after this one. He turns
You know,
it in.
Joseph,
Can Hurst get a shot in? With a chance
I could put the children on the bus. It's just that they seem to like you doing it.
Yes, madame.
I think you spoil them. Have you ever been married, Joseph? Had children?
Yes, madame. But my wife a bad woman, madame. She no good at all. At all. And a child as well.
I'm sorry. Where are your wife and child?
In her village. Not far away from here. But she not be my wife any longer, madame. She find a new husband. When I went to her, she put something in my soup to poison it. I be sick for a long time, sick proper.
She tried to kill you?
She poisoned my soup, madame.
That's terrible. And will you find a new wife?
I am talking to the daughter of one of the market women. But I think I do not have a lucky soul.
Well, good luck to you, Joseph. I will keep my fingers crossed.
Madame?
It's a way of saying I'll be wishing you luck. We cross our fingers. I don't know why.
Yes, madame. What do you like for dinner? Chikinga, curry, stew?
This last was a mere formality. Joseph had taken complete charge of the kitchen. He already had plans for dinner. He was wonderful. Perfect. Some of the other women had 4, 5, 7 stewards.
They lie, they steal, they import their wives and their raggedy pickings.
It's not like the old. You don't know how lucky you are?
Dear, no. You're one of the lucky ones, my dear. You don't know how
At 11 o'clock each morning, Joseph would bring me a cup of coffee and we would enjoy a cigarette and a gossip together. Mostly gossip about the university compound. So-and-so was a bad woman. She could not keep a servant for more than 2 weeks at a time. Veronica, the pretty nurse, girl next door, was no good at all. The daughter of the market woman had thrown his gifts on the ground. Generally speaking, he seemed to feel that women were no good at all. Then he would ask me, what did I want for dinner? But most of all, he told me about his brother.
Hey, madame, my brother? Madame.
Joseph's brother was a lorry driver on the Cape Coast, Accra Road, and a great hero to Joseph. The boss of the lorry park was a brother as well, but by a different mother and much older. It was a good job, if a dangerous one, and the brother had nearly enough saved to buy a sheet iron roof for his house. To Joseph, his brother lived a life of adventure and thrills. If the conversations flagged, I would say, well, Joseph?
Madame?
How is your younger brother?
Hey, madame!
As he told his new tale, our steward's hands would clench with excitement. He would grip an imaginary wheel or use the broom as a stick shift, explaining to me yet again that
the Cape Coast Road, madame, be the sweetest road in this country. Paved proper and with a fine breeze blowing across from the sea. What happened? No. Is that the one?
Joseph imagined himself up front in the driver's seat, laughing with the mate, honking the horn, scattering women and children, goats, chickens, all manner of lesser creatures, passing inferior lorries on dangerous curves, and at equally dangerous speeds.
Watch out, ma! Watch out!
No, I got it.
Then the tale ended. He would blink his eyes and laugh and go down into the kitchen to make a salad for lunch. How very unadventurous his life must have seemed compared to that of his younger brother. What is the name of your brother's lorry, Joseph?
God is backing me.
Fine name. God is backing me. Psalm 100. Find your own. Life changes. 2 shadows.
One morning, in his 8th month with us, toward the end of the dry season, when the land is so parched for water you swear that green is gone from the world forever, and tempers flare like matches, Joseph came to me in great distress.
Knock, knock.
Yes, Joseph, what is it?
Please, madame, I have to return to my village.
Why, Joseph? What's the matter?
My brother, madame.
Your younger brother?
Yes, madame. They say he be sick proper.
Fever?
Yes, madame.
Well, what can you do?
Please, I beg you. I must go.
You won't be back.
You don't have to beg me, Joseph. Of course you can go. Come back as soon as you can.
Rubbish about brothers and fevers. Don't say we didn't warn
2 weeks later, he was back. 2 weeks of the gas cylinder running out in the middle of cooking dinner. The children whining for mashed banana, the way Joseph makes it. Of stumbling around a kitchen as hot as an inferno. Of washing up. How quickly I had managed to forget the tyranny of housework.
Mommy, read us a story.
Not just now, lovey.
Mommy! Mommy!
Jason!
Joseph's back.
Well, Joseph, welcome back. He went to put his things away, and to my surprise did not return for his cigarette or gossip. Neither that day, or the next, or the next. He did his work, but he was not the happy Joseph we had known.
What's the matter with Joseph? Why doesn't he laugh?
Do you suppose the brother died?
God is back. The next day, after the school bus left, I went next door to his quarters. This was something one didn't do as a rule, but I wondered if perhaps we could help. There seemed to be a lot of flies around, and as I came near, I could see they were gathered over a calabash bowl which was resting on a forked stick jammed into the ground. The flies were interested in whatever was in the bowl. Joseph was sitting some yards away under the pawpaw tree, just sitting and staring into space. His eyes were bloodshot. Hello, Joseph. Hello, Joseph. Would you like a cigarette? Absently, he took two, and lighting one, he stuck the other behind his ear. Joseph, is your brother dead?
Is your brother dead? Dead? No, madam. My brother be not dead.
What is it then? What has happened?
Madam. No one knows the story of tomorrow's dawn. My brother was driving his lorry from Cape Coast to take him on a certain Monday night. He was very late, madam, and the lorry was nearly empty. As he was driving along, a woman waved him down from the side of the road. He stopped, and she got in. She was a fine-looking woman, but dressed very strange, in black velvet.
Go on.
There are things, madam.
What things? What are you talking about?
Madam, ghosts. Upaiifo.
She was a ghost. A witch.
I don't know what she was. And my brother, he thought she was a bad woman.
A prostitute?
Yes, madam. One of those. And he put her on the front seat between himself and his mate. He told her he loved her and said he would take her to take him on to sleep with him. She did not speak, but she smiled and shook her head and gave him a piece of paper with the name of the town she wanted.
But nevertheless, Joseph's brother sped through the town of her destination without stopping. He led his mate out at the junction to his village and went on to Tekiman, where he spent the night in a rest house with this woman. He bragged to his mate the next day and said how beautiful she had been, except for one strange thing. She would not speak to him. Not at all.
At all.
A few days later, on his regular run, He suddenly stopped the lorry and told his mate he could see the woman in black velvet standing by the side of the road. He began to shout.
Oh, if you are going, it is I who will go with you.
No one else could see her, madam, no one.
But his mate saw her the first time.
Yes, but one time only, never again. It happened again the following Sunday.
Oh, if you are going, it is I who will go with you.
When an elder of the village was consulted, he said the woman must have been a witch, and he made some medicine for the young man to bathe in. The next morning, he appeared quite well and set off on his regular run between Cape Coast and the capital.
Yet, just beyond the town, he again saw the woman in black velvet.
The woman
Fear.
in black velvet. He shouted. He stopped the lorry and began to weep.
The mate found another driver in the next town, and by the time they reached Cape Coast, the brother was talking.
Passa, madam. Crazy talk. It makes no sense. Hey, that's when they sent for me. He did not know me at all. We go from shrine to shrine, madam, from priest to priest. Nothing is in his good. There's nothing anybody can do.
And so you came back here?
Yes, madam. What would you like for dinner?
Things were never the same after that day. Although he was as kind and attentive as before, some spark had gone out of Joseph. Letters came saying that the brother was now completely mute, and that another brother had taken over the driver's job on the lorry named God Is Backin' Me. Within 2 months, Joseph's brother had reverted to childhood and had to be led around by the hand. Joseph, sweeping up or cooking or listening to the chatter of the children, brooded on the cruel fate of his brother. He stopped his search for a wife, and we did not dare to tease him.
Joseph is sad. We love you, Joseph.
When the Easter holidays came, and I could leave the children with my husband, I offered to drive Joseph down to his village so he could see his brother for himself. Down we went towards the coast road, reversing that journey of so many months before. Joseph rolled up his window as we went through the rainforest. Don't you want to roll down your window, Joseph? It's awfully hot.
No, madam. Please roll up your window.
Why? What are you afraid of?
There are things.
In the forest?
Please, madam.
All right. Other than that, he hardly spoke the whole way down. It was noon when we got there, and the sun was almost vertically overhead, beating down fiercely from a cloudless blue sky. It created intense colors and hard shadows, and I had to squint at first to see anything at all. The brother was sitting quietly in the yard, and I didn't notice until I went to shake hands that he was in handcuffs and chained to a tree.
He had tried to hurt himself. It's better this way.
Joseph, to bring some medicine.
Take the brownie and bring some medicine.
I hear you've been ill. How do you feel now?
I feel something knocking in my eyes. Somebody kicked my head. I have written Tamale, Accra, Teagarden. One city is worth 100 pesawas.
As for the woman in black velvet, he said that he did not recall her. I left Joseph there for a few days and set off for home, wanting to get through the forest before dark, and the drums began. It was a relief to drive with the windows rolled down, and to think that the rains would soon begin again. We had been here nearly a year. Only one more year to go. There were too many things here to make me nervous. Too many things I didn't understand. And then, from the deep gloom at the edge of the road, a figure detached itself, held up its hand, smiled at me. I did not stop. Would you? Would you? I pressed my foot to the accelerator. I told myself that what I had seen was only an accident of light and shade and my own overactive imagination. But oh, she was beautiful. If the brother had to suffer so, why could he not at least have kept the intensity of his illusion? As for myself, I never saw her again.
It is the path you do not fear that the wild beast catches you on. It is the path you do not fear that the wild beast catches you on.
Psalm 100. Mind your own. Fear women. Signs painted on the backs of lorries. Something to contemplate in a traffic jam in the sweltering heat of the city. But should you find yourself traveling the road some night between Cape Coast and Teagarden, your headlights may pick out a dark lorry up ahead with a name which is, in fact, its destination, the Vanishing Point. Margaret hasn't been feeling herself lately. It's nothing she can put her finger on. It's just there. Well, it's comforting to know that medical science has spent considerable time and energy, not to mention research dollars, exploring that very region. There. The place your finger won't quite reach. Medical science is ready and willing to help Margaret, even if it means stretching their resources to the vanishing point.
I thought he was God.
No, he thought he was God.
He'd say, We're going to make you well, lassie. Remember that? And we believed him.
I remember coming out of insulin shock. No, it was ECT. And I heard his beeper. Saw him standing by the bed. Saw him pick up the phone. He said, "Cameron." He nodded. He was on his way out of the room. And I said, "There, but for the grace of God, goes God." I said it to one of the nurses, but Cameron heard me.
What did he say?
Nothing. He gave me more Thorazine. Or was it Stelazine? I can't remember.
Carolyn.
Why can't I remember?
It was a long time ago. It was almost 30 years ago.
There are still parts of it I can't remember.
We have a lot of fun.
Spokesman for the new European Common Market announced today. Leave the news on, Margaret, please.
Why?
I'd like to listen to the news, that's all.
You want to listen to the news? While you're driving me to the hospital? Watch out! I am going to a large Gothic mansion. There's a tower with high, narrow windows. It's uninviting, dark, soot-blackened stone in the middle of the city.
That woman in the street, what's wrong with her?
There's a woman on the street, in front of the mansion. She's kicked through the snow in the street so she can stand like a bird on the white line dividing traffic. She's wearing a quilted white bathrobe and pink satin slippers. She's out here on the street. It's still snowing gently. She has tears on her cheeks.
If you'll have a seat, Mrs. Peyton, Dr. Cameron will see you in a moment.
What does code 3 mean?
Beg your pardon?
The loudspeaker.
Oh, don't let that worry you. The doctors will take care of that.
Is it the woman in the street?
Beg your pardon?
There's a woman outside in the street. Is that where Dr. Cameron is?
Dr. Cameron? Oh, my, no. He's here. You'll get to know when Dr. Cameron's here.
I will.
I can tell when he walks in the door. The whole atmosphere changes.
Dr. Cameron sits in his office. He has walls full of books, a mahogany desk, and a grandfather clock.
You have trouble sleeping, Lassie?
Yes?
You've been depressed?
Yes. My baby's been sick.
You've felt depressed since the birth of the child?
Are you writing postpartum depression?
I see you have Latin, Lassie.
And Greek. And a degree in classical studies.
And someone's told you that's what's wrong with you? The postpartum depression?
And I've been in analysis.
Oh, Lassie.
Oh, please. Please don't patronize me.
I'm afraid I don't believe in analysis.
What do you believe?
I believe change is possible. There are answers. There are cures. I believe everything is open to question, Lassie. And I believe I can help you.
He's magic, of course. His secretary thinks so. So do I, while I'm with him. But this is a day hospital. I go home every night and feel the magic fade. Every morning I reread the motto carved in stone above the entrance. It reads, Spero. I have Latin, of course, so I can translate this. It means I hope. But all I hope is that someone oils the hinges on the front door. I hope they'll find a way to straighten out the narrow, twisting halls.
To help you, I have to get to know you, lassie. To find out what you think's important.
Lanolin, I suppose.
Huh?
People keep telling me about lanolin.
You have a sense of humor, don't you? I like that.
Oh, look, lanolin is purified wool fat with water, beaten up in an emulsion. It's no mystery. Lanolin is not world peace, eternal youth, being popular at parties, knowing how to keep a house running as well as my mother-in-law.
Is that important?
Lanolin is not the answer.
What is the answer, do you think?
I feel guilty. About my family. They want me to get better, but I don't get any better.
What's the answer, do you think?
I don't know what to think.
I want to try a new technique with you. Do you see this, lassie?
It's a tape recorder.
It's a tape recording of our conversation.
Why?
You question everything. That's good.
Why tape record our conversation?
Where in the brain is memory recorded, stored? Have you never wondered that, lassie? Plato imagined a wax block, as if the mind were imprinted somehow by its experience. You remember your Plato, I'm sure, from your classical studies. Was he right? How does memory work? How do we remember precisely when we need to? How do we censor when we need to censor? Perhaps that's even more important. How do we modify the memory traces we find unacceptable?
Unacceptable?
Well, how do you forget about that wicked mother-in-law, lassie? Can you tell me that?
I was joking.
We've talked before, lassie.
My mother-in-law is an old woman with much too little on her mind. I don't care about her. I mean, she doesn't bother me.
We've been talking all week.
His mother finds fault with me. I can't please her. She makes me feel guilty. His mother finds fault with me. I can't please her. She makes me feel guilty. Please turn that thing off.
It's part of your treatment, lassie. It'll help make you well.
His mother finds fault with me. I can't please her.
The technique we call psychic driving has proved most effective. It consists of verbal signals chosen through analysis of the patient's dynamic, and especially her picture of her ideal self.
I feel guilty about my family.
Some of these signals may be painful, of course. The patient may resist this confrontation with her feelings.
Doctor? They want me to get better, but I don't get any better. Doctor, I've had enough. Please stop.
At 8 minutes, Margaret protests, quote, Doctor, I've had enough. Please stop, unquote.
That's enough.
At 9 minutes, she protests again, quote, that's enough, unquote.
Doctor, why don't you stop it?
And at 10 minutes, this patient continues, quote, Doctor, why don't you stop it, unquote. And her protests continue until the session ends.
He's changed the tapes now.
What tapes?
I don't have to listen to myself anymore. He's made tapes of his own. He says, Margaret is happy and contented. Margaret thinks of things the same way that her neighbors do.
Margaret,
He doesn't know our neighbors, does he?
Is he helping you?
It's reinforcement.
Reinforcement of what?
It works with pigeons. It's how they train pigeons.
We want you home, Margaret.
With pigeons, all it takes is food pellets.
I need you. The kids need you.
No. I'm getting better.
I'm different now. I know it. I have a different outlook on life, don't I? To what I had before I started at the hospital. I was confused before, wasn't I? But I know now what I want to do.
What do you want to do?
I want to hear more tapes, of course. And learn to basket weave.
All right, ladies.
All right, ladies. Be quiet, she'll hear you. Today we'll learn to make totally useless objects from ludicrous materials.
Today we'll learn to make paper flowers out of Kleenex.
My name is Carolyn Beatty. What's yours?
Margaret Payton.
What are you in for? You look fairly normal.
Do you ladies at the back have something you'd like to share with us?
Do you ladies at the back have something that you'd like to share with us? You know what I'd like to share with her?
She could have my steamed broccoli.
She can have your broccoli. She can have my psilocybin.
Your what?
You see that guy over there? The one with Dr. Cameron? They say the guy's a hypnotist. A trained hypnotist. Have you looked at his eyes?
What's psilocybin?
They say he was the first man ever to kill an elephant with LSD.
What's LSD?
Ask your doctor, kiddo. Dr. Magic Cameron. Question everything. Isn't that what he says?
You wanted to talk to me, lassie.
What's LSD, Doctor?
It's an hallucinogen like psilocybin.
What's psilocybin?
Hallucinogens reduce the capacity of the individual to block the effects of repetition.
Oh, you mean the tapes, don't you? That's repetition. Listening to the tapes.
You're feeling better, aren't you, lassie, because of the tapes? But you're blocking the tapes.
The tapes say Margaret is happy and contented. Margaret thinks the same way that her neighbors do.
In many ways, lassie. You're much too intelligent.
He says I'm too intelligent.
He's just trying to confuse you, like he did with the nurses.
What nurses?
That's what everyone says, even the nurses.
What nurses?
The experiment, the sensory deprivation thing, when that guy with the eyes first came up here.
What sensory What thing?
With the LSD guy, the hypnotist. And now he's back. Hypnotist. And now he's back. And he's talking to Cameron. What have they got to talk about so much?
The laboratory will include a special chamber in which all significant aspects of the environment can be controlled. The chamber will include, among other things, a broad-spectrum polygraph for simultaneous recordings of individuals being studied.
He put the nurses in a soundproof room. Each one separate, alone, no lights, and he wired them up to a lie detector.
That's crazy, Margaret.
One of them went crazy after only half an hour. She thought there were snakes coming out from under a chair.
Do you know who this man is?
Ewan Cameron. Dr. Ewan Cameron, who has been chairman of the North American Psychiatric Association.
The World Psychiatric Association.
And he was at Nuremberg on the tribunal.
That's right.
And he helped develop the Nuremberg Code. Is that what you call it? I mean, the standards of conduct for experiments. Because the people in the experiments, they're supposed to know what's going on.
Margaret.
But one of those nurses was diagnosed as schizophrenic 6 months later.
Look, Margaret.
So, she's one of us now.
You know why Cameron thinks I'm crazy?
You aren't crazy.
Because I have a sense of humor. Men hate it when you laugh at them. You ever notice?
You don't belong here.
Try telling that to Dr. C.
I don't know what you're doing here.
I started to cry. In the chair at the home and school meeting. And since I was running for the school board at the time, and since I want to run for city council, I felt somewhat foolish, and I sought out help. Cameron wasn't much help. He says it's depression. I said, I'm not depressed. I said, the only reason I'm depressed is that he keeps pumping drugs into me until I pass out.
We found that prolonged coma occurred relatively frequently as accident in insulin therapy. We've taken advantage of these accidents to obtain data.
What's in that needle?
Your medication, Mrs. Beatty.
I take psilocybin by mouth.
And insulin.
I don't take insulin.
The needle doesn't hurt.
I don't care if it hurts.
It's injected right under the skin. It's Dr. Cameron's prescription, Mrs. Beatty. Please.
Get out of here, please. I don't take insulin. Please!
Please leave me alone.
The patient was given insulin 41 times. She spent 16 hours in coma.
We all love you, Dr. Cameron. All your patients love you. Why is that, do you think?
Your husband's coming, Lassie.
We love you. The nurses love you. Your secretary loves you. And the most personal thing you've ever said to her is that her slip was showing.
Don't you want to get ready for your husband?
Your secretary loves you. The nurses. All the nurses. Even the nurses in the experiment.
For several days, the patient appeared dazed. She required help in walking. She sat in a chair and fell asleep very readily. She exhibited no spontaneous behavior, no interest in her appearance, and would not socialize. She fell asleep when her husband visited.
You look tired, Carolyn.
Harry makes me tired. When they said he was coming, I said, what else is new? That concerned them, but I wanted to know what was new. They call that loss of space-time image. They said, do you know what year it is, Mrs. Beatty?
Maybe you should rest.
They must have thought I was really out of it. Look, I'm not out of it.
I know.
I'm president of the Holman School. I'm running for the school board. I could run for city council.
You're going to run for city council.
I don't think women belong in politics, do you?
Carolyn.
You know what men are like when they're together. Would you want to be there? In the council chamber? Locker room? They tell dirty jokes. Now, what would you do in a room full of men telling dirty jokes?
Carolyn, calm down, all right?
I think a woman's place is in the home, that's all. I'm old-fashioned, I guess, but there's nothing wrong with being old-fashioned. Ask Dr. Anson. He has tapes of all of this, and he plays them over and over.
There's nothing wrong with you, Carolyn, except your sense of humor.
That's what the tapes say. Carolyn is happy and contented. She makes her family happy. Carolyn is a good mother.
You can be what you want.
You don't understand. Ask Harry.
You can do what you want, whatever you want.
I don't want to blame Harry, but he uses contraception.
I beg your pardon? What's wrong with contraception, Carolyn?
We don't have the right. Who has the right to deny the experience of life to a child?
What child?
The child who would have come into the world if we hadn't used contraception.
There isn't any child.
That's right. Because we murdered it.
No, Carolyn.
Ask Dr. Anson. He has all this on tape. You want a cigarette?
I don't smoke. Look, you know I don't smoke.
Light mine, then. They took away my matches.
I can't.
Go ahead. I'm allowed to smoke. Why shouldn't I smoke? You can give me a light.
Look, Carolyn, you don't have any cigarettes.
There's a cigarette here. I'm holding it. Look at it.
Look, don't do this. Please don't do this.
Look at it, Margaret. It's filter tip. Menthol.
Look, you're stronger than I am.
You're trying to confuse me. You're supposed to be my friend. But you're trying to confuse me.
Of course I'm angry.
Because your friend is facing memories which she finds painful. But she has to face these memories. It's part of her treatment.
My friend thinks she's smoking when she isn't smoking.
This is transitional behavior.
My friend combs her hair with an imaginary comb.
We see this in many of our patients. When they're establishing their space-time image, they become excited or depressed or delusional.
Why? Why do you want that? Why do you let it happen? Why?
You question everything.
Why not?
It's simply that your friend isn't totally depatterned.
Depatterned? What does that mean? Brainwashed?
We want to wipe the mind clean, don't we, Lassie? We want a blank slate. We want to get rid of all those neurotic thinking patterns that have made you lassies so unhappy.
What good is a mind like a blank slate?
Neurotic thinking isn't normal thinking, is it, lassie? Neurotic thinking is incongruous with normal thinking, isn't it? It's unnatural. So it won't come back in the natural course of events. Your normal thinking will return in the natural course of events, and your neurotic thinking will have disappeared. That's how we change your behavior, lassie. That's how we get you home. with your family.
How am I supposed to change my behavior if I can't remember my behavior?
You don't believe me, Lassie?
No.
We'll have to prove it to you, won't we? We'll have to show you how it works.
They're trying to confuse me.
They're doctors, Margaret.
I don't know anymore what I'm doing, what they're doing.
Why would they want to confuse you?
It's research.
I figured it out. You know, why you're here.
There are people who need to know things like this, how to produce amnesia.
You know what doctors call it? Paranoia.
Code 7. Code 7.
Where's my wife?
Your wife is fine, Mr. Peyton. Please don't worry about your wife. She's under Dr. Cameron's care.
That's my wife. My wife is in there.
I don't know what you gave me.
LSD, Lassie.
Whatever it was, I won't take it again.
LSD is only one possibility, Lassie.
I sat on the edge of the bed. I couldn't understand how I could get off the bed. I saw the floor dissolving.
There are other drugs, a whole arsenal of drugs. We've experimented with LSD, curare, ribonucleic acid.
It was frightening. But beautiful. Everything was beautiful. Everything was shining with a kind of inner light. You were, Dr. Cameron. I watched you by my bed as you picked up the phone. And words like grace came to my mind. Being. Transfiguration. But it's crazy, isn't it? To think that you're God. You're not God.
Calling Dr. Cameron. Dr. Cameron. Code 9.
Wake up, Mrs. Peyton. Mrs. Peyton? Do you know where you are? Where are you, Mrs. Peyton?
In hospital.
Do you know why you're in hospital?
We've done studies with
Do you know why
electroconvulsive
you're in
therapy,
hospital, Mrs.
with prolonged sleep induced by chlorpromazine and a combination of barbiturates.
I have trouble sleeping.
The patient sleeps 20 to 22 hours a day and is wakened 3 times a day
My
for
baby's
meals
sick.
and toilet. There are 3 stages to
Do you know where
depatterning.
you are, Mrs.
In the first stage, the patient shows serious memory defects, but she knows she's in hospital. She knows she's there because she's
Do
sick.
you know who I am?
She can recognize some of her doctors and nurses. She can recognize her family when they visit.
Who are you?
In the second stage, the
am I
patient
doing
has
here?
lost her spatial and temporal image. She has no sense of where she is or why, but she knows she's disoriented. She tries to reorient.
Keep these numbers after me, Mrs.
In the third stage of depatterning, the patient loses the feeling she should have a space-time image. She's typically smiling, unconcerned. She can answer simple questions, but she does not recognize anyone. She has no idea where she is, but she's not troubled by the fact.
No more.
Now, this is part of your illness, Lassie.
I won't let you do it. No more. I won't be part of your experiments.
Experiments?
No more hallucinogens. No insulin. Electroshock.
And we've been working on these techniques for years, Lassie. We've reported our results, and in case after case, we've achieved the same results.
Depatterning.
Now, who knows better, Lassie, how to make you well?
Deprogramming.
I've explained about neurotic thinking patterns.
It's brainwashing.
No, Lassie.
You want us all to think alike.
I want you well, that's all.
You want us all in lockstep, goose step, like stormtroopers for lanolin.
Don't joke about Germany, Lassie, because I was in Germany after the war, at Nuremberg, on the tribunal, and those trials more than anything set me on my course, Lassie, because I saw there, for myself, the youth of Germany, the extent to which they'd been indoctrinated. And I wanted nothing more than to find out what we could do, what techniques we could turn to if we wanted to change these dangerous beliefs. I had to find out how to re-educate these people.
Do you think I need re-education?
You must decide that for yourself, Lassie.
And my friend, Carolyn, does she have dangerous beliefs? Is that why she cries at her home and school meetings?
You must make up your mind. Do you want to get better or not?
Margaret's happy and contented. Margaret thinks of things the same way, but her neighbours do. Margaret's happy and contented. Margaret thinks of things the same way, but her neighbours do. Margaret's happy and contented. Margaret thinks of things the same way, but her neighbours do.
I can't remember. There are still parts of it I can't remember. Did I tell you that? My children say I repeat things that I don't remember what I've told them.
I can't remember where I live sometimes. I find it hard. Sometimes I keep a list of things that I should do. Things I might forget. You know. Get up, get dressed. I was in coma for 60 days. I had electroshock at least 50 times. Electroshock. Did I tell you about that?
I'm sorry, Carolyn. It was a long time ago. It was almost 30 years ago. I can't remember.
Oh, what an arsenal modern medical science has at its disposal. Doctors are the new alchemists, turning all that is base into gold. And yet, what a waste to use all those resources on the sick. Think what one could do for someone who was more or less healthy. Ill, not ill. It's all a matter of interpretation, isn't it? Especially when you're working on the fringe. Disease takes on new meaning when viewed from the vanishing point. Three girls on an island in the Aegean Sea, looking for a good time. Wine is cheap, and the ancient sun is blazing hot. It's the same sun which beat down on Poseidon when he made these islands from mountains he tore from the mainland. But these are modern times. It wouldn't do to ruminate too much on the antics of the gods of a bygone age. Not a good idea at all.
Seeking shelter from the noontime sun, Eumolpus made his way to the temple of Poseidon, where he meant to sleep in the shade of the sacred poplars. Scarcely had he entered the precinct when he noticed a comely youth, descend the temple steps and turn toward the shore. Determined to have his way with the boy, Eumolpus followed, marveling at the vigor of his young manhood. You like this, huh? So on the shore, Eumolpus spied his quarry, the brilliant sun illuminating his fine parts. And how fine were his parts, you ask him? But then as Eumolpus stood transfixed, that soft skin seemed to crack and burst asunder, hanging as if a flayed hide upon the shoulders of a barbarian. For under the youth's skin there stood a most horrible scaled sea creature. What?
Its awful green eyes staring out.
What are you talking about?
I'm reading, it's a story.
Oh, God.
Turning from him, the monster plunged into the stormy sea and vanished. It's one of those myths. Pretty scary, huh?
Sure. What time is it?
I don't know. Almost noon, I guess. The sun's pretty high.
Oh, it's hot.
Just the way we like it. Come and bake me, son.
I didn't mean to fall asleep. I'm going to be all burned. Why didn't you wake me?
You weren't asleep that long. Actually, I didn't notice the difference. You just looked peaceful.
Yeah. Is there any drinking water?
No, I used it to rinse my hair. But go for a swim. That'll wake you up.
Yeah, maybe.
They were pretty strange, those old Greeks. All this stuff about men changing into wolves and gods appearing as birds and monsters. It's hard to believe it's the same people who built all those marble temples, don't you think?
What happened to Teresa? Did she go?
Yes, back to town. She went to look for that guy, Jeff or whatever his name is, the Australian.
From the restaurant?
I don't know why she didn't just stay with him last night. Better than waking us up at 4 in the morning. Didn't you hear her?
No.
Well, she woke me up.
He seems nice, Jeff.
Well, we'll see. Are you hungry? I am. I don't think I can stand another fried fish, though. God. Maybe moussaka. You had that yesterday, didn't you? Was it good? Or?
It was better than the day before.
Yeah. He's probably an asshole. I mean, knowing Teresa, anything with 2 legs and a smile, she'll bring it home.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, so I'm jealous. Someone would break my heart for a change. Do-do-do. Break my heart. If I throw a pebble into the sea, do you think some god will rise out of the water? Poseidon or Hercules?
Try it and see.
All right. A stone. How far should I throw it?
I don't suppose it matters.
You mean there's no special technique? Oh, great Poseidon, your worshipper calls you. Come forth. Yeah! How long do you suppose it takes?
Give him time.
Oh, God, this water is freezing. How can it be so cold when the sun is so hot?
It's not bad.
Okay, are you going in?
I think I'll walk down the beach a bit.
Okay, well, don't get lost.
No.
Do you want to go back soon? I'm getting hungry.
Okay.
You know, maybe we should try that other restaurant today by the pier. Somebody said it was good.
Fine by me.
What are you doing?
Looking for shells.
Already?
A few.
If you find any naked men, let me know.
All right. Sure, I will. Ocean, beach, mountainside. Perfect. Olive trees, brush, white rocks. What? Karen? Karen?
Yeah, what?
Come here.
What?
There's a snake.
A snake? I don't want to see a snake.
Come here.
All right, just a minute.
Hurry. It's going.
I'm coming.
Oh.
So where is it? What's the matter? Did it bite you?
No.
What?
It went into the water.
Into the sea?
Yes. I saw it on those rocks. Just the head at first. Then it went across the sand and into the water. It was big.
Can snakes swim?
They must.
Well, that's the last time I'm going in. Do you want to go back then to town, or?
If it's underwater, it'll have to come up.
Oh, come on, Mary. Who wants to wait around for a snake?
You didn't see it?
No.
It was big and black.
Yeah, well, let's go. Shall we? Mary still hasn't come up.
So, anyway, I'd been swimming off the rocks, and then I stopped for a rest with my legs hanging down into the water. And after a minute, I felt something brush against my foot. Well, I figured it was seaweed, but I looked down, and it was an octopus sitting on my foot.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I saw this tentacle curling up around my leg. Gave me quite a start.
I'll bet. Did it bite you?
No. I yanked my leg up, and the octopus fell off, swam away. It wasn't a big one, you know, a foot or two across.
Oh, that's awful. Did it happen here on the island?
No, this was in Nafleon, on the mainland. But they catch octopus around here, too, so watch out.
I certainly will. I don't like those creatures.
What were you doing in Nafleon?
Traveling around. I got picked up by a group of American tourists. They took me on their bus, put me up in a hotel. But it's great. Boring sometimes. They were all pretty old.
Where'd you go?
The usual route. Delphi, Olympia, Epidaurus.
Is Delphi nice?
Sure, it's a pretty spot.
Jeff knows a place we can stay if we want to go. Yeah?
Yeah, a little pension. Cheap place. A nice old guy who runs it. He likes the English girls.
Oh, yeah, well, we've had enough of that, thanks.
Yeah? You get hassled a lot?
Enough, yeah.
It's not so bad here. In Athens, maybe.
Yeah, Athenians think they're hot stuff, eh? It's like a different country coming to the islands.
How long you been here?
6 months, I guess, and 3 before that in Naxos.
It's a long time. It must get pretty boring all alone in a small island.
No, I don't find it boring. People come and go. Like yourselves. Always someone new to talk to. Yorgo rents me a room over his disco.
Who?
You don't know Yorgo? Well, that's him in the kitchen. He owns this restaurant. Hey, Yorgo! Yorgo!
Yeah, hello?
You come here. These ladies would like to meet you.
Sure, come. Just a minute.
Now, you got to meet this guy. He knows the island really well, and he owns half of it.
A disco, huh?
You should see Jeff's room.
Why?
Well, you practically have to go through it on the way to the bathroom.
Yeah, it's social. Come and visit me sometime. I don't sleep much.
Sure.
You too.
All right, I will.
So, you're Mary, right?
Yes.
And, Karen.
Karen, that's me.
Yeah. So what were you two doing this morning, Seeing the countryside?
Just the beach. We walked to the other side of the point.
Yeah. Well, that's a nice beach. You got to keep your clothes on, though. The police sometimes wander by.
Oh, we did.
Mary saw a rattlesnake. That was exciting.
Yeah?
You saw a snake?
Yeah. It went across the beach and into the water. I don't know what kind it was. It was black.
How big?
5 or 6 feet long.
6 feet? Woo! Well, you got a regular boa constrictor in your hands.
Do they live here?
I don't know. Hey, Yorgo.
Yeah?
Come here. We want to ask you some questions about snakes.
Snakes? What you want snake for, ladies? We got here a chicken, a moussaka.
No, they don't want to eat a snake. She saw a snake, a black one. You know what kind it is?
When you see the snake, miss? Last night, after too much ouzo?
No, this morning on the beach.
Maybe a lizard, eh? Lots of lizard. Cats eat them all the time. You see a lizard, okay?
Well, it didn't have any legs.
No? Maybe a shadow, a stick. No snakes on this island. Other places, yes. Crete, Syros, mainland, you know, Athens.
Lots of snakes in Athens.
Well, but here, no. 500 years ago, San Apollonia comes to the island and he take away all the snakes. He take them out to sea, they all drown. So since then, no snakes. Want some wine, miss?
No, thanks. But I did see one, I'm sure.
No snakes, miss. No snakes.
I saw one. So, what do you think of him? Who? Jeff! Isn't he gorgeous? He's okay. Okay.
Well, he's no Adonis, dear. Don't kid yourself.
I don't see you with anyone.
Oh, is this a competition?
I didn't realize.
Hey, give me a break, you two.
Okay.
When did you meet him, Teresa?
Yesterday afternoon when I was shopping. He helped me talk to the shopkeeper.
Oh.
He speaks Greek, you know.
Oh.
Is there any brandy left?
Should be. Yeah, half a bottle.
Great.
Kind of early, isn't it?
Oh, we're not forcing you. Oh, where's my glass? Did you take it, Karen?
Me? No. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I left it in the bathroom.
Well, will you go and get it, please?
Oh, all right.
Isn't she getting precious?
Well,
never go traveling with someone who's self-centered. The whole trip turns into a monologue. What they don't want to do, what they don't like. Wouldn't mind if she had something original to say. The same comments every morning, every night. Enough.
it's not much longer, though.
No, 10 days. Oh, I don't want to go back. It's so fabulous here. Every island is better than the last.
Yeah.
Except that we're stuck with Karen every minute of the day and night.
Oh, come on. She's not that bad.
We should have agreed to go our own ways if we started arguing. Next time,
Here's your glass, dearie.
Oh, thanks.
You want some brandy, Karen?
No, thanks. I'm going to have a shower if I can get them to turn on the hot water.
Good idea.
And, Teresa, if you don't want to travel with me anymore, that's fine. You can go your way, and I'll go mine.
What? Was she listening? Karen? She's gone. Oops. Oh, well, it's what I feel. Why shouldn't she know it?
Maybe you should go and apologize.
Why? For saying what I think? Don't be such a wimp, Mary. Oh, look at the sunset. It's fabulous. Come and see.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The mountainside's all golden in the sky. Pretty nice, huh?
Look.
What?
There's a bat flying around the courtyard.
Oh, he's early. Maybe it's Zeus out looking for some nymphs.
In disguise.
Oh, I'd like to meet a god. But how would you know? It could appear as a bird or a fish.
Watch out for the bulls and stallions.
Anything with a large phallus.
Right.
I'm thinking of staying, you know.
What do you mean, in Greece?
Yeah, here on the island. If I can change my air ticket. I'd like to see more and really live here. What do you think?
You mean stay with Jeff?
Well, he's here too.
Did he ask you to stay?
No, it's my idea. He doesn't know anything about it.
The tickets are chartered, Teresa. You won't be able to change it.
Well, I can try, can't I? Where do you get off telling me what I can or can't do?
I wasn't.
I'll do what I want to.
Fine.
Is this it?
What?
Aren't there more galleries or another floor?
No, I think this is all.
Some museum.
Well, it's a small island.
Yeah, but there was an ancient city, wasn't there? I mean, it's hard to believe they left so little.
The best things go to Athens.
Oh, yeah. Nice statues.
They're Roman copies.
Yeah, how come you know so much?
I read the label.
Oh. God, I've got to quit smoking. I feel like a slob. All I ever do is smoke or eat. You think she's pretty?
Who?
Aphrodite. Kind of fleshy around the thighs, though. What's new? Nice hands and feet. Pretty bland face. I'd have done okay back then, huh? I bet all the men didn't look like Zeus, though.
Poseidon.
Whatever. Oh, look!
What?
Painted on these files. You see, it's coiled all over a chair. Is it a throne?
A snake.
Yeah. Let's see what the card says. Medusa. That's all. There's more in Greek. Too bad Jeff isn't here. I thought Medusa was a witch.
An evil goddess.
Right. Anyway, it's a big black snake.
That's what I saw.
Mary. Not running away, are you?
Just for a minute.
What, music too loud for you?
No, it's the smoke. It hurts my eyes.
Huh.
I wish they'd open a window.
Yeah. To the Greeks, this is a cold night. Come July, they open the place up.
It's nice out here.
Music sounds better, too. I'm getting a bit sick of that old Rod Stewart. We could go upstairs. I've got a nice little balcony.
Oh. No, thanks.
You sure? It's a great view.
Some other time.
Are we leaving?
I don't know. Are we?
Oh, I sure can't dance anymore. Maybe we could go have some dessert someplace.
I think it's too late.
You're kidding.
Yeah, restaurant's closed.
Oh, well, let's find something to do. I can't go to sleep yet. Where's Teresa? Teresa, come on, we're going. Did we pay? Yes, we did. Well?
We could go down to the water.
The beach?
Yeah, good idea. The swimming's great at night.
Whoopee!
Let's go then.
Teresa, come on, we're going.
Well, how is it?
Really nice, cool, but lovely.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Best to leave your shoes on in case you step on a rock or a sea urchin.
What's this? Nobody mentioned danger.
It's getting colder out here.
You have to find the warm spots.
Oh, look.
What?
The water, it's glowing. Wow, whenever I move, it glows.
Yeah, it's luminescent. Watch this.
Oh, look at it. All underwater, too. It's amazing.
Well, come on out. It's lovely.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll give it a try. Oh, not bad. Well, aren't you coming in? No, I don't think so. Why not? You feeling sick or something? No, I feel great. It's wonderful, isn't it? The dark air, the water. Look at the mountains. Too bad there isn't a moon. I'm going to run up the hill here. What? Why? Well, just to do it. I won't be long. Don't leave without me. Okay.
Is there a path?
Yeah, sort of.
What's she doing?
Mountain climbing.
Be careful, eh?
I will.
Now which way?
Ow!
Are you all right?
Yeah, I just tripped.
What?
I'm okay.
Now, path. Yes, this is it. So dark. What's this?
Ow! Hello? Someone there?
Yes. Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude.
No, not at all.
It's so dark, I couldn't see where I was going. I must have lost the path.
Oh, yes. It is dark. Why don't you sit down and rest? There's a rug beside you.
Oh, right. Thank you. It's warm, the rock.
Yes. From the heat of the day, it stays warm most of the night.
That's great. It's really pleasant.
Yes. I like to lie on the rocks at night, to feel the warmth and watch the stars.
Me too. Is this home, then, the island?
No. But I am a frequent visitor.
You're lucky. This is my first time. I love it. I love all the islands, really. And the sea. It's great to be able to dive in any time, swim, lie in the sun to dry off, eat when you want to, sleep. It's heaven.
Yes.
But my ticket runs out, so I have to go home. Too bad. Do you know the other islands, then? Crete, Santorini?
Oh, yes.
You've traveled a lot.
And south across the sea to Africa. Egypt is not far. If there is a south wind, you can smell the date palms, even here.
Really? So, can you taste them? No, just air. My senses must be very dull. It's funny. I can hear your voice so clearly, but I can't see your face.
My skin is very dark.
From the sun? Yeah. I looked in the mirror the other night, and all I could see were my teeth and the whites of my eyes. I don't know why I'm talking so much. When I'm with my friends, I never get the chance. Do you have children?
Yes. But they are not with me.
Ah. It's great that you're free to come and go, and... I'm sorry. Do you mind me asking so many questions? I don't even know you.
Well, you have found me. Ask what you wish.
Ask what I wish.
Yes.
I'll go on and on. Yes, this is perfect. Everything. I wish...
Yes.
I wish I could dive into the sea and come up in Africa. Did I say that? Funny. Well, I can think about it when I'm back at work, daydreaming.
Perhaps you will have your wish.
By the way, I'm Mary. What's your name?
My name?
Yes. Unless you don't want to tell me. That's all right. Oh.
What is it?
I heard something moving. Maybe a lizard.
No. It was only me stretching.
Oh, but it didn't sound like... There it is again. I'll see if I can... I guess it's gone. It was big, whatever it was. Are you there? Hello? Hello?
Where did she go?
Mary? Mary! We're going.
Yes, I'm coming.
But where?
Mary? Come on. Wake up. Mary? It's the middle of the afternoon. Time to get up. What? Why? You don't want to sleep all day, do you? What? What time is it? It's 4 o'clock. 4:30. In the afternoon? You got it. Oh, well, I better... What's the matter? Oh, my head. Are you hungover? I didn't think you had that much to drink. I don't know what it is. I feel all funny. Maybe I'll just stay in bed. Are you sick or... Maybe. Yeah, you've got a fever, all right. God, Mary, look at your skin. It's all peeling. You must have got really sunburned yesterday. Oh, I'm itchy. I bet you are. God, your eyes look funny, too. Well, they're not yellow, though, so I guess it's in hepatitis.
Hey, look who's awake. You must have had a good time last night.
She's sick, Teresa.
Yeah? What with?
Oh, just the flu. I don't know.
Well, don't give it to me.
Listen, did Jeff come by when we were out? We were supposed to meet, but I can't find him.
I don't think so.
Well, but you were asleep, so you probably wouldn't have heard him. No, I'll ask downstairs. I've got some Valium if you want.
No, thanks.
Okay.
Valium? It's not a great day. The wind is really blowing. Sand everywhere. It's too rough for the fishermen to go out. Want me to get you something to eat?
No, thanks. Maybe I'll just go back to sleep.
Yeah? You sure don't look great.
Thanks.
I could get a doctor.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, sleep tight.
Oh, well.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my pack here, okay? This is where the boat loads, right? So when it comes, we won't have to run all the way with our bags.
Well, what about breakfast?
We can go somewhere now or eat on the boat.
Is there a restaurant on board?
There was a week ago.
Food's probably awful.
Well, let's go and eat here, then.
We don't have time. The boat's supposed to be here in 5 minutes.
Well, I don't see it. What do you want to do, Mary?
I'm easy.
Yes, I know that, but you want to go and eat?
I guess not.
What are you going anorexic? I can't believe it.
I'm just not hungry.
Yeah.
Morning. Sun. Water. It's beautiful, isn't it?
What?
The day, the sea.
I don't know. It looks like any other day to me. What do you think, sweetie?
Can't you shut up for 5 minutes?
We're touchy this morning. Not a great farewell to your lover?
Just shut up.
Okay, sorry. Did you say goodbye?
No. Bastard. He was asleep when I went by. Some Swedish girl answered the door.
Well, say my love.
Right.
Water. Cold. Clear. Long rays of sunlight. Bending. Flashing. The air. Fresh. Sweet.
Hey, Mary, you still with us?
What?
God, you're turning into a zombie. Are you still sick?
No, I feel wonderful. Fine, I mean.
Yeah?
I just noticed that sweet scent in the air. It's the date palms in Egypt. What?
I think this trip has affected your brain.
Can't you taste it? Sweet.
All I could taste is last night's cigarettes.
Slide across the pebbles toward the water, the sea.
Wait, that's it. Isn't it our boat?
There is only one.
Oh, it's almost on time. Amazing.
I wonder if we'll meet anyone on board. Anyone interesting.
I'm sure you will. Should we buy anything? Cheese, wine? What do you think, Mary?
Yes?
What are you doing?
I just want to look.
Okay, what? Mary! Hey!
What happened?
She just went into the water.
What?
I can't see her. Mary!
Did she fall in?
What did she do?
Where is she?
Mary!
We better call someone.
Yes, help! Mary! Help!
Oh my God, help!
Someone from the water, help!
I slide across the sand, put my head into the water, and dive to the bottom of the salt sea, to the dark, to the cool.
Three girls on an island in the Aegean Sea, drinking up the sun, a little ouzo, a little history, looking for a good time. Maybe Mary just picked the wrong time or the wrong island. She's heading for another destination now, the Vanishing Point. Irene Westcott were the kind of people who seemed to strike the satisfactory average of income, endeavor, and respectability that was recorded in the statistical reports in college alumni bulletins of their day. They were the parents of 2 young children. They had been married for 9 years. They lived on the 12th floor of an apartment building in uptown Manhattan, and they hoped someday to live in Westchester. The Westcotts differed from their friends, their classmates, and their neighbors only in an interest they shared in serious music. They spent a good deal of time listening to music on the radio.
There it is again.
It's almost the end of the movie. Damn.
Well, now I've done it.
Oh, it's not your fault. We knew it was coming.
God damn it. That settles it. I'm buying a new set tomorrow.
Oh, what about Julian's lessons?
He'll have his lessons. And Pamela will have her dance classes. Somehow. And we, Irene, will have our music.
Well, if you say so.
Tomorrow.
I'll get it, Emma. Hello?
Is this Westcott residence?
Yes?
Is big surprise in store for Madame Westcott?
Jam? What, kind of big surprise?
Monstrous big surprise. Bigger than breadbox.
Bigger... Jam? Hello? Hello?
What is it? Another obscene phone call?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, Westcott?
Uh-huh. Lordy Lord. Mrs. Westcott.
Big mother, ain't it?
My God. You think maybe there's been some mistake?
Well, he did say a monstrous surprise.
Hey, somebody want to sign for it?
I guess I don't have much choice.
Yeah, right here.
There you go.
Yeah, great.
Gumwood. What's that?
The cabinet. It's gumwood.
I'll wheel it in, huh?
I didn't think they made cabinets like that anymore.
Over here. Oh, yes, well, this will have to do.
Yeah, you should be able to get Pluto in this thing.
Thanks. Oh, here.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Well, so long. Happy listening, huh?
It doesn't really go with anything.
There isn't a decor in the world that'd go with... Here, let me plug it in. There now.
Thanks. I'll just switch...
I've
never heard such a noise.
The Royal Dalton didn't like it much either. I'll get the dustpan. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mama.
My Lord, is it so late?
Can we go to the park?
Yes, of course you may go to the park.
Goody.
I'll come with you.
What's that?
It's our new radio, dear. Daddy bought it.
I don't want to. I'm playing.
Oh, you are you?
Emma, stop it. Emma, stop it.
Julian! Pam, it's time for your bath.
Oh, Mom, come on.
Why does it do that? What's that? Now, which dial... There. Oh, no. Let's see. What does this do? I've lost it. Oh, hell. Wait a minute. The elevator? What is going on?
on?
There's been further development in the subway murder case. Chief Inspector Murbank of the city police has issued a composite drawing of the man believed to be...
No, I don't. I'm coming, children.
Home.
Be right with you.
Sorry I'm so late.
Hi, love. I'll get you a drink.
It's this Addison Securities business getting pretty stiff. Aha! So it arrived.
What? Jim? Oh, Jim! It's little unpredictable, I was going to say. Here, drink up. It'll help.
Thanks. What? That sounds like a mixmaster.
It has a mistaken sensitivity to discord.
I don't believe it. I spent a small fortune on this thing.
Or we can get someone in tomorrow morning. Now, why don't you go look in on the kids?
Yeah, okay.
Let me see. I just fiddle. There.
They were both asleep. What's that you found?
I don't know.
Sounds like the Missouri Waltz.
Yes. It reminds me of when I was a kid up at the lake. Somebody across the way had this scratchy old phonograph. That's funny.
Too funny for me. I've got some papers to look over.
Okay. Smells wonderful, Emma. I'll set the table.
You expecting company?
No, just nice to use a silver now and then. Jim's been working so hard lately. He deserves something special.
Well, that'll just need another few minutes. I'll go and get the kids ready for bed.
Great. Right on time. Hello?
Where's everybody?
Emma's got them tied up so we can have a little peace and quiet.
The radio sounds all right.
Well, the Chopin's a little choppy. The man was here from the store around 10. He couldn't find anything wrong with it. We should eat this now. There we go. Hand me your plate. There's supposed to be a live broadcast from the Met later.
It smells great. I'm famished.
For Christ's sake, Kathy, do you always have to be playing a piano when I get home?
Well, it's the only chance I have. I'm at the office all day.
Yeah, well, so am I. And when I get home, I'd like just half the attention you give the us right.
Did you hear that?
Must be a play or something.
I don't think it is a play. Change the station, honey.
Roxy, have you seen my garters?
Good grief.
Button me up.
What in the name of...
I said, have you seen my garters?
Button me up. I'll find your garters.
Well, I can soon fix this.
Now, I wish you wouldn't leave apple cores in the ashtrays. I hate the smell.
This is fantastic.
What else have we got here?
On the coast of Coromandel, where the early bumpkins blow, in the middle of the woods, lived the Yongy Bongy Bird.
Oh, my God, that's the Sweeney's nurse.
And half
What?
a candle.
That's
One
Miss
old
Armstrong,
jug without
Miss Sweeney's
a handle.
nurse.
These were all the
She must be reading to the
worldly
children.
goods of the Yongy Bongy Bird.
They live in 17 people. Must be getting other people's apartments.
That's impossible.
Well, that is the Sweeney's nurse. I talked to her in the park.
To a little
No, I know her voice well.
Bongy Bongy Boo. There he heard a lady talking to some milk-white hens of Dorking.
Jim. Jim, perhaps they can hear us.
On that little heap of
Hello.
stones sits the lady Chingly Joe.
Hello out there.
Said the Yongy Bongy Bo. Said the Yongy Bongy Bo.
I guess not. Try something else.
Don't give the best scotch to anyone who doesn't have white hair. And see
Oh, Fuller,
I saw her at the liquor store today.
Listen to her.
Hello, Phyllis. Bob, come in.
Oh, Stanley. Oh, it's really something. It's like entering, it's like discovering a place where time is both contour and reflection.
Can you believe this bullshit?
I like his cartoons in the New York.
Oh, no, you've got to. Sure, you have to.
Come on,
it's technically flawless.
How about I get you another technically flawless martini?
If it's just
It's not a hat, it's a love affair. That's what Walter Floral said.
Oh, for Christ's sake, Robert, talk to somebody. If she catches you standing here not talking to anybody, she'll take us off her invitation list.
It's amazing what people won't do to themselves.
Oh, I think it's terribly divine.
Thank you.
Let's try something else.
No.
Yeah.
Listen to those two.
I found it in the washing floor.
Holy cow, what do you think?
I love it. It's real. They want help.
You see that woman by the window? The big one in red? I think it came from her bracelet.
Isn't that amazing?
That isn't quite the word I'd have used.
Oh, you should see it. It's amazing, Charles. The suction does the living room patty to one.
It really drives me crazy. You know, people just think that they can put cigarettes in the jam.
My daddy's coming
You can keep the birches, thank you. All those trees. Tomorrow morning, that there are a lot of cigarette... No, but cigarette burns on the furniture, you know?
Oh, I told you not to get involved with a waiter.
No, through there.
Well,
No, I'll turn right.
let's get off that.
No, not
Speaking
there.
of waiting on tables, I mean,
No,
you know what I call them? The sixth estate.
I wonder if we can find that old dear who drives the Jeep. She lives on the 6th floor.
Yeah.
Much more.
Coming, Julian. There. Sit up, darling. Here, I brought you some water. Thanks, Mommy. And there we go. There's your teddy. Night. I wonder who's up at this hour of the night.
Oh. Are you all right, honey?
Yes, I'm all right. You know something, Charlie? I don't feel like myself anymore. Sometimes there's about 15 or 20 minutes in the week when I feel like myself. I don't like to go to another doctor. Bills are so awful, but I just don't feel like myself, Charlie.
Oh.
Good morning. This is Ernest Gowers with the 8 o'clock news.
Morning, Ernie.
There will be some relief in store after the record-low temperatures of the last few days. City police say the chill has claimed at least 3 lives, not counting the many car accidents.
That's enough
due to
weather,
hazardous
thank
road
you.
conditions.
To get you into that bloody school, and you'll go if it kills you. Do you understand?
Oh, stop it, woman. If you could only hear us. Hello.
Irene, you okay?
Oh, Millie. Hi. Yes, I'm all right.
Well, are we still on for lunch?
Yes. That'd be nice. I should get out.
Okay, Benito's then. At 1?
I'll be there.
Sounds like we better make it a 2-martini lunch.
Oh, good idea.
Well, I gotta run.
Oh,
bye now.
Bye-bye. Excuse me.
Sure, honey.
Thank you. What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, no, of course not. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Miss Horner.
So it seems.
Ah, good afternoon, Mrs. Westcott. Off for lunch, are we?
Hi, Fred. Yes. It, looks a little warmer out there.
Aye, a bit. But according to the forecast, the worst is still to come. Oh, all right, here, I'll open the door for you.
Come on, David. Caroline. Oh, hello, Mrs. Westcott.
Hello, Miss Armstrong. Yes. Hello, Miss Armstrong, the yonky bonky bong. I know a lot about you. I know a lot about everybody. More than I ever Jim.
Come on, right in.
Let me see my garbage.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't leave that.
Jim. Perhaps they can hear us.
Hello.
Listen to her.
Don't hear
No, not a bear.
So, what is it?
Oh,
Irene.
sorry. I'm a little on edge. We got this new radio. It's a ghastly thing, and it picks up everybody's apartments. No, I'm serious.
So it's kind of like eavesdropping.
Worse. This morning I listened to our neighbors discussing the mechanics of their lovemaking, and someone else with the most awful indigestion blaming his wife for her cooking. And this guy going on and on about himself, and I don't think there was anyone there with him at all.
Oh, sounds terrific.
No, it's not terrific. Well, at first I thought it was, but...
Well, you don't have to bite my head off.
So forthright and brutal.
Oh, now, hey, kid, buck up. You haven't been getting enough sleep. That's your problem.
Well, there was a Salvation Army band playing on the street. I stopped to listen to them. They're really such nice people. They're so much nicer than a lot of the people we know.
I know what you mean. Oh, here come the goodies. No, the Caesar's for me, and the minestrone's for you. That's right. Now you tell me all about this wonderful new radio show you've been listening
You stupid, common bitch.
Oh, how dare you!
Haven't you heard a word I said? I'm talking to you! I'm talking to you, and God damn it, you're going to listen if it's the last thing you do!
All right. Oh, stop it!
Whine
Don't you
moan
dare me!
and whine and moan. That's the last time I'm letting you drive into garbage.
It wasn't my fault.
Wasn't my fault. 3 lanes of traffic. You have 3 lanes in which to drive.
Well, at least I hadn't been drinking.
Irene? That's why you were driving?
Jim! Go up to 16C. Don't even take off your coat.
What is it? Where are the kids?
It's not the kids. They're at the park with Emma. It's the Osborns in 16C. Harvey Osborn is beating his wife.
What?
They've been quarreling since 4 o'clock. You've got to do something.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Oh, Jim.
You don't have to
Aren't
listen
you going
to this
to
sort of
go?
thing. It's indecent. It's like looking in windows.
But
You
Jim!
can turn it off, you know?
It's so horrible. I've been listening all day. It's so depressing.
Well, if it's so depressing, why do you listen to it?
Don't you quarrel with me. All the others have been quarreling all day. They're all worrying about money. Mrs. Hutchinson's mother is dying of cancer in Florida, and some woman in this building is having an affair with the handyman, with that hideous handyman.
Irene.
And that girl who plays the Missouri Waltz is a whore, a common whore.
Oh.
And you have to listen to it all.
Oh, life is so sordid and awful. But we've never been like that, have we, darling? I mean, we've always been good and decent and loving to one another, haven't we? And we have 2 beautiful children. We're happy, aren't we, darling? We're happy, aren't we?
Of course we're happy.
Oh, at last. Something really worth listening to. Thank God it's finally fixed.
Thanks. Yes.
It's got all the swell of the old Ansem recording. Remember, honey?
Huh?
The mare. On the radio.
Oh. I'm sorry. My mind's elsewhere.
It really is a wonderful radio. Now, nothing untoward has happened since that repairman came. Thank you.
Well, I hope you enjoy it. I paid the bill today. Cost a hell of a lot more than I can afford. It's the last extravagance we'll be able to indulge in this year.
I will enjoy it, believe me.
I see you haven't paid your clothing bills yet.
Oh.
I saw them on your dressing table.
I didn't want you to worry.
Why'd you tell me you'd paid them? Why'd you lie to me?
Oh, I'll be able to pay them out of this month's allowance. There were the slip covers last month, and the party.
You learn how to handle the money I give you a little more intelligently. I had a very sobering talk with Mitchell today. No one's buying anything. We're spending all our time promoting new issues. You know how long that takes. I'm not getting any younger. My hair will be gray next year. I haven't done as well as I'd hoped to do. I don't suppose things will get any better.
Yes, dear.
We've got to start cutting down. We've got to think of the children. I'm not at all sure about the future. No one is. There's the insurance. God, I've worked awfully hard to give you and the children a comfortable life. I don't like to see all my energies, all my youth wasted in radios and slip covers and...
Please, Jim, they'll hear us.
Who'll hear us? Emma can't hear us.
The radio.
Oh, I'm sick. I am so sick of your apprehensiveness. The radio can't hear us. And what if they can? Who cares? What gives you the right to comment or care about other people's mean and sordid lives? Why are you so Christly all of a sudden? You stole your mother's jewels before they probated her will. You never gave your sister a cent of that money, not even when she needed it. You made Grace Howland's life miserable. And where was all your piety and virtue when you went to that abortionist? I'll never forget how cool and calm you were. It was like you packed your bags to go to Nassau. I'm going out to do some thinking, get some fresh air. Maybe I'll even come up with some brilliant scheme to keep us afloat for another miserable year.
Where are you? Where are you, Jim? We're not like them.
Good evening. Here are the headlines.
Listen, Jim.
An early morning railroad disaster in Tokyo killed 29 people.
Listen.
A fire at a Catholic hospital near Buffalo for the care of blind children was extinguished early this morning by nuns. The temperature is creeping down again. There are snow warnings for our broadcast area.
Music and news, music and news. Radio, how do you do what you do? He's out there, Irene, with them. Out there where the news is nearly always bad. Don't touch that dial. You might lose him forever, stranded between bands on the Vanishing Point. Hi there. Come here often. Haven't I seen you someplace before? Hey, what's a nice fleep like you doing in a dump like this? Your galaxy or mine? But make up your mind. Quick. I've double parked my crawler at the Vanishing Point.
Excuse me.
Naturally, that is what I am programmed to do.
I see. Might I have another, please? And if it's not too much trouble, could you please go a little easier on the ice this time?
Apologies. My recipe banks assume a rate of consumption that allows a melt factor.
Perhaps they need readjusting. If you'll allow me a moment to borrow a pneumatic hammer.
Unnecessary. Unnecessary. Auto-adjust in progress.
Hi there. Mind if we sit down here?
I don't own the bar. Yet.
Thank you. My name's Dario. And this is my friend Wallow. Say hello, Wallow. Hello.
One gargle on the rocks. Pebbles.
Thank you.
I'll have a Ding Baby's Delight, battered, not bled, with a twist. And my friend here drinks Gargle. Any gargle. Oh, no, put them all on my tab. So, what's yours?
Gargle on the rocks.
No, I meant what's your name? Did you hear that, Wallow? I asked our friend here's name, and our friend here thought I meant... So what is your name, then?
Flano.
Flano. What a lovely name. Flano. One of those dearest to me in the cosmos had that name. Now no longer with us. But life was cheap in the core. Well, we're not supposed to talk about the core. And these days, I guess some people might think of it as name-dropping. So, what's a nice fleep like you doing in a place like this?
Getting stinking drunk.
Yes, well.
One Ding Baby's Delight. One industrial strength gargle.
Thank you. And pour one for yourself.
Oh, goody. Thank you so much. It should do wonders for my solenoids.
Sorry, I
Think
didn't...
nothing of it. It's bound to slip some of our minds at times that some of us are living protoplasm, while others of us are merely rewired refugees from Honestullo's galaxy of spare parts.
I said I was sorry. Anyway, I think my friend Flano here's ready for another.
Surprise, surprise. Maybe I should just run a hose over.
Touchy. So, Flano, are you one of those who drinks for the taste? Or to unwind from a hard day on the job? Or to forget?
I have no job.
An artist. Let me guess. Dancer, right?
To forget.
Huh? I beg your pardon?
I drink to forget.
Forget what?
I can't remember.
Did you hear that, Wallow? Can't remember. That's rich. Rich.
I can't. You see, I've been drinking. I had one once.
One what?
A job.
Oh, what kind of job? or is that what you're trying to forget?
Perhaps. Oh. Yes, it was part of... Oh, no. Excuse me.
Hey, don't run away.
If you'll excuse me for a moment, I just have to go to the little sleeps room.
Well, don't stay away too long. Don't fall in.
Lost cause.
No. We're on a roll.
Like the last 12.
This one's a goer. Trust me.
Goer?
These icy, polite, clerical types, there's always a wild beast lusting to break out. As long as you keep them talking, let them know you're sensitive to their... Well, given the fall of the Slugelmark, I think you better reshuffle your whole portfolio. Oh, hi there. That was quick.
I must apologize. I'm afraid when it comes back to me like that, I lose my composure.
Do you want to talk about it?
Oh, I wouldn't want to burden you with my...
How could it be a burden? If we keep these things inside, they fester and turn into boils. Now, if you can relieve yourself to a stranger, to two strangers, such as Wallow and myself, 3 starships that pass in the night.
Come on.
And yet there is a common bond, an empathy, a feeling of kinship that we sensed the moment we saw you, didn't we, Wallow?
Oh,
So, you work around here? I mean, did you?
Yes. 2 levels up at my god.
Where?
Ministry of Intergalactic Observation and Development. Anthropology Division. That was in another life.
Oh, declared redundant.
No.
Declared redundant.
No. I resigned. Or was asked to. It all blurs together.
One gargle on rocks. Profuse apologies for the delay. We have a convention in from the planet of Shriners.
If it's going to take that long, we better order another round now.
Oh dear, am I imperiling my tip?
These bar droids are getting pretty quincing uppity. Pardon my Flambodian.
I've heard the word before.
So, what did you do at, By God?
My God.
I was a scout liaison. No, Quinn's false modesty. I was the scout liaison. When some scout got an instrument blind in the magnetic nebula heard Flano's voice answering the "Where to Quince am I" code, you could hear that scout's voice soften down, just like a Grambian razorhead with a warm soother. It all began with a standard transmission from an unnamed planet.
Automatic was optional?
Wallow.
Just trying to inject a little levity.
No harm in that, Wallow. I need all the levity I can get. Not to mention injections. It was a routine status report from Scout Agent X-12 on assignment to an unexplored cluster at the far edge of the universe. Or it should have been routine.
This is X-12, repeat Scout Agent X-12, reporting from the unnamed planet in the Zydebeck sector.
Hello, X.
Flano? Flano, is that you?
None other.
Hey, I never thought it. If I didn't know it was going to be you at the other end, I would have taken a shower, or at least scrubbed out my pods.
Flatterer. Shall I turn on the recorder for the status report?
Yeah, sure, very much to report, honey.
Recorder activated.
Final report. Confirmation of prognostications in my initial report. Sentient life on the planet composed of 2 separate and distinct species, one dominant, the other slaves. Slave species, large, grim, and dull. Master species, just the opposite. The slaves fetch and carry, pamper their masters, manage the economy, typical pre-robotic drone work. Soil samples and all that rocks and bone scrap are collected and stored, available for analysis when you get me home. That's about it for this place.
Recorder deactivated.
I guess it ain't the most professional report I ever filed, but if they're gonna leave me out here this long, they gotta expect me. This is the last living dot in the sector, though. You can send me out a power beam, bring me home. Hey, how'd you like to meet me at the dock? I should be home in about an orbit and a half. We can scout us up a Bleenie and a cute little Margit and a Mook.
Tempting offer, X-12. But I'm afraid it's going to take you a little longer to get here.
Not me. The parasecond that beam hits, I'm rolling. I got the camouflage all dragged off the ship. I'm waiting with my digit on the throttle.
I'm afraid you're going to have to camouflage the pod all over again.
What do you mean?
The council were so intrigued by your first report, they gave me the option to beam out a transmogrification.
No, you can't do
now,
that.
X.
No, I won't do it.
You knew what the gig was when you took it, X.
You don't understand, Flano. I ain't afraid of transmogrification. I've been transmogrified more times than most scouts have oiled their nasal guards. I've been a Danubian 12-legged foit. I've hung from the clouds of Dorba by my prehensile teeth. I've crawled across the oxoid jungle floor on my star-shaped stomach tubes. But this, if you could see them. No, scratch that. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Just take my word for it. They got no solid shape. Not on the surface. They're all pink and soft and quivery. Little tentacles at the ends of their upper and lower appendages. The tentacles on the lower ones are so ugly, they hide them from each other. Keep them covered up all the time.
The council expects
everything to do its duty. I know.
There's no need to be flippant about it. We all have to do our part in the big picture. Now, conditions out there are hardly ideal for the transmogrifying beam. But we should be able to put one through in, about 14 pulses. Which of the two species would give you the better observation potential?
I guess if I gotta be one or the other, might as well be one of the masters. At least they seem to get a few yucks in their lives.
You're not out there to have yucks, X12. Now, do you have the shape template keyed in?
Of course I got it keyed in. You think you're dealing with some quincing rookie or something? Sorry, Flano.
That's all right. I know, it gets rough out there in the boonies.
Rough ain't the word for it.
Hold on, X. Here it comes.
It's smashing me down like a mushroom.
It's okay, X. You'll be all right.
Going all mushy on the outside.
Hold on, X. You're strong.
Oh.
Yeah. Come on. X, how do you feel?
Oh, golly, kind of okay now that it's over. Seems to have done something funny to my voice, though.
Well, you run along, do your scouting now. The sooner you get those reports in, the sooner we can bring you home. Your recording file code is 39er double-digit rhomboid.
There now. Don't you feel better now that you told us about it? Sure is a sad story, though.
So, you live around here?
Oh, that is not my story. Merely the introduction. You think that would be enough to drive me to drink? Although your facile excuse for sympathy certainly would be, if it weren't that my glass is dry.
Bar, more drink.
Thank you, Wallow. At least someone around here knows how to treat a fleep. At first, the reports came in routinely enough.
Hi there, X12 here on the Unnamed planet. It ain't so bad here, really. Kind of weird, though. The master species guys spend a lot of time hanging around outside, doing some real complicated sort of self-hypnosis exercises. In one of them, the group got split up into two halves, and we spent a couple hours pushing a flat black thing around with sticks. It would be some sort of golly, my mouth sure is working funny these days. Ecological significance, since one half got called leaves and the other half oilers. Question, why do none of them want to be a leaf? We'll need further data. The master species specimens live in separate housing units, sometimes 2 or 3 to a unit. Each unit is equipped with 1 or 2 of the big, ugly drone species. Question, why do some of the master species get 2 servants and some only 1? Status? Income? Lottery? We'll need further data. X12 here, broadcasting live from inside one of the housing units. These new implant mics are pretty neat. Today is something called Monday. I came out in the morning and found all the master species specimens coming out of their houses and herding into a big building. They stayed in there a few hours and then all came out again for something called lunch. Now, I got myself invited into one of the housing units by Wartface, although the slaves use a different name for him.
Tell your little friend that lunch is ready, please.
Hey, dog breath, come and get it.
Tommy, that's no way to talk.
Mom.
You sit here, dear.
I can't see the TV.
Then just shift your chair over, dear.
Notice how the drones look after even the littlest detail of their master's comfort.
Are you talking to yourself or something?
Tommy, eat your noodles.
But he's talking to himself. It's gross.
If you're going to have guests, you'll have to learn to be polite. Now eat your noodles.
They taste like slime.
Amazing. The drones keep track of their master's nutritional intake as well as doing the menial jobs.
You haven't introduced me to your little school chum, Tommy.
Mom, dog breath. Dog breath, my mom.
I mean his real name.
Don't know, and he ain't my little school chum.
Don't you go to school with Tommy?
School? Oh, the big building. No.
Well, where do you go to school then?
Wordface, how'd you like to tell your drone for me to keep its nose out of the affairs of its betters, since it doesn't have the mental equipment to understand, even if I felt like answering it?
I beg your pardon?
Hey, it's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna be late.
Oh, you haven't eaten your noodles!
I'll eat them when I get home.
Oh, for goodness sake.
I'm gonna get a peek inside one of those big buildings today. There's something creepy going on here. I just can't put my digit on. The more data I get, the more questions I got. Like, I figured out that there's 2 types of drones. One's got higher voices and more bumps on them than the other. But why and what the significance of the bumps is, I don't know. But one thing for sure, the master species here has solved the problem that no other species in the universe. I mean, every creature with any smarts has been trying to find a life where all the mundane details of living get taken care of so they can just sit around and think and have fun. And these creatures, why, drones feed them, transport them from place to place, even dress them. Okay, I'm just under one of the windows now. Just let me get up on the ledge. Okay. Now, there's a whole bunch of masters in there sitting in lines and one drone up at the front. Maybe this is where they train the drones to perform their simple tasks. But why so many to train one drone? Maybe the drones are even more backward than I thought.
Gotcha! I've seen you hanging around here before. Whose class are you supposed to be in?
Put me down!
You're coming in to see the principal.
Put me down, slave. I'll have you flayed. I'll have you boiled in foot nap. Who do you belong to?
You just come along with me, young man. Perhaps we'll have to phone your parents.
Oh! Oh, you come back here, you little bastard! I'll have you in detention for the rest of your life!
This is Scout Agent X-12 signing off for now.
You mean those master things didn't ever have to do anything?
That's what X said, wasn't it? You think X-12 made observations just for mandible exercises? And get your Winston grabbers off my niblicks. I am not that drunk. My exoskeleton is my own. I need another drink.
There's still some in your glass.
No, there isn't.
Bar.
And then came the transmissions. Oh, I should have known then. I should have known. But oh no, Flano's too smart to listen to anybody. We've been getting interference. Solar flares in the Regulus quadrant.
Good old X-12 here, transmitting from the unnamed rock pile. Anybody out there monitoring this?
Scout Liaison Flano monitoring.
Hey, Flan, it's neat to hear your voice again. I think it's about time you brought me home.
Why?
I keep getting these weird feelings about this place. Something to do with those school places. I was going to sneak into one, but they're closed for a festival. It's the neatest festival you ever did see. It's like the drones all get together to thank the masters for being around. Buy them presents, make them good things to eat. There's pictures up all over the place of one of the masters in a barn or something. All these drones standing around looking happy. Maybe it's supposed to represent, like, the first master or something. And you can see how the servants would want to thank them. I mean, if you could see the faces on the little masters running around in the snow, hear them singing those goofy songs. It's sort of like if you could rig up a pulsar that pumped out joy and screwed the power receiver into the core of a medium-sized G-type star. Even the drones, it rubs off on them. Sometimes a few of them almost look like they got something in them besides this grim, gray grinding through the day stuff. Almost. Right now I'm on my way over to Wartface's. Some kind of nighttime gathering of some of the masters. But Flan, why don't I just skip it? And you can send out a beam to detransmogrify me and power up the ship.
X, you said yourself that there were many questions still unanswered.
I don't know if I want to know the answers.
X-12! If the council could hear that. I'll garble it off the tape, but if you were any other scout, I'd...
Recall me?
X, you're incorrigible. Now, I have a lot of other tapes to monitor, so you just run along and keep up your transmission. Try and get as much in as you can before the flares cut you off.
Okay, Agent X-12 carrying on here. Agent X-12 knocking on the door.
Oh, it's you.
X-12 saying hello to Wartface. Hello, Wartface.
Still talking to yourself, eh? Well, come in so I can close the door. Just go straight down to the rec room.
Rec room? Rec room? What does that mean? Maybe this is where we find out some of their secrets.
Hey, you're the one who talks to himself, aren't you? Come dance with me.
I don't know how.
None of us do. Just what we see on TV. Come on. There, you see? It ain't so hard.
The master species specimen in front of me is moving its hideous excuse for a corporal form in a... Well, not that hideous. In fact, it's kind of... Wait a minute. Something funny is happening to my voice and my face. I can feel it breaking out in little bumps. What's happening to me?
The flares, they wouldn't stop. I tried everything. Reeled the thimbustats, strapped myself to the console, popping little white pills.
There, you mustn't blame yourself.
Who else? X had wanted to come home.
Don't talk anymore now. You don't have to finish the story.
Quinsing right I do, slime garble. You got me started and you'll hear the end of it. I finally found a window through the flares.
Scout Agent X-12, repeat, this is Scout Agent X-12, transmitting from the unnamed planet. Does anybody out there copy?
Receiving X-12. Repeat. We read you. This is liaison control at my guard.
Flano! Flano, is that you? If you're an auditory hallucination, don't tell me.
It's really me, X. Oh, it's so good to hear your voice again. I thought we'd never get through.
Good to hear my voice. You got no idea what it's like to hear yours. Get me out of here, Flano. I need a detransmogrifier beam with a power input to charge the ship.
You're still on active
You
assignment.
can't hear me. I said get me out of here now. You get your fuzzy little pod nut in gear. Get me home. Sorry, Flano. I'm losing control. Just please.
What's happened?
I went into one of those buildings. Snuck in when the masters all went back after the festival. Hid in the heating ducts, listening, watching, until finally I learned the ghastly truth. In those buildings, those dull, gray, lifeless drones are slowly, day by day, year by year, transmogrifying their happy little masters into themselves. Getting bigger and duller and stupider every day, while their servants watch them with these sly smiles. That was the physical change I was feeling, the start of it. Maybe they put chemicals in the water or something. I tried to tell them. Prime directive be damned. I kicked off the grill, I jumped down. Run! Get away before it's too late! But they wouldn't listen. The big drone at the front of the room came after me, but I gave it a dose of Devinol mist from the spritz gun. When last seen, it was trying to eat a light fixture. But there was too many of them. I ran. They're out there now, looking for me. Flano, you gotta help me. The horror. The horror.
Of course I will, X. Oh, what you've been through. Why couldn't I have listened to you in the first place? Amplifying beam power now. Are you prepared to receive?
Prepared, believe me, I've been waiting for weeks.
Beam power at maximum.
Give it to me, Flano! Give it to me!
Here it comes, dear X.
Well?
Can't you feel it?
It isn't in yet!
It has to
I'm telling
be.
you it isn't! I don't feel anything! Flano! Flano! I'm losing transmission!
It's the flares. They've started up again.
What? Can't hear you!
The flares from Regulus. Another storm.
Just send the beam! I'll transmit en route!
I can't. The flares are chewing up the beam as...
How long do you think it'll be before you get rid of the flares?
Adjusting time calibrations to the orbit of the unnamed planet. Anywhere from a week to 20 years.
20 years? Flano! Flano, you can't help me! Don't leave me here!
X! X! God, oh God, take me out of here. Take me away. Take me on the landing pad.
Take me off 4th floor. Shoot me up with Drago dust. Put your swizzle up my Nord Quince nay, so I can't think straight. Anything. Just get the sound of that voice at my oral receptor.
Well, sure, honey. I mean, me and Wallow weren't thinking of sex. No. But if that's what you're in the mood for, here, have another drink. So, with you and me and Wallow, we got a Fleep, a Nordic, and a Mook. We just need to find a Bleenie and a willing Poit, and we can all go back to my place and quince our assorted parts off.
Don't lose hearts. The year is yet young.
Hey, 3 out of 5. It's all downhill from here. What's so funny?
I know a place. It'd be easy.
No, I'm not going into one of those rent-a-point parlors. I've never had to pay for it in my life.
Yeah, even easier than that. You see, X got through another transmission, came up on the recorder, picked up automatic in downtime.
I got away. Scout Agent X-12. Anyone receiving? They're after me, but I got away. You got him. For your own sake, seal it off. Seal off the unnamed planet. Code Z Black Tui forever. Too late for me. Save yourselves. I should have seen it right off. The ones with the bumps and the ones without. Well, what kind of a psychopath would I have to be to... They caught me. They put me in a school. That's what they call them, the transmogrifying centers. When I grow up. Actually, it'd be keen to have my own car and get a job. Computer science seems to be the only way. What am I saying? Listen. Quarantine. On the unnamed planet, they have only 2 sexes.
I'm gonna be... that's the most disgusting, sick-minded... What kind of a pervert would think of... Stay away, don't even look at me. I want to shower for a month.
Forever. Trapped. Forever. Only 2. Bardroid. Bring me a double. Make me sane again.
I think it would take more than a double, Gargles.
Refills.
Certainly. Immediately. Coming right up.
Well, what's wrong with you? How come you didn't run off screaming like your friend there? Nothing makes you sick? Or you think I just made it up to get rid of that cack breath? Oh, you go ahead and think that if it makes you feel better. But they used to say it, my God, there are more things in matter and space than are dreamt of in our physiology. I don't know why they used to say that. You know, you're not bad looking. What do you say? 2 out of 5. Like you said, the year is yet young. If I haven't turned you off forever. Poor X. 2 sexes.
Only on the unnamed planet, you say?
Pity. Pity Dario didn't hang around a little longer. Might have learned a thing or 2. But set him up, Bardroid. Gargles all round. Make it 1 for poor doomed X-12, and 1 more for the Vanishing Point. Deadlines. The world pressing in. And a selfish, greedy place it is, too. Feeling burnt out. Need to get away from the office for a while. Such a holiday can be arranged, but think it over. You'll have to give up a lot at the Vanishing Point.
When you're the best in your field, everybody wants you. But sometimes they want you for reasons you wouldn't believe.
Linguitech Services.
Where the hell is Honest Chuck?
General McCord, please don't talk to me like that.
Tell him to get back to me.
I'll do that. Oh, dear.
Yes?
Would you like some more orange juice or another muffin?
No, but I could use some more aspirin.
You've already had 6.
Really?
General McCord called. He said they're all waiting for you.
Just keep him away from me. 24 hours is all I need.
He's been calling for days. He says the UN ambassador is tearing his hair out. They've got to know what the Koreans said to the Russians.
Marlene, whose side are you on?
I'm trying to help you, Mr. Honest Chuck. But General McCord says they're going to ask for an adjournment of the UN meeting if you can't crack that code today.
I've got everything in the computer right now, Marlene. Just keep things peaceful for me, okay?
I'll do my best, Mr. Honest Chuck. Mr. Honest Chuck, they're here again. You know...
Huh? Who's here?
The creeps in the orange pajamas.
Did you tell them what I told you to tell them?
Yes.
Well, what did they say?
They said they already are in hell. That's why they need you.
Well, it's nice to feel needed. Do you need me, Marlene?
I like to work here, Mr. Honest Chuck.
Really? I'm surprised to hear that. I don't like to work here. Look, I tell you what, Marlene. Tell the creeps that if they stay out there any longer, we're going to start charging them rent. $500 a day.
Yes, Mr. Honest Chuck. Oh, Mr. Sanderson called.
He can call me from now till doomsday. I'm not here for Sanderson. I'm never here. I told you that. Never, ever.
Would you like a Valium?
No. I just don't want to talk to Sanderson.
He's got a writ of possession for your house and your car.
There's a guy out there with a black suit and a violin case, right?
Oh, Mr. Honest Chuck.
Send that guy in, the hitman. I'll see him. Get it over with.
You've got to talk to Sanderson.
You're just a secretary, Marlene. Don't play Florence Nightingale.
Sanderson's a nice man. He wants to talk to you before he does anything.
He's already doing it.
Kotler, Feldman, Hurstenhorn, Sanderson, and Campanelli.
Do you have chocolate Ripple?
Whom do you wish to speak to, sir?
Sanderson.
Whom shall I say is calling?
His mother.
Hello, Mr. Honest Chuck.
Hello, Mr. Sanderson.
Your wife, Mr. Honest Chuck, is a very distraught woman.
Poor thing. I'll bet she's down to her last 300 pairs of shoes.
Your children, Mr. Honest Chuck.
My children are none of your goddamn business.
If you'd only make the payments, it would make...
I haven't got the money, Mr. Sanderson. But I tell you, I got a very big program due this week. I'll be finished in a couple of days. I'm half finished now, and when I get paid, I can pay my wife.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we, Mr. Honest Chuck?
Yes, we have, indeed.
Mr. Honest Chuck, I don't like seizing people's property. It's messy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But if I have to do it, I will. So I'm going to advise my client to give you until 5 p.m. Thursday. If we don't have your money in our hands by then, I'm going to send in the sheriff first thing Friday morning.
Goodbye, Mr. Sanderson.
Goodbye, Mr. Honest Chuck.
Marlene, get me General McCord, please.
Mr. Honest Chuck, you're not going to believe this.
Yes, I am.
The creeps in the orange pajamas, they just gave me the first day's rent. $500 in gold coins.
I could understand why they wanted me. I'm a linguist, a cryptographer. I'm an expert at generating codes. And breaking them, too, when that's what the client wants. And I'm also an expert with computers. I can build them and program them to do anything with language that you want done.
We have been to see many people, Mr. Honestchuck. They all told us we must come to you.
I could just hear the other guys in the business. Oh, go see Ted Honestchuck. He's your man. With friends like that, who needs enemies?
Mr. Honestchuck, we live in Nepal. We want you to come to our home and build us a machine that will take all the letters of all the languages in the world and print out the 9 billion names of God.
The idea was absurd, of course. But even if I wanted to take the job, just to prove to myself I could do it, they would have needed a whole room full of interfaced computers and a whole army of printers.
Our great guru taught us that when we have written out the 9 billion names of God, God will bring this universe of illusion to an end. Then a new and better age can begin.
So what's your big hurry? I mean, do you guys really want the world to end? Take your time, pal. Write slow. Nobody's rushing you.
Mr. Honestchuck, for 300 years we have been studying the languages of the world and writing out the names of God according to the instructions our great teacher left to us. But now it is hard to find young men to join us. They do not have reverence for the way. We are afraid. We have only one child in our ranks. He is a good boy, but when we are gone, he will not be able to carry on alone. Our holy task will not be completed.
Well, I can understand your problem now, my friend, but... no, I'm not the solution you're looking for.
Our astrologers have told us we must seek a man of your talents.
I'm busy, I told you.
You must help us, Mr. Honestchuck. You are our last hope.
Tough noogies, friend. I figured they'd just get tired and go away. But instead, they just set up camp in my outer office.
In God's divine plan, there is a purpose to everything, Mr. Honestchuck.
It became a contest of wills. Which of us would crack first? Me or the Chief Lama?
Ted, we could be bigger than Zenith. We could be bigger than Apple. We could even take on IBM. I'll put up the money.
I like the independence.
You have to grow, Ted, or the big guys will gobble you up.
Jill, a diamond bracelet? Where did you get it? In bed. Screwing. Oh.
Jill's growing up. I know.
It's nothing personal, Honestchuck. Just between us, I think your wife's a greedy bitch. But she does have her legal rights.
Do you have a wife, Mr. Sanderson?
Not anymore.
You don't need any more parties, Mr. Honestchuck. You need some sleep.
What's the use of working so hard if I don't get any fun out of life, Marlene?
I hate to see you look so thin.
Come on, Teddy.
No, I can't do those steps.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
Come on.
No, I can't. All right, I'll try.
Look at Ted dance.
You had his brain. You'd be dancing, too.
Oh, yes, Teddy, you're wonderful. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
I love you. I love you so much.
Oh.
Wake up, Teddy. Wake up.
What time is it?
I don't know, but the sun's coming up. I can see it.
Oh, yeah.
You have to go home. Get up, Teddy.
Jill, we've been going together for 2 years. Do you think maybe just this once?
No, you can't stay here overnight. We are not living together.
Jill, I am so tired. You can't imagine how tired I am.
So am I. And I have to look beautiful at 7 o'clock in the morning. Please go, Teddy. Don't do this to me.
I'm tired.
I have a catalog job today. Underwear. Don't look at me like that, Ted.
Like what?
You look like you're gonna cry. You are crying. Damn you!
I can't help it.
Well, you bastard! You're doing this deliberately. You're so selfish. Damn you! Damn you!
We're beginning our descent. Please fasten your seatbelts and make sure you're...
She's got to be kidding. I never took mine off. I wish I'd brought my parachute.
Our friends are waiting at the field. They have hired porters to carry you to the ashram.
Carry me?
You'll be quite comfortable.
How far do we have to go?
Oh, as you measure distance, about 2 miles, I think.
I'll walk, thanks.
As you wish. Our home is on top of a mountain.
Terrific. Do they chant like that all the time?
4 times a day, we sing names of God. It pulls us to our duty.
How many have you got so far?
Our scribes have set down 912,632 names of God.
Terrific. So all you need now is 8,999,000,000 more.
You begin to understand why we have brought you here.
It's pretty around this place. Can I go for a walk?
As you wish. If you follow that path going up behind the monastery, you will find a mountain pool. I think you will find it most comforting there.
Yeah, thanks. I'll take a look. I can't do anything for you anyway until my stuff gets here.
We know that. We have a monk waiting at the airport.
You know something? You're starting to remind me of my other clients.
Were they also in the service of God, Mr. Honestchuk?
No, I wouldn't say that about them.
Enjoy your walk, Mr. Honestchuk.
Radha, Jehovah, Quetzalcoatl, Hera,
I just wanted to get away from the office. I didn't realize how burned out I really was. For days, maybe weeks, all I did was sleep and go for walks. We were close to the tree line. I could see the tops of mountains pushing like fists into the clouds. The monks told me that one of those fists was Annapurna. There was something very special about that place. I'm not a believer in anything, but it was peaceful there.
Inner peace, Mr. Honestchuk, comes from having a purpose in life. I saw people in your world frantically trying to gratify their senses and their appetites. I was overcome with pity for them. They will never know true inner satisfaction. They will always be tormented by their cravings. Peace can only come from submitting your will to the will of God.
Breakfast was a bowl of porridge and a mug of tea with a glob of yak butter floating in it. The stuff was strong enough to take the enamel off your teeth. But I grew to like it after a while. I thought of the tea as my early morning blast. I used to get up with the monks and sometimes even chant with them, just to be sociable. Then, after breakfast, they'd go to work writing, and I'd take off into the hills with a little loaf of bread and a bit of cheese.
Our great leader wandered alone in these mountains for 25 years, Mr. Onischuk, before he understood that this was the place God had chosen for our holy task.
In the evenings, there was absolutely nothing to do. There weren't even any books. At least not in any language I could read. Sometimes, I used to just sit and watch the night come, which happens quite quickly in the mountains, like somebody dropping a black curtain. I don't think you ever realize how fast you're running until suddenly there isn't anywhere to go. At first, I would carry on imaginary conversations with all the people I'd left behind, saying all the things I could never bring myself to say to them in real life. But that ran down. Then it stopped altogether. My mind was empty. I could sit for hours without moving. I probably looked just like another monk.
Sadhuji! Sadhuji! They have come!
You must not shout in here. Now, tell me quietly, who has come?
The boxes for the new master. I met the porters on the road.
God's will be done.
Why does he need so many?
You go to the scribes. Bring them fresh ink and pens.
Mr. Onischuk, Mr. Onischuk, we are ready.
Yes, I guess you are.
Yes. Oh. Allow me to sit here with you a moment. This used to be one of my holy places. When I first came to the monastery, the older monks were very hard on us. Much harder than we are on our young one. When I thought I could no longer stand the discipline and I would have to go back to my father's farm, I would come up and throw stones into the pool, just as you are doing. I think this is one of those places on earth that God has breathed upon.
Then why don't you enjoy it? When you've got a place as beautiful as this, why aren't you up here all the time?
But we do love these mountains.
That's what you say. But you have rooms full of monks down there writing down the names of God. They never even see the mountains.
Oh, they feel the peace of this place. That is why we are here.
If I had something as beautiful as all this, I don't think I'd waste my time trying to figure out 9 billion names for God. I think I'd just relax and enjoy it.
But the world changes. This little stream here is changing even as we look at it. The sensual world, what you call the physical world, is mere appearances. Only God is unchanging. Only the will of God is permanent. And it is our duty to serve God.
I just see trees here. Oh. What do you call those birds?
They are doves.
You know what's so incredible up here? The absolute silence. It's like medicine.
You are becoming one of us.
Not a chance, chum.
We have our sacred mission, Mr. Onischuk.
Yeah. So does everyone who hires me. You're just like my old pal, General McCord. He's got a mission, too. Everybody's so busy saving the world, they don't have time to enjoy it.
We have started the generator, Mr. Onischuk. Is there anything else we can do to help you begin?
Okay. You win.
Oh, the scribes will be very pleased to see you begin.
Teacher, can I help you?
Pull that goddamn plug!
Oh, yes, teacher.
Oh, thanks. God, where did they get this soldering iron? It's a goddamn antique.
Should I get the llama?
No, don't bother. It's, well, I just soldered my thumb to the motherboard, that's all.
Teacher, what are those little things?
Those little things, my friend, are the heart of the computer. They're called silicone chips.
They are so small. Can these little chips really think?
No, only people can think. Those little chips do exactly what I tell them to do.
You know what I think, Master? I think that when your little tiny chips have written out the 9 billion names of God, he will reach down and take me by the hand because I have helped you build your machine. And he will say, "Come to me, Narayan." And he will lift me up to sit in heaven beside him.
Narayan, none of that is going to happen.
Oh yes, you'll see.
Have you ever thought of leaving this place?
Where would I go?
To school, in the South.
Yes, I would like to go to school. But I have no money. My father brought me here because there is no food in our house.
I have money. And I would like to help you.
I must be here for the end of the world.
Look at these chips, kid. Do you think there's any power in them to make the world end?
Oh, they are small, aren't they?
They're just little bits of silicone, Narayan.
If what you say is true, if the monks are wrong, I would like to go to school.
I'll take you then, Narayan. Okay, let's give it a run.
They're so quiet. I expected them to be noisy.
Those are laser printers, my friend. State of the art. And I've programmed your great teacher's formulas into the computers.
They are miracles. Oh, so many generations of monks have worked and died in this place. I wonder what they would say if they could see your machine.
I'm wondering what the monks who are here right now are going to say.
They will be very happy.
They've spent their whole lives writing and chanting. Now these machines are going to put them right out of business. If I was one of those monks, I think I'd get pretty angry.
That cannot be. Our religion teaches the way of peace.
What if your religion falls apart? When the last name comes off those printers and nothing happens, those monks are going to go crazy.
I have thought of that possibility.
It's not a possibility. It's what's going to happen. Come with me, my friend. There are mountains in my country, too. You can open an ashram there.
I must stay here to the end.
I'm trying to save your life.
I understand you, Mr. Onischuk, and I am grateful. But every person has his own special destiny, and this is mine.
You helped me get myself together. Let me help you now, please.
I am beyond your help, Mr. Honestchuck. But the boy...
Narian?
If something happens to the monastery, he will have nowhere to go.
I'll come back for him, Satyajit. I'll see that he gets an education.
You are a good man, Mr. Honestchuck.
Goodbye, Satyajit. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Mr. Honestchuck. And thank you for everything. Goodbye, Mr. Honestchuck. And all my blessings go with thee.
You bastard, I'll tear your head off!
Easy, friend. I'm not in that big a hurry.
You got all the time in the world, eh?
No, that's not true, but I'm not in a hurry. A few minutes more or less. Are they really important?
Listen, buddy, time is money.
No, it's not.
Who told you that?
A friend who lives on a mountain.
Oh, yeah? Well, tell him to try driving a cab. Then he'll learn the real truth. Time is money. Time is money!
Honestchuck, these are so beautiful.
Marlene, do you think maybe you could start calling me Ted?
Real diamonds?
As real as you get 'em, Marlene. I'm a wealthy man now. The monks paid me very well.
Oh, a diamond necklace. My mother always wanted a diamond necklace, and now I have one.
Marlene, do you trust me?
I'm not sure, Mr. Ted. I guess that's one of the things we're going to find out if we can trust each other. But I know I love you. I always loved you. But you were so frantic.
Well, I had a lot of growing up to do.
I think we should go to bed now, Mr. Honestchuck.
I would like that very much.
It's getting windy. There must be a storm coming. I'll just close the window. Oh, my God. I don't believe it.
But it was happening. There's a first time for everything.
The stars.
I put my arm around Marlene. We both looked up at the sky. I had time to think of Satyajit and little Narian, to wonder what they were feeling. Because one by one, the stars are going out.
Still there? Good. Are you feeling any more refreshed? Some find the silence a little trying at first, but it grows on you. Soon, you find yourself listening for it. Listening to nothing but the silence. Listening to the world fading away to the vanishing point. Come out into the garden. Isn't it lovely? Of course, it's night. The flowers are closed up tight. Most of them. there is one whose blossom defies the diurnal cycle. I'll show her to you. Let me lead you down the garden path to the Vanishing Point.
God hands out sensitivity like beauty, in very unequal measures. And though it is an endowment essential to the poet, to a bank manager dealing with mortgages and loans, sensitivity is an awkward encumbrance.
Mr. Herman, Colonel Cleary's overdrawn again, and he'd like to arrange...
Mr. Anderson says he can't meet this month's payment. He wants to arrange an extension.
Mr. Herman, Mrs. Shelford's here about the foreclosure notice she got today. She says she can't possibly...
For 35 years, Henry Herman went to his duties like a man to his execution. And after work, he returned home to his beloved garden, like a man who had been granted a reprieve. Wherever the bank transferred him, he would start a new garden first thing, no matter how calamitous the climate or soil. Herman's plants thrived. His gardens were a wonder to see, and each time he was transferred, it pained him to leave them. Then one day...
Mr. Brown from the head office is here to see you, Mr. Herman.
Oh, Mr. Brown.
Yes, the personnel manager.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, show him in, please.
Well, Herman.
Hello.
Must be, 5 years since we've seen each other?
The Christmas party 4 years ago.
Yes, of course. That was it. Yes. Oh, well, we've seen a lot of changes since then, haven't we, eh?
Well,
new technology, expansion, growth.
Expansion? Oh, you're not thinking of transferring me again, are you?
No. Oh, actually, Herman, we're thinking of retiring you.
Retiring? But, Mr. Brown, I've got 5 years to go.
Why wait 5 years? We've worked out a scheme so you can retire 1 month from today. And look, here are the figures. The pension's quite generous.
It's a pittance. I had hoped there'd be enough for a bit of traveling. More tea?
Please.
We might save a bit if we moved to a small house in the country.
Well, I wouldn't want to move and start a new garden. I've worked on this one, dear, for 10 years now. You know, it's the best and biggest I've ever had. I couldn't pack up and abandon it.
But you can't let a few plants take over your life.
Oh, no, of course not. Well, I'd best get out and water down those shrubs. Oh, lovely dinner, sweet.
Good morning, Mr. Herman.
Oh, good morning, Louise.
Here are some messages.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Colonel Cleary is in your office waiting to see you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yes. Good morning, Colonel. Bit strapped again. I think we...
Blazes, is this about your retiring?
Yes. Well, it's my last day, I'm afraid. You know the old saying, though, retire while you can still enjoy it. So...
Stuff and nonsense. You're hardly more than a boy. I suppose they'll replace you with some young pup with no idea how to deal with a gentleman.
Well, I don't think that...
Well, here's a package for you.
For me?
A small gesture, a mark of appreciation, you know.
What is it?
Well, open the ruddy thing. Here, let me.
Oh.
There you are.
Oh. Oh, it's beautiful. It's an orchid.
Yes, I grew it myself. Did you ever see a blossom so blue?
Never. It's magnificent. What kind is it?
It's a Vanda Corolea. Hybridized.
Oh, yeah.
Parent plant comes from northern India. Saw my first one when I was stationed there in the uplands.
Does it have a scent?
What's the time?
The time. I make it 20 to 10.
Well, you wouldn't notice a perfume now. Too early. Sun's not high enough yet.
I don't understand.
Well, it's perfectly simple. The plant's not mad, you know. Puts out perfume when the insects are about, so that pollination sets in during the heat of the day.
Well, that's clever, isn't it?
And see these leaves here?
Yes.
They always point from east to west. You know, if you turn the ruddy thing north and south, the leaves turn themselves east and west again.
Really? Well, never owned an orchid before, Colonel. I don't know what to say.
The ruddy thing will talk to you when you get to know it. If it gives you any trouble, give me a call. Your replacement arrived yet?
We were introduced yesterday.
Well, if he doesn't come up to scratch, I'll move my account. You can tell him that, whoever he is. Well, a last handshake, what?
Yes.
Goodbye and good luck. And I don't mind telling you, I'm really sorry to see you go.
There was a little party in the bank after closing, and Herman went home with the silver tray and the Vanda Corolea. In his garden, he looked about and sighed. The daily reprieve for which he had lived now stretched before him forever.
Henry, you'd better have your dinner before you start planting that orchid.
Oh, well, it's not going in the garden, sweets. It has to be indoors.
Oh? Why?
Needs humidity. It's from India, you know.
Oh. I thought it looked jungly.
Yeah. Isn't it a beauty?
I don't know. There's something almost evil about it.
Evil? How can a flower be evil?
Well, for one thing, aren't orchids parasites? I think I read that somewhere.
Oh, I'll have to live off something, don't we? I mean, look at the color. It's beautiful. I thought I'd put it in the living room by the window.
Oh, we can't have it in the living room. It's not right.
Not right for what?
Well, the furniture, everything. It wouldn't go at all. What are all those crawly things hanging outside the pot?
Those are its roots.
Well, I don't think they're very pretty.
But look at the blossom. And the leaves. Did you notice the shape of the leaves?
Yes, they look just like those hooded cobras.
Oh. Well, I suppose I could put it out of the way in the bedroom.
The bedroom? I don't want that plant in the house at all. Now come and have your dinner before it's ruined. I thought you might like to come shopping with me tomorrow. We could look at paints. The house is a sight, inside and out.
Yes, well, I must get around to it, but I'd like a few days to tidy up the garden a bit first. You know, get the feel of retirement, you know. Well, I guess I better pull a few weeds. Oh, lovely dinner sweets.
Retired at his age. Women can't retire. Cooking and cleaning go on forever. I'm going shopping now, Henry. I've left a list of things that need repairing on the table. Every tap in the house is dripping. Oh, and remember to get that plant out of the house. It's got a nasty jungly smell that's stinking up the living room.
Nasty jungly smell. You better have a look. Well, how's the Vanda? Oh, what on earth's happened to you? You're so pale. Is it too hot next to the window? Okay, here, let's move you to a more shaded spot. Down here, on the floor, leaves east to west. How's that now? Well, I'll be blessed. Your color's coming back already. You like that, do you? I thought I smelled... Oh, it is your perfume. So sweet. But you're all mixed up, you know. It's only 9 o'clock. Oh, I see. You were thanking me. But we are in a bit of a pickle. My wife won't have you inside the house, and you must have shelter. I've been thinking of building a little greenhouse for you. A little house, all your own. What would you think of that? If I bought the materials today, I could put it up in no time.
It took the men at the lumber yard a long time to cut the materials to Herman's specifications. He supervised impatiently, worried that his wife might have already moved the orchid, perhaps north to south, or worse, out of the house altogether.
Is that you, Henry? It's almost 6 o'clock. Where have you been all day?
I'll be right there. I'll just look in on the Vanda. Oh, my God. What did you do to the Vanda?
Who, me?
Yes.
I wouldn't touch that thing with a 10-foot pole. Where have you been all day?
Why is it drooping like that?
What are you talking about? Coming home at 6 in the evening, not a bit of work done, and going on about flowers drooping.
Well, look at her. She's dying. Here, up you come on the table. Poor thing. Let's have a look.
What a fuss.
Look, it's coming back. I just picked it up, and it's coming back.
And it's going out tonight.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I bought a greenhouse for her.
A greenhouse? You spent money on a greenhouse?
They're delivering the materials this evening.
When we have to make do on a pittance?
I'll have it up by tomorrow.
When every room needs repainting? I've heard that retired men go senile, but I didn't expect it in 24 hours.
In the next month, Herman divided his time between painting his kitchen and tending the orchid. He formed the habit of drinking his morning tea in the greenhouse, carrying it out in his favorite cup.
Tea for me, and a bit of water for you. That's my girl.
In his communion with the Vanda, there was no obstacle of words to confuse their triumphant understanding, no meanness of ego to blight their perfect rapport. The language by which they communicated was a precious thing in itself.
Henry! I thought I'd find you here. I need some help. What on earth have you got there?
This? Oh, a little bell I picked up. Thought I'd put it over the door there. Supposed to be from an Indian temple.
Mm-hmm. You realize, of course, that our door chimes haven't worked for 6 months?
Mrs. Herman took to complaining about the time Herman spent in the greenhouse. Relations between them became painfully strained. Sometimes Herman found himself comparing his wife to the orchid, unfavorably.
That's your call.
Good to see you again, Colonel. How are you?
I didn't mind telling you, I'm shifting my account. That ruddy replacement of yours is an out-and-out untouchable. How's the orchid?
Actually, that's what I've come to see you about.
Everything all right?
I'm afraid not.
What's the trouble? Any fungus? Wet spiders? Snails?
Nothing like that. No, she would have mentioned it, you know.
Mentioned it?
Yeah, well, she would have let me know immediately. No. She hasn't been herself lately.
Oh, ruddy sorry to hear it. And the orchid?
And she's been looking very peaked, Colonel. She no longer welcomes me with waves of perfume when I have tea with her. And she's making more and more demands on me. Whenever I leave, she droops. Most pathetically.
Oh, well, a specialist should put it right.
That's why I've come to you.
Oh, well, I say I couldn't interfere in that.
See, I can't help wondering if she wants to breed.
Good Lord, Herman.
I thought perhaps you could show me how to cross an orchid.
Oh, an orchid. Oh, of course, yes. An orchid. Let's go to my orchid room.
A magnificent collection, Colonel.
Over here, on this table.
Yes.
Now, here's a fine, robust male.
Oh, yes.
Now, here's what you do. See, here in the center, that's the lip.
Yes.
This protuberance over the lip is what we call the column.
The column.
Yeah. Now, you break the column off with your fingers.
Yes.
Like this. Do you see? And there are the pollinia.
Those 2 little yellow seeds.
Quite. Now, we'll take this female, and right under here is her anther.
Yes.
Now, you take the male's pollinia and gently squeeze them onto the anther. So.
Is that all?
That's all. And when the stem below the flower head swells, well, you know the ruddy thing's pregnant.
Well, very sexy, isn't it?
Well, you need something with size and texture to cross with that vanda you got.
Yeah.
Something rounded with meat in the petals to build up a figure a bit.
What would you suggest?
Well, I could let you have a cymbidium I've got called Falstaff.
Are you sure he'd be right for her?
You couldn't do better. She'll get something really good out of it. This one over here. This is Falstaff.
Oh.
Well, it ought to invigorate her,
but
what?
His leaves, they're so coarse. I mean, those red blotches. He looks diseased.
Oh, no, he's just recovering from a touch of the fungus. Now, I'll give you a bottle of poison to spray him with, but be ruddy careful. Orchid poisons are deadly dangerous. Give your hands a ruddy good scrubbing after you use it.
Well, Falstaff, here's the greenhouse. Shall we go in and meet the lady? And a good afternoon to the lady of the house. Look what I've brought you. This is Falstaff. He's going to live here with you. Isn't he a fine fellow? I'll just put the two of you together side by side, and you can get to know each other. What do you think of that? I thought you'd be delighted to have a companion. Well, we'll fix that. I'll give you a good dose of fertilizer, then we'll see. As for you, Falstaff, I'd better spray you with that poison. Wouldn't want you giving her the fungus. I better keep track of all this. Now, where's that old journal of mine? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Did you two get acquainted last... Good Lord, what happened? You pulled all your roots back into your pot. That's sheer petulance. Well, come on, Falstaff. It's the far end of the bench until she gets used to you. Perhaps we were a bit impetuous the first night and all that. Better make a note of this in my journal. Let's see. Today's October the 24th. I foresee trouble. She doesn't like my arrangements and refuses to cooperate. So, I'll let you get used to each other until tomorrow, then. Good morning again. Have a good night, did we? I see your roots have assumed their usual pattern. You see, Falstaff's not a bad sort. So, Falstaff, back you go beside her. October 28. Still making no progress. November 3rd. When I came in this morning, she turned the most. November 6th, ghastly. I have tried every way to placate her and am feeling greatly distressed. November 9th. I should give up trying, but her behavior is making me stubborn.
Not yet, eh? Well, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, she absolutely rejects Falstaff. Absolutely.
Why don't you impregnate her as I showed you, eh?
Yeah.
Have it ruddy over and done with.
Colonel, somehow it doesn't seem proper to impregnate her without, first obtaining her consent, as it were.
November the 13th was a black day. The Vanda had got Falstaff's fungus.
November 13. I wouldn't be surprised if this is her way of blackmail. She knows I'm afraid of
Jones and Mary is getting engaged.
They're having a house party.
And we're invited to stay the weekend.
Pass me that fertilizer, would you, sweet?
Did you hear? Joan, my sister Joan, has invited us for a weekend.
That's nice. Let's see, 1 ounce to a gallon. You have to go on your own, though, sweet.
Go on my own? To a weekend party? To the engagement of your own niece?
I can't get away.
Nonsense. You're retired. You can get away any time you like.
I can't just now. I'm having trouble with the orchids.
You're insane. Do you know that? Who else drinks tea with orchids?
You don't understand, darling, how
I'd like
orchids
to throw those orchids out and you with them.
The fungus could spread and kill
Oh,
them
that would
if
be a
I
happy
didn't
day.
Look after them. Look, once I get the fungus
Putting fungus ahead of your own niece.
Get away.
That's right. Go back to your ugly, stinking flowers. You spend all your time with them anyway. I never see you.
Stubborn, bull-headed women. I've been too easy with a lot of you. Well, we'll see who's Lord and Master around here. Right, Falstaff? Oh, yes. Your day has come too, my man. Let's see those fine columns of yours. Off with your cap and make your acquaintance with the lady. Fine, robust seats for her ladyship's answer. Enough sulking, bullying, pouting. Enough. Forgive me, please. Oh, please forgive me. Are you in there, dear?
Go away.
I'm truly sorry. I don't know what came over me.
Go back to your greenhouse.
I've just made a pot of tea. Shall I bring you a cup?
You can take your tea out to your greenhouse like you always do.
Oh, maybe I will then, if you don't mind. I have to update my journal. You sure you don't mind?
Oh, go away!
Look, I've come to have tea with you. I'm sorry about what happened. I'll make it up to you. Give your fungus a nice, gentle spraying. Would you like that? I'm forgiven then. Now, let's put this over here on the table, out of harm's way, while I spray you. Almost like a ritual cleansing, isn't it? Washing away the stain, that sort of thing. Bit extra today. Under and over the leaves. Oh, you're dripping. There. Okay, now, you can sit up here on the ledge by me, dry off a bit, while I have my tea and write up the journal. Now, where to begin? Today, Falstaff, today we...
The poison trickles down the vanda's spikes and collects in the nodes of the leaves. One node fills. The poison spills out and fills the node beneath it.
A sad day. Things between us will never be the same.
The last node fills. The leaves that flare from the stem like a cobra's hood slowly change their alignment. The bottom leaf reaches out like a tongue, and the poison splashes into the tea.
So, this is his greenhouse. Only 2 plants in it. Oh, this blue thing's a fantastic color.
Funny leaves. Look at that one drooping over his cup. No accounting for taste.
Well, she said he'd been acting very strangely. She said she went to her room after the quarrel. Didn't find him until around 2 o'clock.
Well, he made a good job of it. The doctor said he had enough poison in him to kill a horse.
I'll never understand suicides.
He could have been worried by his retirement. To get some of them like that, they think they must be over the hill.
Look at this.
What is it?
Looks like some sort of journal. Just listen to this. I foresee trouble. She doesn't like my arrangements and refuses to cooperate. November 6th. I have tried every way to placate her and am greatly distressed. November 11. I'm fed up being bullied by women. November 13. I wouldn't be surprised if this is her way of blackmail. She knows I'm afraid of the poison.
Yeah, let me see that. She knows I'm afraid of the poison.
She's still in the house. We better get back there.
You smell a sort of perfume?
Poor Herman. He should have known better than to cross an unwilling orchid. And of course he should have been more careful about where and with whom he took his tea. After all, there is many a slip twixt cup and Vanishing Point. Every verb has a tense and a voice. The aspect of the verb which tells us when the action occurred is called the tense. Voice indicates whether the subject performs the action or is acted upon. A simple grammar lesson. But nothing is simple in the grammar of time. Tense only begins to describe how the subject feels when the voice comes from beyond Vanishing Point.
Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? For the millionth time. Anyone at all? No, of course not. And if you could hear me, I'd never know it. Of course, someday someone else will find the way here, and who knows? They may still find me. So listen, all of you out there. Listen, if you're born yet, and if you're not, listen anyway. Because one day, one of you is going to stumble on the same thing Uncle Corliss did and learn what I did the day I visited his lab. And then you'll be sorry. Very sorry. Oh, very, very sorry.
And here is the CRBC News for Wednesday, October 16th, 1935. The newly elected government of Liberal leader Mackenzie King
Roger, my
is
boy,
expected
what a
to take over
delightful
office within the
surprise.
next few days. From the Conservative
Just turn off that
Party of
mindless
defeated Prime
squawking,
Minister
will you?
R.V.
And don't trip over that cable. There's a bit.
Comment
Congratulations. Just pass me those pliers, will you?
Of course, Uncle.
Here you are. Thank you. You've never been the most devoted of nephews. To what am I to attribute this sudden excess of family affection?
Well, you know, I'm always interested in whatever you're doing, Uncle Corliss. Science was always my favorite subject.
In a pig's eye. I know that greedy look. Screwdriver.
Here, sir.
You're hoping for a loan if you butter me up enough. I'm afraid in your case, snake oil is the more appropriate lubricant.
Well, this isn't like the other times, Uncle. No, really, it isn't.
Nonsense. One more of your loose women howling for pearls and caviar again, of course.
No, Uncle, this one is rich. And if I marry Andrea, I'll never have to come and ask for money again.
Forget it. Not a chance. The squalor of your character has been an unending delight to me ever since you could crawl, but there's a limit to how much I'm prepared to pay for my entertainment. Wrench.
Uncle, if you think I came here just to be insulted...
I know you came here just to filch money. But now that you're here, it occurs to me I do have a use for you. Wait a minute. Here now. I'm perfectly aware, dear Roger, that you haven't a bean to support the self-indulgence which you laughably consider your birthright. But if you're going to get any more money from me, you'll earn it. Shocking as the novelty may be for you.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Be a guinea pig in one of my experiments.
Uncle Corliss, your crackers.
I've never seen her in my life. If you follow instructions, you'll be perfectly safe. And a lot richer.
Tell me about it.
With pleasure. Ever hear of a time travel machine?
I don't read fantasy.
Fantasy, hell. Look on the table in front of you. What's this?
Looks like a pair of earmuffs.
Idiot.
Or, well, like those headphones they used to use on old crystal sets.
It's a radio transmitter and receiver. Clips to your belt. I have invented the world's first portable radio device.
So that's what it is. It's a radio?
I told you, it's a time travel machine.
Well, that's impossible.
It's not. I've done it. Certain rare sound waves, deliberately controlled, can move people and things around in time.
And you've learned to do this?
Yes.
And if I put the earphones on and turn on the machine, then...
Then you'll travel back in time. The longer the sound waves are switched on, the farther back you go. 2 minutes or 2 billion years, as you choose. Now, put on these headphones.
Well, then just how would I come back to the present again?
Reverse the current. This button here.
Well, I mean, how do I know the damn thing won't do something terrible to me?
Would you use your head for something else besides showing off Brill cream? I told you, you'll be perfectly safe. Now, alter the setting to broad beam focus.
Broad.
With narrow focus, only what's between the headphones goes back. Broad focus, the whole machine goes back with whatever or whomever it's transporting. Has to be that way, or a time traveler could never get back to his own time, you see?
You mean if he went back too far without the machine or anybody here to beam him back, he'd die of old age before before he was born?
Exactly.
Oh.
Stop worrying, I'll show you. It's harmless. Put on the headphones and clip the power source to your belt.
Uncle, I'm not sure I really want to get in.
You're only going back 6 or 7 minutes. No more. To when you first came in here just now. Come on. Come on, be a good boy and do it.
Uncle.
Remember the pearls and caviar for, Andrea.
All right. I'll do it.
Well, wonderful what love can do for a boy's courage, isn't it?
Does it matter which side the power box goes on?
Now, get these headphones on your ears. Set the timer yourself. Go on.
All right. We'll try 7 minutes.
Keep the power band on broad focus so the machine goes with you.
I can hardly hear you. Earphones too tight.
Broad focus.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Now, come in here.
Why?
Observation room. One-way glass. So you can see without being seen.
Why?
Why? You sound like a 3-year-old. Just get in.
Well, all right, but why?
So you don't scare yourself silly when you meet yourself 7 minutes ago.
What?
Never mind. It's 2:05 p.m. You're going back to 1:58. Just push the activating button.
Will you be coming too?
How can I? I'm already there.
What?
Just push the bloody button.
Well, you don't have to shout.
Push!
All right, all right. What is... Uncle Corliss? Uncle Corliss? Where are you?
Well, finally.
Well, how did you get in my earphones?
Loosen that damn headset. I can barely hear you.
All right. I said, How did you get in my earphones? Where are you?
I'm right in the room beside you, but I'm 7 minutes in the future, dummy.
My God.
What is it now?
We're both out there. On the other side of the glass, we're talking to each other.
Of course we are. You twitted 7 minutes ago, and you've just arrived.
I have?
If you don't believe it, open the door, very softly, just a crack, and listen, but quietly. Remember, your earlier self hasn't been told about time travel yet. Don't scare him.
No, God, no. No, we mustn't do that.
Just open the door very gently and listen.
Uncle, this one is rich. And if I marry Andrea, I'll never have to come and ask for money again.
Pretty good. Not a chance.
My God.
Read it now, Dad. Really believe you're back in time?
I have to. 2 of me. Is there a third me back there with you?
Don't be absurd, Roger. When you went back in time there, you vanished from here.
Thank God.
That's enough now. Close the door.
How do I get back again? Quickly.
Cut the master switch first.
Check.
Now review your timer.
7 minutes.
Good. Now reverse the current to come back to the present.
Reverse the current. Check. Oh, I'm back, thank God.
You see? Foolproof.
Yes, foolproof. It never occurred to me. There are so many things one could do.
Roger Pennythorn, you can forget those little plans your conniving mind is developing and listen to me.
But, Uncle
I'll have
Corliss,
no get-rich-quick schemes or treasure hunting in my bailiwick. And the past is my bailiwick. It's my invention to open it up and my machine that keeps the key. You understand?
Of course, sir.
I'm going to use that machine purely to satisfy my curiosity about all sorts of things in the past. How the pyramids were built and where Hungarians actually came from. 1,000 other things that actually matter.
Well, in that case, Uncle, I guess there's nothing for me to do but give you what you're asking for.
You'd better.
Where, in what part of history would you like to start?
Why, at the very beginning, Roger. Where else? Oh, say, 5 million years ago? I'm sure something more or less human was walking around by then.
If you just show me how to put the machine on properly. The clip from the power source nearly came off. I'm all tangled up in headphone wires.
Lord, you're clumsy. Here, give it to me. Now, watch.
Thank you. Well, I can't loosen the bands on these headphones. I can't see them very well.
For heaven's sake, let me put them on. Here, look.
5 million BC, did you say?
I think we'll start you there, yes. What are you doing? That's the narrow focus switch, dimwit. Roger, what are you doing?
Sending you to the hominids, Uncle Corliss. Hope they weren't cannibals back then.
No! Don't touch that main switch! Roger! No!
My God. At least the machine's still here. But you, dear uncle, have gone, I fear, to join your fellow dinosaurs.
Roger, you son of a bitch.
What? My God. You survived a 5 million year jump?
Get me out of here. Bring me back at once.
Oh, but, I don't know how.
I showed you how, you...
Well, but the machine is here with me. I seem to have got the wrong focus. What can I do?
You little bastard.
Why not language, Uncle? Language. You'll shock the poor Neanderthals or Pithecanthropus.
I'll shock you, you little...
What is it?
Plant the size of a Studebaker. It nearly ate me.
And that, dearly beloved uncle, that is where you were going to send me?
You? Oh, no, really, dear boy, I didn't... Roger.
Yes?
Roger, there are shapes coming near in the fog. They're walking on 2 legs. Almost. Roger. Help!
Goodbye, Uncle Corliss. Turning you off now. Oh, I was so sure that the world was mine for the taking, or at least the past and future parts of it. Once I'd deposited Uncle Corliss back in the great evolutionary playpen. Almost at once, a wonderful idea came up and hit me over the head. Everybody nowadays knows the richest areas of the world, but Who can afford them now? But I could go back to a time before their value was known and buy into them for a song, at a time when $1,000 was a fortune. The oil fields of East Texas, for instance, worthless land, till the gushers started spouting in the 1920s. I broke into Uncle Corliss's safe, and the time machine and I took a train to Dallas on the proceeds. Then I drove out to East Texas and traveled back to 1855.
Gonna buy land, you say? Around here?
That's right, around here. Right around here.
Mister, I don't know who's been leading you down the garden path, but y'all must be plumb loco to want any of this here territory.
Well, I want as much of it as they'll sell.
Well, that's the way y'all want it.
It is. That, yellow flag on the farmhouse, it's the third one I've seen this morning.
Yep.
Well, what's it mean, country fair or something?
It means typhoid. Bad epidemic up and down these parts.
Typhoid? Nobody gets typhoid.
What do you mean, nobody? Folks, good folks, dying of it every day. I tell you, mister, when you see those red spots on your belly and you're burning up with fever, y'all won't find it so funny.
And I didn't find it very funny when I got back to Toronto in 1935. The Texas land deeds I bought were useless. I found those bastards 80 years ago had declared me legally dead after I'd vanished and sold my property at public auction. I got nothing for all my trouble, except typhoid fever. But you see what a disaster that was. I couldn't approach a doctor without answering some very embarrassing questions. What choice did I have except to appeal for help in the least likely quarter? Uncle Corliss?
Clarke?
Uncle, please.
Do I hear the voice of my delinquent nephew? Is that you, Roger, my boy?
Yes. Oh, Uncle, thank God you're still alive. I was afraid that man-eating plant had got you.
Oh, that chance. Spitted the damned thing in the gizzard with a homemade spear. You should have seen me.
I'll bring you back. I swear I will.
You'll do no such thing. I've never been so happy in my life.
You what?
Fortunately, I had some matches in my pocket when I was transported. Did a few tricks of the locals, and they made me a god. Does wonders for your self-respect.
Uncle, I'm sick. Where's the medicine? Please.
Oh, if you want to know that, you'll have to send me some more matches. I'm running low, and we gods have a reputation to keep up. Oh, and a flashlight, too. Time for some tricks at night, I think. I don't suppose you'd be able to get me any fireworks, would you?
No.
Oh, pity. Australopithecus would have loved fireworks, you know.
Medicine. Uncle, have typhoid.
Oh, typhoid, eh? Chloramphenical's the stuff for you. Now, suppose you just run and get the matches and the flashlight and send them here on the double. Then I'll tell you where the special medicines are kept.
I sent off his damned Wow the Natives trinkets and got back the whereabouts of the medicine just in time. The recovery was slow and painful, but nothing compared to the next blow.
And you know, Raj, I looked at Alistair here, and I just got to tingling all over.
But, Andrea, what about us?
And I looked at her there, and Roger, old man, I saw the little gal of my dreams.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Oh, Roger, we wanted to, but you were so sick and all.
Dear boy, our sort don't kick a man when he's down.
No, you very kindly waited until I got up.
Well, you know, Raj, I don't think you're being a very good sport about this.
Oh, I'm not.
Now, Roger, you mustn't be bitter. You know Mommy and Daddy would never let me marry you. They always insisted I should stay with my own set.
And this is your own set?
Oh, Roger, the McCourts are one of the oldest families in Toronto.
This, Alistair here, he's one of the McCourts.
My family goes back 5 generations here.
Does it? Well,
Roger, dear, you mean you really understand? You're not angry?
Why, no, Andrea, no. Well, maybe right now, but not for long.
More tea, Mr. Pennethorne?
No, thank you, Mr. Nibbit.
Well.
You have enough background information now, do you think?
Oh, dear me, yes. I should be able to assemble quite a nice little genealogy for you on the basis of what you've told me, Mr. Pennethorne. Invaluable for ancestral
And this other
research.
matter, Mr. Nibbit?
In fact, it looks as if I'm going to be able to trace a direct connection with your family all the way to the colonial town of York at the end of the 18th century.
Mr. Nibbit.
Mind you, the vital statistics were only centrally collected in Ontario from 1869 on. I could tell you horror stories of burnt
Mr.
birth
Nibbit.
registers.
The other matter I asked you about, the McCourts.
Oh, okay, the McCourts, yes, of course, the McCourts. You need a little information for
Yes, a novel I'm writing.
No, yes, of course. Now, where did I put that stuff? Just yeah.
I asked you a specific question. To trace a direct line of descent from Alistair McCourt, right here and now, back to some ancestor who might have died a violent death, likely to have been in duels, you know, that sort of stuff.
But none of them did die violently.
I said likely to, Mr. Nibbit. Poor risk to live long, you know?
Dear me, most of Mr. McCourt's ancestors led such placid lives. But...
Yes?
Sir Rupert McCourt, now there's a possibility. Great-great-grandfather of Alistair McCourt. He was deputy commander of a garrison in muddy York, right here.
Hot-tempered, in trouble a lot?
Oh, my, yes. Fought 3 duels, survived them all.
And where can I find him?
Find him?
If I imagine myself back there for my novel, where would I imagine him to be?
Oh, well, Sir Rupert was a great dancer and ladies' man. Any of the garrison balls, New Year's, King's birthday, about 1800, you'd be sure to catch him, so to speak.
Good. Oh, one last question. When did he marry and have children?
Oh, he married later in life. Here we are, McCourt, Rupert Bertram, Baronet. Married 1810, first child born 1812.
So at New Year's 1800, say, he'd still be childless.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Nibbit. You've been more help than you'll ever know. And now, if you'll excuse me.
But, Mr. Pennethorne, we haven't finished your family tree.
But I had someone else's family tree in mind. I thought I'd do a little pruning. Now, set dials for New Year's Eve. 1800. Damn. All right, I'm coming.
Special packet from Mr. Nibbit, sir, from Mr. Roger Corliss. Mr. Corliss?
I'm right here, thank you. Well, what are you staring at?
Well,
Have you never seen a colonial redcoat before?
Not all over wires, sir, no. And those earmuffs.
No, that's what I'm going to a party.
Oh.
When I opened the letter, one glance was enough to show me that fool Nibbit had sent me more nonsense about my own family tree. I stuffed it hurriedly in my uniform pocket. I buckled on my dress sword and set out for muddy York.
Well, and I looked at her, and damn me, I saw the little gal of my dream.
Sir, I am led to understand that you are Sir Rupert McCourt.
Your servant, sir, but you have the advantage of me. I fear I do not have the honor of your acquaintance. May I ask your name and regiment?
You may, Sir Rupert, but the only answer you'll get is this.
By your dress and rank, sir, I presume you to be a gentleman. I fear you are also a madman. Do you know whom you have just struck?
I do. Permit me to introduce myself. Major Roger Pennethorne, at your service. There lies my glove. Do you care to retrieve it?
With pleasure. Name your friends.
Well, I'm a stranger in the area, Sir Rupert. As one gentleman to another, I'll accept whomever you nominate.
Agreed. Tomorrow, dawn then. Garrison grounds behind the powder magazine.
Sir, you're most humble and obedient.
Major Pettythorn, I believe.
Oh, you believe correctly, sir?
I'm Captain Blunt, your appointed second. You are each to use your own pistols, I understand.
Yes. I have mine right here.
A violin case?
Well, it's an unusual pistol.
Good Lord.
But I have, as you say, my own choice.
Well, it's certainly not a musket.
No.
Do I have your word of honor? It's not some kind of newfangled cannon?
A word of honor.
Well, I suppose we had better proceed. Walk over to Sir Rupert there and stand with your back to him, your pistol raised. He would prefer, by the way, you not address him.
Oh, it's a pity. I'd hope to say goodbye.
Mr. Markland there will count off the paces. At the count of 5, you are to turn and fire. Do you understand, Major?
Perfectly.
Are you ready, gentlemen?
We are.
Mr. Markland, if you please. The count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5!
Of course, I regretted shooting down poor old Blunt and the others. My real target, after all, was only Sir Rupert. But to leave witnesses to a machine gun attack back in 1800 would be tying history in knots, and one has one's responsibilities in these things. Fat little good my scruples did me. Because when I pushed the reverse current button to come back to 1935, I left 1800 all right, but I stayed in limbo. Here, in the nothingness, between the years, frantically, I pushed every button on the damn power pack, tried every combination. No good. Nothing. Still nothing but this gray vacancy all around me. As I twisted and turned in desperation, I suddenly felt the letter in my pocket. The last-minute communication from Mr. Nibbert, the genealogist. Uneasily, I opened it.
My dear Mr. Pennethorne, in researching your family tree and the ancestral line of Mr. Alistair McCourt, I have just come upon a coincidence so astonishing, so gratifying, that I felt I must communicate with you at once. From my perusal of unpublished letters in the McCourt archives, it becomes perfectly clear that Sir Rupert McCourt was for years the secret lover of Mrs. Letitia Pennethorne, your own great-great-grandmother. All the observers of the time agreed, in whispers of course, that her son Lionel Pennethorne, your great-grandfather, was the spitting image of Sir Rupert. Mr. Pennethorne, I am overjoyed to inform you that you are the great-great-grandson of Sir Rupert McCourt. Congratulations, and most respectfully yours, Herbert Nibbert.
And there, you see, I was. Here, you see, I am. I murdered my own great-great-grandfather. I can't go back or forward because, you see, there's no me to move around anymore. I blotted myself out of existence. But, if I didn't exist, I can't have killed Sir Rupert. Therefore, I do exist. Therefore, I canceled my existence. Therefore, I can't have canceled my existence. Therefore, I did cancel my existence. Therefore, oh, God, I'm going mad. And there isn't anyone to go mad. And there never was. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?
Come in, please. Hello? Are you out there? Nothing. We are signing off. Roger? Over and out? Love. What is it? Possession? freedom. Something lean of soul, sensual and earthbound, or something ethereal, something capable of soaring upwards to the vanishing point.
Lucina. She is more of a dream than a wife. So young, so radiant. Even the lamplight loves her hair. She knows nothing of pleasing me. Yet. And yet her skin turns my fingers into little tongues, tracing these long, lithe curves.
Giorgio. I love the way you touch me.
Your skin is so soft and silky and... what's this?
Nothing.
But there is something there.
Where?
Careful, don't frighten her. It's a lump. Here, on your shoulder blade.
I can't feel a thing.
Really? Do you mind if I turn on the light to take a look at it?
If you must.
That's funny.
What?
Wait a minute. The reading glass. I think it's... here it is.
I feel like a book. Well?
It's not a boil.
What is it then?
It's very fine. Down.
Hair?
No. Just what I said. Down. And she doesn't feel anything.
Well, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Can we leave it till tomorrow? I'm sleepy.
Yes, of course. But it is strange. Lucina, wake up.
What is it, Giorgio? What's wrong?
It's happened on the other side now.
What do you mean?
In the night, a second bump on your shoulder blade with these tiny white feathers.
Tiny feathers on my shoulder blades. Giorgio.
Lucina, this is absolutely serious. I just can't comprehend it. It's completely beyond the realm. Listen, Lucina.
Yes, Giorgio.
You must swear you'll tell me the truth. Everything.
The whole truth. Yes, Giorgio.
Lucina, I am deadly serious.
Yes, of course, I'm sorry, Giorgio.
Now, tell me, who have you seen recently?
Seen? No one. I never leave the house. You know that. Oh, the other day, Tuesday, I went into town to buy a dress. I dropped in on my Aunt Enrica. Does that help?
But I mean, have you by chance been at some fair? You know, where there are gypsies?
Gypsies? What do you mean, Giorgio?
I was only thinking that perhaps someone has played a terrible joke on you.
A joke? I don't understand this, do I?
Well, perhaps not a joke, but it could be a spell.
Because of these little things on my back?
How can you say there's little things? Look in the mirror.
Oh, come now, dearest. Don't get so carried away. They're hardly there at all.
But, Lucina, don't you see that...
Giorgio, you have such an imagination. Look, if you're so concerned, call Dr. Ferrassi about them.
No. No doctors. No. I think that's a very bad idea. No one should know.
All right. No one will know but us. It will be our secret. But, Giorgio...
Yes, sweetheart.
Touch me anywhere but there. It tickles.
You take me. Go now so far.
I'll never have enough of these peasant breasts, these heaving peasants. And yet, it's not like it usually is. Usually I'm lost in her, but today she's leaving me behind. No fire. Is it me or her?
So far, strong and hard, and squire of the county. Squire, blessed. Annunciata, you're blessed.
It's her, Annunziata. So free, what a joy it must be not to have to worry about anything in your life, except perhaps being caught in the loft with your squire. Am I worried? Why am I worried? It has nothing to do with her. She doesn't really matter. None of these Annunziatas do. So, why am I worried?
We could have been. Somebody came in on us. And found us here. I'm so loud, aren't I?
Yes, you are. Always. But I like it. Here, come here.
Did I do something wrong, Padrone?
No. No. It's something else. Something. Lucina. Those strange little... Something nobody must ever...
Padrone? Is there anything that I can do to...
No. Annunziata, it's only... Well, it's time you got back to the hang. Somebody might come.
Yes. I'll make sure it's safe. Don't worry, Padrone.
Yes. Nobody must ever know.
Wings? Oh, really, Giorgio? You've invented this whole absurd story just to provoke me.
Mother, I swear it's the truth. I'm not inventing a single word. I've just come from seeing her.
Really? And how long are they now?
20 centimeters.
After 2 days?
Yes, and still growing.
I see.
They're absolutely real, Mother.
I see. Can you notice them under her clothes?
Not yet. She keeps them tightly folded, close to her body, but in an evening dress.
I see. Forget the evening dresses.
Of course, Mother. Mother.
I have to admit it, Giorgio.
What?
Your marriage. I always was against it.
What do you mean?
Well, I know her family has a good name. It's been good for ours, but I've always felt there's something strange in those Rupertinis. In their blood.
But, Mother, you arranged my marriage to Lucina. Why tell me this now?
Because I love you. You're my son. Oh, I don't know what to think.
Oh, Mother, I won't listen to a word against Lucina. She's wonderful.
Yeah. How does she feel about this?
What? Her wings? She's not ill or anything, if that's what you mean.
No, that's not what I mean. You know.
No, I don't.
Oh, Giorgio. When you come to her, is it...
Oh, yes, Mother. She's, well, young, but...
I see.
And these wings... She's always been sweet, so happy.
They don't bother her, then, the wings.
That's the strangest part about it. She seems to be enjoying the whole thing.
Giorgio, you're right not to call Dr. Ferrasi. He's such a busybody.
I know. Mother, how could this happen to us? What can we do?
I don't know, Giorgio. But... there is one one person who might be able to help us. You must talk with him as soon as possible.
Him?
Don Francesco, Giorgio. Don Francesco.
Excuse me, my dear friends.
Yes, Don Francesco?
I must admit that all this seems scarcely credible.
Oh, yes, Father. I expected you to say that. Would I were imagining it.
You brought her with you?
Oh, yes, she's waiting in the antechamber. You see, I am the only man she's shown them to. And
I understand. The poor girl must be very disturbed about the whole thing.
Well, she's almost...
Giorgio felt that my presence might help Don Francesco. She's a very young woman, you see.
Of course, of course. You forget that I married Giorgio and Lucina. I have known her since her first communion. You too, Giorgio.
Yes. I just can't comprehend it, Father.
Well, let's see if I can.
Well, I'll call her. She's right here.
Lucina, you can come in now, dear.
Lucina,
good day, my child.
Good day, Father.
My, you do look pretty today. What a charming dress.
Thank you, Father. I made it myself. It's a very convenient design. With 2 zippers at the back. You see?
Why, yes. How clever of you. Now, my child, you do realize why we're here. I hope you're not...
No, Father. I'm very pleased to see you. I mean, I hope that you... Giorgio, could you help me with these zippers, please?
Certainly. You're ready?
Yes, I think so. Please.
Heavenly Father, why, they're beautiful, they're so...
Yes.
Yes, Lucina dear. Perhaps we should put them away for the time being. Here, let me help you.
Whatever you say, please.
Oh. They've grown rather large, haven't they?
I'm afraid so.
She's been knocking over vases with them.
Not on purpose, Giorgio. Father.
Yes, Lucina?
I'm glad you think they're beautiful.
Yes. Now,
Lucina, I think Don Francesco needs time.
Do you think you could wait for us in the antechamber, dear?
Of course. I'll be right outside at the door.
I recognize...
yes, Father?
That the situation is extremely embarrassing.
Oh, yes, Father.
A judgment on my part, you understand, means assuming a responsibility that is perhaps greater than my strength.
Oh, we have faith in your strength, Father.
Well, first of all, I would say that it seems advisable to establish the origin of the phenomenon.
How can we do that?
In a word, my son, should you ask for my opinion as a theologian, I would answer. If these wings have a diabolical provenance, if they were created by the evil one, in the hope of troubling consciences with the deception of an apparent miracle, then there is no doubt, in my opinion, that they are anything other than an illusory sham.
A deception? You think so, Father?
If, on the other hand, these wings are a sign from God, a demonstration of the Lord's exceptional benevolence toward the Contessa Lucina, a possibility we cannot exclude, then there is no doubt that they are real wings capable of flying.
Flying? Flying, Father?
Father, If it turns out the second possibility is in fact the true one, what would that mean in your opinion? Would we then be speaking of a miracle, would you say?
Mother of God.
Don't be too hasty with these thoughts. We mustn't try to anticipate the designs of Providence. Let us wait until these blessed wings are fully developed. Then we shall ask Lucina to try them out.
Try them out?
You mean a test flight? Where?
I would say it would be best to go on your estate. A remote field, perhaps, late at night. Alone.
We're getting very close now.
Good.
I hadn't realized that your estate was so extensive, Count Giorgio.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where are you taking us, Giorgio?
I'm a fool. I know I agreed to do this, but I feel so stupid.
It's not going to work, any of this.
What can I say to reassure them?
Why is it nobody ever talks about what's really important?
I found this place a long time ago when I was playing, when I was a boy.
So, this is it.
Yes, finally.
Let's get this over with.
Oh, Giorgio, it's so silent. And this moonlight.
Come on, dear. Don't be frightened.
But, Contessa, I'm not frightened.
Yes, do calm yourself, my child. This is a very serious test. Prepare yourself.
Watch your step.
Here we are.
I would like to say a prayer now, but there aren't any.
I know what you mean.
What do you mean?
For occasions such as this.
Oh.
Are you cold in those tights, dear?
No, Contessa, not at all.
Are you ready, then?
Lucina?
Yes. I feel strange. I guess I just do something like this. Stand back a bit, all of you, please.
Lucina, for God's sakes, be careful.
Pray, Lucina, pray.
Yes.
Like this. I knew it.
Lucina, come back!
Heavenly Father.
Lucina? Lucina!
I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't like this. It couldn't be. How could anybody imagine this? There they are. 3 little people waving in the moonlight. Down there, waving in the moonlight. And what a moonlight. What can I say to them now?
Father, you must tell me what to do.
Now let us reason calmly, my son. Your very young and most charming wife has grown to wings.
Yes, Father, we've established that.
Patience, my son, patience. Now, We, you, your mother, and I, have verified that with these wings, Lucina is capable of flying. A sign that they are not the result of demonic intervention. Now, on this point...
So, does that mean that...
Please, Count Giorgio, let me finish. Now, as I was saying, the wings do not indicate intervention by the evil one. On this point, I've reread the Church Fathers, and they are all in agreement.
And so?
And so, we could call the wings a divine investiture.
So, they are a miracle then?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes. And that means, from a strictly theological point of view, Contessa Lucina would have to be considered an angel.
My wife? But why, Father? Why wings?
Well, that, of course, merits further careful rumination. But I will tell you one thing. I'm convinced that Lucina would never have grown these wings if the Almighty had not designed her for some important mission.
What sort of mission?
Who can say? Inscrutable are the decisions of the Omniscient. She may be a sort of new messiah of the female sex.
Don Francesco, you told us once. I thought that angels aren't real angels sexless.
Usually. One must remain flexible and open to all avenues of possibility. For example, think what might happen if Contessa Lucina were to fly over the line of fire in Iran.
Really, Father, that's too much. It's ludicrous. She's my wife.
Yes. Yes, there is no doubt that you too have been given a difficult challenge. And meeting it, my son, is now entirely up to you.
Giorgio,
Yes, sweetheart?
have you noticed what a lovely night it is? I think it's almost a full moon again.
Now, Lucina, please don't start.
Oh, but Giorgio, it's so frustrating. What is the point of having these wings if you won't let me use them?
Public scandal. What if anyone saw you?
What have you told them about me?
Them? Who?
The servants, everybody. I've been cooped up here for 2 weeks now. Aren't they missing me?
I told them you're visiting your family.
You lied about me?
Yes. What else could I do?
Why don't you trust me, Giorgio?
Lucina, it's them I don't trust. If it did get out, well, just imagine. Headlines in the newspapers, a horde of curious people descending on us.
Would they? That might be fun.
What?
Anything would be better than lying here in this prison.
Lucina, you've got everything you need here.
Yes. Except my freedom. Do you love me, Giorgio?
How can you ask that? I spend every minute I possibly can with you.
When you can. When you're not galloping about the estate.
But you know, that's essential. It's my work.
Yes, I know. Then, when I do see you, do you know how we spend our time? Listening to your endless worrying about yourself. Do you realize that? Don't you ever wonder how I spend my time?
Now, Lucina, I really think...
I've had lots of time to think about this, Giorgio. And I have to tell you...
Lucina...
I'm tired of your complaints as well. About my feathers. How they chafe up against you in bed.
Well, you have to admit...
I didn't choose to grow these wings, Giorgio. And they're all I seem to have for company.
Yes, I know. You've been just wonderful about this whole business.
And whatever Don Francesco might say, I'm not an angel.
Of course not.
I'm a grown woman, Giorgio. And all I know is I've grown these wings. And to me, speaking logically and rationally, wings are only meant for one thing.
But, Lucina, one can't speak logically about a woman with wings. Can't you see that? Look, I'm glad you've said what you said. I'm sure the situation will become easier now. You'll see.
Will I?
Yes, I promise. Good night, sweetheart.
How? Oh, if only I could have gotten out last night in the moonlight. But I guess he's right. It's too risky. This fog will be safer. And he won't know a thing. He's gone for the whole afternoon. Certainly he's thick enough. I can't even see the rose bushes. Good. Nobody can see me. Now, like this. Oh, the tingling again. It's been waiting for me. Oh, those pines. And through the clouds, up to the sunshine. Poor Giorgio. He really couldn't understand what I was telling him. Funny. I've always envied his freedom. But I don't think he could ever feel what I'm feeling now. Oh, I must have drifted down. Fog again. Treetops. No!
Contessa, are you all right?
Where? Massimo Loretta. Where did you come from?
Here, on the ground. I saw you fall. I thought you were an angel.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
How long has this been going on?
It's only the second time. I guess I'm not very good at it yet.
I see. Are you all right? From your fall, I mean.
Yes, I'm fine.
You're soaking wet from the leaves. When you fell through them, your clothes, your wings, they're soaking wet. Can I help you?
Where are we exactly?
On my estate, north of yours. I was hunting. My gun, you see.
Yes.
And you're all right?
Yes.
Good. I almost shot you.
Oh. And in future, I'll try to be more careful. Are we close to your house?
What? Oh, no. But I have a lodge, a cabin nearby. I could light a fire there to help you dry off. Can you walk?
Oh, I don't know. I can try.
Good. I can help you. Contessa.
Lucina. Yes?
Your secret is safe with me.
I suppose I've always dreamed of this. Moonlight. Ever since I can remember. But it was never like this. Floating through soft clouds, washed in moon milk. And those stars, brighter than anybody could ever dream them. And wherever I am, when I'm doing this, I'm always
Lucina, what are you doing here in the parlor?
Knitting. Waiting for you to come back from your work.
But, Lucina, if one of the servants should...
Servants? What about them?
Lucina, sweetheart, how did it happen?
What?
Your wings. What happened to them?
My wings? Have you gone mad?
They're gone.
I've been waiting for you all afternoon. Are you quite all right?
Well, you mean you don't... But I can't begin to... Surely I couldn't have imagined...
Giorgio.
Yes?
I know now.
Yes. But I don't understand. I must have had a bad dream.
Yes, a dream. And Giorgio.
Yes, sweetheart?
From now on, we will be able to talk much more logically.
Lucina?
Yes, Father.
They will be gone for a minute?
Yes. Well?
Lucina, it seems to me that God must really love you.
Love me? What makes you say that, Father?
Well, you must admit that as an angel, you met God's challenge with the most extraordinary good fortune.
Good fortune. As an angel.
Well, my dear lady, if I'm not mistaken, you must have met the devil at just the right moment.
And you, dear Don Francesco, are a wiser man than I thought.
To Giorgio, it will always remain one of God's mysteries. He needn't ever know of Lucina's solo flight, late at night, in that remote corner of his estate. He needn't ever know she tried her wings, fell, and lost them. He needn't ever suspect their little secret was shared in a property neighboring his own. A property without dimension. The Vanishing Point. The watch, an invention to keep time in its place. Quite reliable for the most part. So is a compass reliable until you reach the North Pole. Such is the inadequacy of a timekeeping device at the Vanishing Point.
Come in. You can clear away the coffee now, Grace.
Yes, Mum.
What do you think of this for Susan? Maybe in green.
Oh, yes, that's pretty, Mum.
Well, I'm going for my walk now. Doesn't look very nice out, but I think the exercise will do me good.
Yes, Mum.
I shan't be long. A bicycle for Susan's birthday. 9's a good age for a first bicycle. A red one, perhaps. Or a good blue. The laundry boy takes his corners much too fast. One of these days there'll be an accident. What's the matter with this thing? Grace, it's only me. My key's jammed in the door. Could you come up and let me in? Grace! She must have gone out.
What are you bawling your head off about then?
Who's this? Has Grace got a man in the house? Perhaps you have the goodness to ask Grace to come upstairs and let me in.
Grace?
I see what's happened. Grace has slipped out to the public house down the road to buy this man beer, and he's been left to loll in the kitchen. If Grace is out, kindly let me in yourself. I prefer not to use the back entrance. That'll put him in his place.
Who is it you want?
A dog? This is the end. What must they think? Who's in the drawing room, do you know?
I think Mr. and Mrs. Bolton is in, but I'm not sure. Was it them you wanted to see?
I don't know any Mr. and Mrs. Bolton. You'd better go down to the basement again. Tell Grace not to bring tea until I ring. These people may not stay.
But I'm not. Oh, all right, I'm going down. Look, if you want Mr. and Mrs. Bolton again, ring twice. Hi, Judy.
Grace has gone raving mad. She's let these men out. She's let these men into the house and they've turned the room upside down. No, wait. Where are the Staffordshire figurines? Heavens, I'm being robbed. Perhaps it's not Grace's fault. She's lying in the basement, gagged and bound. I'll keep calm. If I can only get to the telephone, to the police.
Excuse me, but do you want anything? My wife's upstairs.
The cool bluff of him sitting there with his typewriter. My desk's gone, the bookshelves, my armchair. Maybe he hasn't realized who I am. Two can play at bluff. Somehow I must detain them until the police come. Your wife is upstairs?
Yes. If you've come for an appointment, you'll find her in the studio. Room in the front.
Thank you. He doesn't realize who I am. They believe the owner's out of the way for the afternoon and I'm some caller to be fobbed off with a lie about appointments. Telephone. Gone from the hall already. My bedroom. There's a chance they've not taken that one yet. The man said his wife was upstairs. A woman accomplice. She's probably turning out my wardrobe right now, seizing my fur coat, taking my pearls.
Who is it? I don't see anyone without an appointment.
Everything's gone. But the phone's still there.
Leave my telephone alone.
Yes, I want them to come at once to number 17 Elmhurst Road. I'm in great danger. Please report this message to the police at once.
Phone! Who sent you here? If you think you can come in snooping, you're mistaken. You won't find anything. Nor the police neither. I've a trade license for the work I do. Harry! Come up and throw this woman out.
What's the matter?
The operator got my message. It won't be long now.
Can't you deal with her? She probably wants a special pose.
What did my husband say to you?
Nothing. He merely said I should find you upstairs. In this room. Don't try any bluff with me. It's too late. I can see what you've been doing.
You can't put any phony business over on me. This studio's decent, respectable. Plenty of clients can testify to that. What are you going to say when the police come? What's your story?
I shall tell them that I live here. That is all they need to know.
Then it is a pose you want?
Just what's going on?
I don't know. I think it's blackmail.
Has she got any negatives?
Not that I know of. I've never seen her before.
I think the best thing would be to go downstairs, sit quietly by the fire and have a little chat, don't you? Keep them there until the police arrive.
Better try and find out what she's up to.
All right, let's go downstairs.
Oh, thank heaven.
I'll get it. Better have them in. She's got no proof. Come in, officer.
We had a telephone call. Some trouble going on, I understand?
Well, I think there must be some mistake. The fact is, we've had a caller, and I think she got hysterical.
I am not hysterical. I'm perfectly all right. I made the telephone call.
What's the trouble here? But first, give me your name and address.
Hardly necessary. But my name is Mrs. Wilfred Ellis of this address.
Lodge here?
No, this is my house. I live here. I must speak to you alone, Constable. The matter is terribly urgent. I don't think you quite understand.
If you have any charge to bring, Mrs. Ellis, you can bring it at the police station at the proper time. We were informed that somebody lodging here at number 17 was in danger. Are you or are you not the person who gave that information to the exchange?
Of course I am that person. I returned home to find that my house had been broken into by thieves. The whole place turned upside down, my things carried away, and the most terrible disorder everywhere.
Oh, I saw her come to the door. I thought she was balmy. It wouldn't have let her in if I'd known.
Who are you?
Name of Upshaw, Henry Upshaw. Me and my missus has the basement flat here.
That man is lying.
What?
He does not live here. He belongs to this gang of thieves. Nobody lives in the basement except my maid, Grace Jackson. And if you will search the premises, you will probably find her gagged and bound somewhere by that ruffian.
Oh, balmy. You can see the straw in her hair.
Quiet, please. Are you Henry Bolton, then?
Yes, officer. And this is my wife. We have the ground floor here. My wife uses an upstairs room for a studio. Camera portraits, you know.
Does this lady live here?
We've never seen her before, officer. Mr. Upshaw let her into the house through some error. She walked into our living room and then forced her way into my wife's studio, threatened her, and in hysterical fashion rang for the police.
Anything to say?
Constable, there has been some terrible mistake. You are new to the district, perhaps, but I have lived here for years. I went out for a walk this afternoon, and during my absence, these people have broken into my house, seized or destroyed my belongings, and if you would please get through immediately to your headquarters, you would...
There, we can go into all that quietly down at the station. All right.
Now then, you say your name is Mrs. Wilfred Ellis? And that you resided at 17 Elmhurst Road for 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Well, have you anything that you can show me to prove your identity?
Prove my identity? Oh, well, at home, of course, but not here. Well, unfortunately, I didn't take my handbag with me when I went out for my walk this afternoon.
So you can't produce your identity card or your ration book?
I don't know what you mean by ration book. But I've asked you to verify my name and address in the telephone book or the district directory. If you refuse to do that, ask the postmaster or the manager of my bank, the National Provincial, in the High Street, where I cashed a cheque on Saturday. Finally, would you care to ring up Mrs. Henrietta Draycott, a friend of mine who lives at number 21 Charlton Avenue? She'll vouch for me.
Mrs. Ellis, we've checked up on your statements, you know, and they won't do. You're not in the telephone book or the directory. Well, now I can see that you're tired and rested to your good. We'll try and find your friends for you. If you'll go along now, we'll get in touch with them as soon as possible. I'll send a doctor along to you, give you a sedative. And then in the morning, well, we may have some news for you.
This way, Mrs. Ellis.
But my house, those thieves, and my maid, Grace may be lying in the basement. Well, surely you're going to do something about the house. You won't permit them to get away with the crime.
That's all right, Mrs. Ellis. You leave everything to us. Let me take your coat. Now, you just lie down here.
I beg of you, ring up Hampstead 4072, the number of my friend, Mrs. Draycott, and ask her to come here. The officer won't listen to me.
Yes, that'll be all right.
Good evening.
Evening, Doctor.
Feeling a little upset, I hear. Well, we'll soon put that to rights. Now, will you give me your wrist?
Doctor, there is nothing whatever the matter with me. I admit I've been through a terrible experience. My house has been broken into.
That's right.
No one here will listen to my
Now then,
story.
just a dab of ether so you won't feel the needle.
Since the police came to my house before that. Oh,
There.
my whole treatment has been infamous, scandalous.
In a moment or two, you'll feel much better.
I personally don't know our MP, but I sincerely believe when he hears my story, he will take the matter up. Oh.
Now, supposing you tell me your story again. You say your name is Mrs. Ellis. Do you think you can now remember your real address?
I live at number 17, Elmhurst Road. I am a widow. My husband has been dead 2 years. I have a little girl of 9, away at school. Oh, thank goodness. And I live alone, except for one maidservant, Grace Jackson.
You say your daughter's at school. Now, can you remember her address?
Of course. The school is High Close, Bishop's Lane, Hatchworth, and the telephone number is Hatchworth 202.
Good. Now, just try to relax and have a little sleep. And in the morning, I hope we'll have news for you. You're not ill and you're not lying. I quite realize that. You're only suffering from a temporary loss of memory.
But it isn't true. My memory's perfectly all right. I've given you every detail I can think of. Oh, the Ferbers, next door, at number 19. They know me well. We've been neighbors for 6 years. The Ferbers.
Sit down, Mrs. Ellis.
How are you feeling this morning? A little more like yourself?
On the contrary, Doctor, I am feeling very unwell indeed, and will do until I know what's happened at home. Has anything at all been done to safeguard my property?
We've checked on your story, Mrs. Ellis, but unfortunately the facts you gave us have been proved wrong in every particular so far.
What do you mean?
Well, first, your address. Now, you do not live at 17 Elmhurst Road because the house is occupied by various tenants who've lived there for some time and who are known to us. It's an apartment house, and the floors are let separately. And you are not one of the tenants.
But
There are no people called Ferber living at number 19. It's also a lodging house. There's no Ellis on the register of the bank in the High Street, and nor can we trace anyone of the name of Grace Jackson in the district.
Is this some conspiracy? I don't understand what I've done. You rang up my friend Mrs. Draycott at number 21 Charlton Avenue.
There is no 21 Charlton Avenue, Mrs. Ellis. Those houses are all torn down some time ago to make a block of flats. And there's no Mrs. Draycott living in them.
Checked up on all the nursing homes and the mental homes, sir, in the district and within a radius of 5 miles. Nobody missing.
Thank you. Doctor, you'll have to persuade them to take her at Morton Hill. I say it's a temporary measure.
Morton Hill? You can't possibly take me there. I demand to see a lawyer. No, my doctor, Dr. Godber. He lives in Parkwell Gardens.
Yes, she must be a local woman. She gets the names right every time. Godber? Oh, he went to Portsmouth, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
I remember.
If he's at Portsmouth, he would only have gone for a few days. He's very conscientious. But his secretary knows me. I took Susan there last holiday.
Oh, by the way, now you gave us the name of that school correctly. It's the wrong telephone number, but right school. Yes, we got through to them last night. High Close, run by, Mr. Foster and his wife.
It is run by a Miss Slater, a Miss Hilda Slater.
You mean it was run by a Miss Slater? Miss Slater had the school and then retired. It was taken over by Mr. and Mrs. Foster. And they've no pupil there by the name of Susan Ellis.
Oh. If all you're saying is some kind of game, some kind of torture...
Now, we are trying to help you. We're doing everything we can to find your friends.
I don't understand what's happened. If I'm suffering from loss of memory, why do I remember everything so clearly? My name and address, my friends, the school. Where's Susan? Where's my little girl?
Mrs. Ellis.
No, I do assure you that I don't want to make trouble, and if I really have lost my memory, I will do what the doctor tells me, take any drugs or medicines that will help. But would you do just one thing for me? Telephone the school and ask where you can get in touch with Miss Slater.
Very well.
Well, I think we're a little nearer home. We were able to contact Miss Slater.
Oh, Doctor, thank heaven. Have you news of my daughter?
Steady a moment now. I take it when you refer to your daughter, you mean someone who is called, or was called, Susan Ellis.
Yes, of course. Is she all right? Is she with Miss Slater?
No, she's not with Miss Slater, but she's perfectly well, and I've spoken to her on the telephone myself, and I have her present address here in my notebook.
Not with Miss Slater? Well, then where is she? What's happened?
Now, I want you to think quite calmly and clearly, and not be agitated in any way. You remember last night you gave us the name of your maid?
Yes, Grace Jackson.
Now, take your time and tell me a little about her. Describe her for me.
She's, a big girl, or at least not really a girl, about my own age. She has a large bust, rather thick ankles, brownish hair, and grey eyes.
You know, that's a very accurate description of yourself.
Myself?
Yes, figure, colouring, and so on. We think, you know, it's just possible your amnesia's taken the form of mistaken identity, and that you are really Grace Jackson, believing yourself to be a Mrs. Ellis.
Doctor, I bear no sort of resemblance to my maidservant, and if and when you ever find trace of the unfortunate girl, she would be the first to agree with me.
You insist your age is 35, and that Grace Jackson was approximately the same.
I was 35 in August last. I believe Grace to be a year younger. I'm not sure.
You certainly don't look more. But following upon the phone conversation I just had, Grace Jackson should be at least 55 or 56.
I really don't see what Grace's age has to do with it. And I'm sorry to insist, but I must know the whereabouts of my daughter Susan before anything else.
As a matter of fact, it happens that Miss Slater was able to put us in touch with the lady. We've spoken to her on the telephone, and she's only a short distance away in St. John's Wood. She's not sure, but she thinks she'd remember Grace Jackson if she saw her.
What in the world is she doing in St. John's Wood? Is she on a school outing? Going to the zoo, perhaps? But that must be it. Do you know where she spoke from? I mean, somebody was in charge. Somebody was looking after her.
She spoke from 2A Halifax Avenue. I don't think you'll find she needs any looking after. She sounded very capable on the telephone.
Doctor, I'm ready to go there at once if the authorities here will only let me.
Good. We've arranged for a car to take you there.
We shan't be long, driver. Are you Mrs. Drew?
Yes. Oh, do be quiet, Keith, for heaven's sake.
This is the person I brought along for you to identify.
Oh. Well, you'd better come inside. I'm afraid everything's in a fearful mess. I've got no help, and you know how it is. What with Keith's toys and my material, I'm a dressmaker in my spare time and trying to get a decent meal for my husband when he comes home in the evening. Life isn't a bed of roses.
Extraordinary. She looks exactly like Wilfred's sister, Dorothy. And her voice identical. Same note of complaint. But where's Susan?
We don't want to take up your time. If you would just say whether this person is Grace Jackson or not.
No, I'm sure she's not. I haven't seen Grace for years, not since I married, but she had quite a different appearance from this person. She was stouter, darker, and older, too.
Then you're sure you've never seen this person before?
No, never.
Thank you, then. We needn't detain you any longer.
Excuse me, there's been a most unfortunate misunderstanding all round, but I believe you spoke to the doctor at the police station at Hampstead this morning, or someone from this house did, and that you have some children here from High Close, my daughter Susan amongst them. Could you tell me, is she still here? Is anyone from the school in charge?
Mummy! Keith, I told you to stay outside.
What a pretty boy.
What's your name?
I'm Mrs. Ellis.
I've got a mouse. Like to see him?
Oh, he doesn't usually take to strangers. He's very shy. But he seems to like you. Not now, Keith.
Mummy.
No. Yes, the police officer was rather an idiot, I'm afraid. He got everything wrong. My name was Susan Ellis before I married, and I used to go to school at High Close, and that's where the mistake came in. There are no children from the school here.
Thank you, Mrs. Drew. Sorry to have bothered.
But the doctor told me Miss Slater said...
Oh, yes, dear old Salty. Oh, I can't help being grateful to her. She's a funny old stick, but a heart of gold. And she did her best for me, I'll say that, and kept me in the holidays even after my mother was killed in an accident.
How good of her.
It's time we were getting along. Come now, Mrs. Drew's told us all we need to know.
I don't want to go, and you have no right to make me go.
I'm sorry, I'll have to get the driver. I wanted them to send a nurse with me, but they said it wouldn't be necessary.
Oh, that's all right. But perhaps I better move Keith to the kitchen, or she may try to kidnap him. Come on, Keith. Time to get ready for lunch.
Coming along now, be reasonable.
No. If you come near me, I'll stab you with these scissors.
Driver! Driver!
Windows. Now they'll think I've gone out through the back. Upstairs. Upstairs. There must be a room I can hide in.
Yes? Where's she gone? Did you see where she went? No, I didn't.
They won't think to look here in the bedroom. Oh, I'm so tired. I'll just rest here on the bed until they've gone away. Oh, 2 o'clock. I must have dropped off. That calendar's wrong. 1952 must be a misprint. 32 it should be. Fancy not noticing. Such an untidy room. Everything all over the place. Oh, but poor girl, if she had no mother. I've been here nearly 2 hours. They must have gone by now. Perhaps I can creep out without her hearing. They must be hard up if she has to do dressmaking. I wonder what her husband does for a living. Home. I just want to get home. It must be this way. Once I get to the Finchley Road, it's not too far. If only I hadn't gone out without my handbag. Can't call a taxi. Haven't even got money for a bus. Oh, home. There's so much to straighten out, so much to do. I don't know where to begin. Oh, my back's so sore. I want everything to be as it was before my walk yesterday. I want my home. I want my little girl. Oh, that's right. I remember. I was just about to cross the road here and thinking of the red bicycle I was going to buy for Susan. That laundry boy again takes his corners much too fast.
Just a little afternoon walk, and a protracted game of blind man's bluff with time. Spun round and round, eyes bound, the object of the chase forever just out of reach. A split second from the vanishing point. Outside your window, on the bald street breaks the blank day. Anything could happen. Might just. No telling. And it will happen with or without your blessing. That's the way things are.
So I can choose from these. Anyone I want?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there's so many. You do all these decorations?
Sure.
I would have killed for a cake like this when I was a girl. Snow White. Oh. It's magic to the children. Birthdays, presents. Don't you think?
I guess.
He'll be 8 years old on Monday. Scotty, my son.
Yeah?
Can you have the cake ready by then? There won't be a problem?
Monday morning, right out of the oven.
Oh, good. Oh, I want a chocolate cake. That's his favorite flavor. Will that affect the decoration?
No, ma'am. Anything you want.
Soldiers. Well, I'm sure he'd like that. But, Oh, and I'd like his name on the cake. Scotty? S-C-O-T.
Right.
A rocket ship. Oh, that's nice. What's the planet, Mars?
Sure. Maybe, yeah.
Well, it's red. Yeah, I'd like this one. You will too, I hope.
So you want this for Monday?
Yes, please.
Okay, your name?
It's Weiss, Ann Weiss.
Phone?
535-7864.
Okay.
So, I just come by?
Monday morning.
So what are you gonna give me?
When? Why should I give you something?
At my party. You have to give me a present.
Why?
You just do. What is it?
Maybe I won't come.
Why not? It's gonna be fun. So it is a transformer?
I'm not supposed to tell you.
I don't care. A truck?
No.
A laser gun?
I'm not going to tell you.
Aw, you're stupid.
So are you.
I got some potato chips.
Yeah?
Yeah. You want some?
What flavor are they?
Barbecue. I'll give you some if you tell me.
Well...
Hey, was that the bell?
What bell?
At school. Come on, let's run.
Hey, wait up. Hey, Scotty, look out!
Oh!
Scotty, are you all right? Scotty,
Yeah,
can you get up?
yeah.
Hey, kid, you okay? Hey, watch over where you're going, will you?
You look kind of funny. Did it hurt? When the car hit you? What was it like? Scotty, hey, where are you going?
Home.
Hello? Who's that? Scotty? What happened, honey? Don't you feel well? Scotty?
I fell down.
What?
A car hit me and I fell down.
What, a car hit you?
Yeah. On the road. I was running.
Come here, honey. Sit down. Let me look at you.
I don't feel very...
Yeah? Honey, what is it? Scotty? Scotty, can't you hear me? Oh, my God. Pulse. Yes, yes. Is he breathing? Loosen the collar. Yes.
Hello?
Howard, it's me. Scotty just came home. He's been hit by a car.
What?
He seemed okay at first, but now he's passed out. He's unconscious.
Oh, my God.
He's breathing. He's got a pulse.
Well, call an ambulance. No, I'll call. I'll meet you at the hospital.
Oh, okay.
And keep calm. Keep calm.
Well, your little boy's been through a lot today. There was some vomiting, and we had to drain fluid from his lungs. That, plus mild concussion. And, of course, the shock. But I think the worst is over. He's sleeping peacefully now. It's just a matter of waiting for him to wake up.
Sleeping?
A deep sleep, yes. But not a coma. I want to emphasize that, not a coma. Scotty's resting, and he'll come around when he's ready. Now, I'm going to check again with the lab and radiology. I'll look in again in an hour.
Thank you, Doctor. He looks all right, doesn't he? Asleep. Just like he was at home in bed.
Yeah. Oh, Anne, maybe I'll go home for a while, change my clothes, have a bite to eat.
Oh, sure.
Is that all right? I'll be back in an hour.
I'll be here.
Jesus, slow down. What are you doing? Just watch the road. Slow down. What's the matter with me? He's in the hospital. He's gonna be all right. Just get home into the driveway. Home. All right. Stop barking, Slug, for God's sake. Okay. Damn it. Yeah, Slug, it's me. Just a second. Where's the damn light switch? Yeah, hello. I just came in the door. Hello.
There's a cake here that wasn't picked up.
What? What are you saying?
A cake. A $16 cake.
I don't know anything about a cake. Jesus, what are you talking about?
Don't hand me that.
For God's sake. What's the matter, Slug? You want a drink too? Stupid. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
How is he? What's all this? Intravenous?
It's Dr. Francis' orders. He needs nourishment. He needs to keep up his strength. Why doesn't he wake up, Howard? No, I don't understand if he's all right.
He's gonna be all right. He'll wake up in a little while. Dr. Francis knows what's what.
Yeah.
Maybe you should go home and get some rest. I'll stay here. Some creep has been calling. It's nothing, so hang up.
Who's calling?
I don't know who, just somebody with nothing better to do than to call up people. You go on now.
No, I'm fine.
Really? Go home for a while. and then come back and spell me in the morning. It'll be all right.
Hello. Just in to take his pulse.
How is he?
He's stable. Dr. Francis will be in again shortly. He's making rounds right now.
I was saying maybe she'd want to go home and get a little rest after the doctor comes.
She could do that. I think you should both feel free to do that if you wish.
Well, we'll see what the doctor says. I want to talk to the doctor. I don't think he should be sleeping like this. I don't think that's a good sign.
Dr. Francis will be in a few minutes.
Doctor.
And let's just see first how he's doing.
Doctor, how is he? What's the matter with him exactly?
Why doesn't he wake up?
Okay, good. We'll know more in a couple of hours, after the results of a few more tests are in. But he's all right, believe me. Except for a hairline fracture of the skull. He does have that.
Oh, no.
And a bit of a concussion, as I said before. And of course, you know, he's in shock. Sometimes you see this in shock cases, the sleeping.
Yeah, but he's out of any real danger? You said before he's not in a coma. You wouldn't call this a coma then, would you, Doctor?
I don't want to call it a coma. He's just in a very deep sleep. It's a restorative measure the body is taking on its own. He's out of any real danger. I'd say that for certain, yes. But we'll know more when he wakes up, and all the other tests are in.
It is a coma of sorts.
It's not a coma yet, not exactly. In shock cases, this kind of a reaction is common enough. It's a temporary reaction to bodily trauma. A coma, well, coma is a deep, prolonged unconsciousness, something that could go on for days, or weeks, even. Scotty's not in that area, not as far as we can tell. We'll know more when he wakes up, which shouldn't be long now. Of course, you may do as you like, stay here or go home for a while, but by all means feel free to leave the hospital if you want to. This is not easy, I know. Believe me, we're doing all that can be done. It's just a question of more time now. Well, I'll check in again later.
Well, at least he doesn't have a fever. My God, he feels so cold, though. Howard, is he supposed to feel like this? Feel his head.
Well, he's in shock, remember? Hey, the doctor was just in here. He would have said something if Scotty wasn't okay.
Yeah. I've been praying.
Yeah?
Yeah, I almost thought I'd forgotten how. But it came back. All I had to do was close my eyes. Please, God, help us, help Scotty. Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm Dr. Parsons from radiology. We're going to take him downstairs for some more pictures.
What?
We need to do some more pictures, and we want to do a scan.
What's that, a scan? I thought you'd already taken all your x-rays.
Well, I'm afraid we need some more. Nothing to be alarmed about. We just need some more pictures, and we want to do a brain scan on him.
Oh, God.
It's perfectly normal in cases like this. We just need to find out for sure why he isn't back awake yet. It's normal medical procedure and nothing to be alarmed about. We'll be taking him down in a few minutes.
My God.
He ought to have come around by now. There's just no good reason for this. But I can tell you, we're all convinced he's out of any real danger. We'll just feel better when he wakes up. There's no reason, absolutely none, why he shouldn't come around very soon. Oh, he'll have himself a dilly of a headache when he does, you can count on that. But all of his signs are fine, as normal as can be.
It is a coma, then.
We'll call it that for the moment, until he wakes up. But you must be worn out. This is hard. I know this is hard. Feel free to go out for a bite. It'll do you good. I'll put a nurse in here while you're gone if you'll feel better about going. Go and have yourself something to eat.
I couldn't eat anything.
And do what you need to, of course. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that all the signs are good. The tests are negative. Nothing showed up at all. And just as soon as he wakes up, he'll be over the hill.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
I suppose one of us should go home and check on things. Slug needs to be fed, for one thing.
Call one of the neighbors. Call the Morgans. Anyone will feed a dog if you ask them.
All right. Honey, why don't you do it? Why don't you go home and check on things and then come back? It'll do you good. I'll be right here with him. Seriously, we need to keep up our strength on this. We'll want to be here for a while, even after he wakes up.
Why don't you go? Feed Slug. Feed yourself.
I already went. You go home for an hour and freshen up and then come back.
Maybe. Maybe if I'm not here watching every second, he'll wake up and be all right.
Yeah.
You know, maybe he'll wake up if I'm not here. I'll go home and take a bath, put on clean clothes. I'll feed Slug. And then I'll come back.
I'll be right here. I'll keep an eye on things.
I won't be gone long.
You just sit and rest for a while when you get home. Let's try not to worry. You heard what Dr. Francis said?
Yes. Now, elevator. Where was it? Excuse me, do you...
Is it about Franklin? Tell me now, lady. Is it about Franklin?
Now, Evelyn.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for the elevator. My son's in the hospital and now I can't find the elevator.
Elevator's down that way. Turn left.
My son was hit by a car. He has a concussion and a little skull fracture, but he's going to be all right. He's in shock now, but it might be some kind of coma. That's what really worries us, the coma part.
Too bad. Our Franklin, he's on the operating table. Somebody cut him, tried to kill him. There was a fight where he was at this party. And they said he was just standing and watching, not bothering anybody.
My baby never does.
But that don't mean nothing these days. Now he's on the operating table. We're just hoping, praying. That's all we can do now.
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
What is it, nurse? Tell me.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Oh.
Yes, hello.
Mrs. Weiss?
Yes, this is Mrs. Weiss. What is it, please? Is it Scotty, for Christ's sake?
Scotty. It's about Scotty. Yes. It has to do with Scotty. That problem? Have you forgotten about Scotty?
Oh, my God. Give me my husband, please. Room 305.
Thank you.
Hello?
Howard. Somebody just called here. He said it was about Scotty.
Scotty's fine. I mean, he's still sleeping. There's been no change.
This man called. He said it was about Scotty.
Honey, just rest for a little while. It must be the same caller I had. Just forget it. Come back down here after you've rested. Dr. Francis is coming back again at 8 o'clock this morning. He's going to have something to tell us then. Something more definite.
I was drinking a cup of tea when the telephone rang. They said it was about Scotty. There was a noise in the background. Was there a noise in the background on that call you had?
I don't remember. Maybe the driver of the car. Maybe he's a psychopath and found out about Scotty somehow. But I'm here with him, so just rest like you were going to. Come back by 7 or so, and we'll talk to the doctor together when he gets here. It's gonna be all right, honey.
I'm scared to death. How is he? Howard?
Dr. Francis was here a little while
I
ago.
thought he wasn't coming until 8.
There was another doctor with him. A neurologist.
What did they say, Howard? For Christ's sake, what did they say? What is it?
They think they're going to operate, honey. They are going to operate.
Oh.
They can't figure out why he won't wake up. It's more than just shock or concussion. It's in his skull, the fracture. I tried to call you, but I guess you'd already left the house.
Oh, God.
Anne, look. Open his eyes.
Oh.
Scotty?
Scotty.
Hey, Scott. Hey, son.
Scotty. Honey. It's Mommy and Daddy. Scotty.
A hidden occlusion. It's so unlikely. Perhaps if we had detected it somehow and operated immediately, but even then. And what would we have been looking for? There was nothing in the x-rays or in the tests. I can't tell you how badly I feel. Is there anything else I can do for you at the moment?
No. I can't leave him here. No,
I'll be talking to you later in the day. There are still some things that have to be done. Some things that need explaining.
An autopsy.
Yes.
I understand. Oh, Jesus, no. I don't understand, Doctor. I can't. I just can't.
I'm sorry.
Howard, can you get that? Howard? Just a minute, just hang on a minute. Oh.
Sorry. I was in the garage cleaning up some things.
Well, they'll call back. It was maybe my sister. She was gonna call tonight.
Right. All these toys, I want to get them out of the way.
Hello. Hello. For God's sake, who is this? What is it you want?
You're Scotty. I got him ready for you. Did you forget him?
You evil bastard.
Yeah.
How can you do this, you evil son of a bitch?
Who is it?
Scotty. Have you forgotten about Scotty?
Hello, who is this? Hello? Hello?
It was him. That bastard. I'd like to kill him. I'd like to shoot him and watch him kick. Could you hear anything? In the background. A noise, machinery, something humming.
I think there was some radio music. Yeah, there was a radio going. That's all I could tell. I don't know what in God's name is going on.
If I could get my hands on him. Wait. Howard, drive me down to the shopping center.
What? It's the middle of the night.
I know who's calling. I know who it is. It's the baker. I had him bake a cake for Scotty's birthday. That's who has the number and keeps calling us up to harass us about the cake. The baker. That bastard.
It's in here?
It's at the end, past the shoe store. Keep going.
I don't see any lights.
Go around the back. Yeah, here. Stop.
Closed for business. What do you want at this hour? Are you drunk or something?
It's you. It's me. Scotty's mother. This is Scotty's father. I'd like to come in.
I'm busy now. I've got work to do. Hey!
It smells like a bakery in here. Doesn't it smell like a bakery in here, Howard?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. What do you want? Maybe you want your cake. That's it. You decided you want your cake. You ordered a cake, didn't you?
You're pretty smart for a baker. Howard, this is the man who's been calling us up.
Is that right? Now, just a minute here. You want to pick up your 3-day-old cake? That's it. I don't want to argue with you, lady. There it sits over there, getting stale. I'll give it to you for half of what I quoted you. No? You want it, you can have it. It's no good to me, no good to anyone now. It costs me time and money to make that cake. If you want it, okay. If you don't, that's okay too. I have to get back to work.
More cakes?
Lady, I work 16 hours a day in this place to earn a living. I work night and day in here, trying to make ends meet. No trouble now. You want that cake or not? I have to get back to work. Bakers work at night.
I know bakers work at night. They make phone calls at night, too.
You bastard. Careful. Careful.
My son's dead. He was hit by a car Monday morning. We've been waiting with him until he died. But of course you couldn't know that, could you? Bakers can't know everything, can they, Mr. Baker? But he's dead. He's dead, you bastard!
Please. Sit down. Let me get you a chair. Please, sit down, you people.
I wanted to kill you. I wanted you dead.
Good. Let me say how sorry I am. God alone knows how sorry. Listen to me, I'm just a baker. I don't claim to be anything else. I mean, maybe once, maybe years ago, I was a different kind of human being. I've forgotten. I don't know for sure. But I'm not any longer. If I ever was. I'm just a baker. That don't excuse me doing what I did, I know. But I'm deeply sorry. I'm sorry for your son. And I am sorry for my part in this. I don't have children myself. So I can only imagine what you must be feeling. And all I can say to you is that I'm sorry. Forgive me. If you can. I'm not an evil man. I don't think. Not evil like you said on the phone. You gotta understand what it comes down to is I don't know how to act anymore, it would seem. Now please, let me ask you if you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. Yeah. It's hot in here. Take your coats off. Give me a minute. I got some coffee here. Cream? Sugar? There you go. You probably need to eat something. I hope you'll eat some of my hot rolls. You like cinnamon? Yeah, try them. They're hot, right out of the oven. Have one.
Oh,
Yeah. You like it?
that's good. Thank you.
It's good to eat something. Here, try this. Have a smell. It's heavy bread, but rich. Try it. Molasses, coarse grains, can't beat it. It's a better smell than flowers any time. Yeah. I'm glad I'm not a florist. It's better to be feeding people. You have to eat and keep going. Eating is a small, good thing in a time like this. There's more. Eat up. Eat all you want. There's all the rolls in the world.
They ate rolls and drank coffee. Anne was suddenly hungry, and the rolls were warm and sweet. She ate 3 of them, which pleased the baker. Then he began to talk. He told them what it was like to be childless all these years, to repeat the days with the ovens endlessly full and endlessly empty, the party food, the celebrations he'd worked over, icing knuckle deep, the tiny wedding couples stuck into cakes, hundreds of them, no, thousands by now, birthdays. Just imagine all those candles burning. They listened to him. They ate what they could. They talked on into the early morning, and they did not think of leaving. Where do we come from? From an egg. And the egg? Well, from a woman, of course. Oh. And the woman?
Claire!
No!
Claire!
No!
Claire, it's me, David.
Mercy.
You're all right now.
Have mercy on me, O Magnimator. Spare me. Release
Claire,
me.
what's the matter with you, Doctor? Can't you hear me?
Send me not to... Oh, pain.
He must
pain.
be hallucinating. The anesthetic sometimes has this disorienting effect. There, she's coming out of it now.
It's over, Claire. Look.
It's a girl. A beautiful baby girl.
Take it away.
Claire.
It's not mine. That's not my child.
Of course it's yours.
How can it be? It only has 2 legs.
And 10 fingers and 10 toes. It's all there.
Well, of course she has. Don't worry, Claire. Your baby's absolutely perfect. There, you see?
Don't you understand? Can't you see? This baby should have been born to a human.
She's asleep now. No, don't get up. I've given her a sedative for the night.
Will she be all right?
Physically, yes. Most women recover from a cesarean in about 8 days. Emotionally, I don't know. 26 hours is a long time to be in labor.
Dr. Borland, I've never heard Claire talk like that.
Well, she's had a pretty rough time.
But why would she reject her own baby?
Well, some women subconsciously reject the idea of motherhood, and...
But we planned this baby. A September baby, and that's when the new season starts. Most of Claire's promos are on the air by then, so...
She's going back to work right away, then, is she?
Well, she's on leave, and now that I've got a desk job...
What? No more chasing headlines?
Oh, well, Claire felt... Well, we both felt... She's been left alone too much, and with the baby... Well, we wanted everything to be just right. I mean, let's face it, I'm no help to anyone dodging bullets in Beirut.
I see. Well, it must be something else, then. Perhaps the anesthetic triggered some long-buried childhood memory. Or maybe she feels she's failed.
At what?
You know, women like Claire who postpone having their babies until everything is just right. They invest a great deal in the experience, and if it doesn't live up to their expectations, well, give her time, Dave. It's all just a matter of time.
Wait until you've taken care of the baby for a few weeks. Then you'll lose that feeling of strangeness. I felt the same way when you were born. She reminds me so much of you, Claire. She's smaller, of course. She's so small. Is she getting enough milk?
Mother, she's always hungry. It's always time to feed her. She sucks for an hour every 2.5 hours.
Oh, of course, I know that. I didn't mean to be critical.
Well, you are.
Dinner time.
Oh, did I tell you? I got a letter from the insurance people. There's no beneficiary.
Beneficiary? I don't believe this. Jell-O again?
Doctor's orders. Your tummy's in no shape yet to take on solids.
Don't remind me.
Your father never got around to signing the papers, so all the money goes to the estate. Can you believe it? Married for 35 years and I get nothing.
I can't believe Daddy would leave you nothing.
Oh, I'm not blaming your father. I should have spoken up. But I'm just not made that way. I've always been too lenient with the people I love, afraid of hurting their feelings, I suppose.
Mother, if you need help...
You know, I lie awake nights worrying about everything. Yes, I worry about you and the baby and wonder how you'll manage.
Mother, we've been through all this before. David's working regular hours now, and
You think someone who has a baby and leaves it after 2 weeks...
8 weeks...
...to go back to
I'm
work
not leaving
is
her.
going to have the same relationship with that child as someone who has been there all along?
Mother, why can't you for once, just once, be on my side?
I am on your side.
Where I come from, the mothers stick together.
Where you come from?
I can't remember all of it. Just bits and pieces. The color of the sky. And...
Claire, are you all right? Have you had your pain pill? I'd better ring for the nurse.
No, don't. It's nothing. It's just something I must have dreamed about while the baby was being born, you know, when they had to put me under.
Oh. Well, it was all worth it, wasn't it? The pain, I mean. I just wish your father could see her. His first grandchild. You know.
Just a beautiful dream.
I sometimes think if your father had loved me a little more and worked a little
Claire.
Bones. They have no bones.
Claire.
I hear her.
You've been having that dream again.
There were thousands of them, David. All over the sky.
What?
Floating in an orange sky.
Oh, come on, Claire. It was only a dream.
What time is it?
3:30.
Oh.
You want me to...
No. No, I'll go.
What was it this time?
Who knows? Move over. The babies cry at night. They can't help it. It's in their blood.
Mm-hmm. Like vampires sucking the lifeblood of their parents.
No. Don't.
Ew, what's the matter?
I'm tired.
It's been 6 weeks.
I know, but I don't feel lovable. I feel like I'm wearing someone else's skin.
It feels fine to me.
My body will never be the same. Having a baby does that, you know. David, what do you think? Do you think love between a man and woman can last forever? Come on, tell me. What do you think?
Hey, what is this, a test?
I'm serious.
Mm-hmm. So am I.
David, what happens to love when children come along?
It gets better.
And when children grow up and leave?
What do you want? A guarantee? Come on. Relax.
What happens to love when there's never any time to talk?
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
We really are alien beings, aren't we?
What?
Oh, no, not again.
Well, that answers
That's
one of
the
your
third
questions.
time
About what
tonight.
happens to love when kids come along?
What's it going to be like when I go back to work?
Hey, I'm here too, remember?
Sorry I missed the staff meeting, Jack. The baby.
No, it's okay.
There's nothing wrong, I hope.
No, thank goodness. The doctor says she started teething a bit early, that's all. I guess I just overreacted.
Yeah. You want to get the door? So you've been back, what, a month and a half?
2 months.
Well, look, now, I don't want to pressure you or anything, but, well, if we don't get those Urban Life promos packaged and on the air by the end of March, we lose the account. It's now February the 10th.
I realize that.
Claire, when you joined our little group here, it was on my recommendation.
I know that, Jack, and don't think I don't appreciate
You
it.
see, everybody pulls their own weight around here. I mean, look at my desk. I'm going to be here all night just going over these program schedules.
I'll try to organize my time better.
Yeah, look, I know life can be difficult for new mothers. Nights especially, I understand that. God, when Joey was a baby, I'd have given anything for a decent night's sleep.
How old is he now?
He's 10. I got a letter from his mother. Says he's doing just great. She's getting married again. So, you won't be late, will you?
No, of course not. No. Have mercy on me, oh Magdalene.
Claire, wake up.
Spare me. Release me. Banish me.
Claire, it's me. Wake up.
No. David. Oh, David.
It's all right, baby. I'm here.
Why did they have to send me back?
Send you back? From where? What is it, baby? What is it? Claire, we can't go on like this. I mean, between you and the baby...
Can't you take her this time? I've been up twice already, and I'm exhausted. If I don't get some sleep...
If you don't get some sleep, I lie here night after night listening to you rave on about
You promised me you'd help take care of the baby.
I have to be at work at 8:30.
And I don't? Damn it all, David. Why is she mostly my baby?
Well, I don't know. Maybe there is something to maternal instinct. Listen, Claire,
What
we have
maternal
got...
instinct? By the time the males hatch, the mothers are long gone.
Hatch?
No, I don't mean... Why did I say that? I mean... I'll go see what she wants.
What do you mean, Claire?
I mean, I just keep trying till the baby quiets down, that's all. Look at you. All beet red and damp. Crying your little heart out all alone in the dark. Poor little baby. Poor little thing. Oh, what a mad mother you've got. Shall I tell you of another world? Far, far away where the babies never cry. There's an orange sky, and everywhere you look, babies, younglings, spinning their cocoons. And at night, when the 2 moons rise, the mothers gather by the sea, and soon the sky fills with the sound of wings, many wings.
Is she okay?
Look, she recognizes the melody. No, I understand. You take good care of him. Right. Bye.
What's for breakfast?
I can't take it anymore.
Claire, what is it?
I've been up half the night with the baby. I've got a deadline to meet, and the sitter just called to say she can't come in today.
Hey, take it easy. Take it easy.
Well, her kid's got a fever of 104. Where am I going to find someone to replace her at this hour?
Well, maybe it'd be a lot easier on everyone, Claire, if you weren't working.
And end up like my mother? No way.
Well, call her. Maybe she can take the baby.
You think I should?
Do you have a choice? Go on. Think about it, Claire. As it is, between days off and maternity leave, you've been home practically half the year already.
And you want to keep me here the other half. Terrific. That means you're going to pile all the shit work on me while you get to do all the interesting stuff.
Interesting. Interesting. Do you want to talk interesting? I used to make the front page, remember? Hell, I lived it. Now I sit in a windowless cubicle writing anonymous editorials for editors I have absolutely no respect for.
No answer.
Well, maybe she was in the bathroom. Look, if I could, I'd quit my job and stay home with the baby. Yes, I would. Hell, if this were a perfect world, we'd share jobs, both of us working half-time and both at home half-time, but who in the hell is going to let us do that?
Still no answer.
Well, she must be out.
At 7:30 in the morning?
Well, maybe she's gone away for a few days.
Not without telling me. David, I'm worried.
Well, call her super and ask him to look in on the apartment.
You think something's wrong?
No. It's just a precaution, just in case. You check the baby and I'll make the call.
Make sure she's okay. Not there? What do you mean he's not there?
He's in the hospital, a gallbladder. His wife's gone up to the apartment with a pass key. She said she'd call back as soon as...
Mother?
Mr. Coleman?
This is Mrs. Coleman. Is my mother...
I went up to your mother's apartment, Mrs. Coleman. I rang bell and knocked. When there came no answer, I went in with key. Your mother was lying on floor, Mrs. Coleman.
Claire, what is it?
I think she has a tech of some kind.
Come right in, Mr. Coleman.
Thanks for seeing me on such short notice, Dr. Borland.
It's quite all right. I've just seen my last patient. Now, you look pretty wiped out. What's the matter? The baby still keeping you up nights?
Yes, but that's not why I came to see you. It's Claire.
Ah, don't tell me. I can guess. Running herself ragged, isn't she? When a woman like Claire, when any woman tries to be too many things at once, well, something's bound to give.
Well, something did. Her mother's stroke, it took a lot out of Claire, and she stopped working.
Oh?
And decided to concentrate on just taking care of the baby. Well, I don't know. I thought it'd make things easier for both of us, but she's gotten worse.
In what way?
Well, for one thing, there's the dogs.
The dogs?
Can't you hear them?
The neighborhood dogs.
Barking all day long.
Driving her nuts, she says. Or she'll jump in the car the minute I get home and drive around for hours. She's not the best driver in the world, and if something happens to the baby,
She takes the baby with her?
She did the last time.
Where does she go?
Claire, where have you been?
I had to get out.
Are you out of your mind? It's way past midnight. I was ready to call the cops.
Wake the baby.
You must have gone pretty far.
Not far enough. But it's the only way I know to keep her from crying.
I see. Well, staying home can take some adjusting, too. And let's not forget, Claire's been under a lot of stress lately.
No. It's more than that. She's been having these dreams. Strange dreams. And she talks in her sleep.
What about?
About being sent away to some cold, dark place. When we came home from the funeral, she said the strangest thing.
Do you think Mother was trying to escape?
Escape? From what?
Well, that's what I wondered. And then yesterday, when I came home from work, my God, Claire, look at this place. And there's no food in the fridge. What the hell do you do all day?
I sleep. I dream. And each time I'm able to bring more and more of it back.
Claire.
The sky, the mothers, boneless. Yes, they must be the mothers and those other creatures, younglings, that crawl across the purple sand.
Claire, don't.
I was born there, David. I grew up there. And then...
Stop.
I was sent away. Why? What crime have I committed?
Claire, I know it hasn't been easy for you, but sometimes I have dreams, too, about what life would be like if I could work differently and not limit myself.
They found her, you know.
What?
That little girl who's been missing for 2 weeks, they found her tied up and stuffed in a fridge.
Claire.
It was on TV. They said she'd been raped and strangled.
Stop it!
You know why the baby cries all the time? Why she hasn't stopped crying since the day she was born? She doesn't belong here, any more than I do. Only she can't talk. Only language she has is crying, and she's crying because she knows what's waiting for her. Here. I've got to find a way back.
Well, I can't take much more of this, Doctor. It's driving me crazy. What's wrong with her?
Now, let's take it easy, son. Look, I've got an idea. Would you like some help working all this out? There's a colleague of mine who specializes in this kind of thing. Family therapist. Her name's Karlovic, Dr. Vesna Karlovic. I'll have my nurse set up an appointment, and I'm sure she'll be able to help you both.
What you're feeling is not all that strange, Claire. I suppose you could call it a defense mechanism. Since yours seems to date from the birth of your child, it could be that drugs administered to you at that time triggered some memory. A memory so painful, you've created this fantasy world to avoid dealing with it.
It's not a fantasy.
Well, let's find out. You do want to find out, don't you?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Good. Now, Claire, I'm going to put you under light hypnosis. So lean back and close your eyes and relax. I want you not to think of anything. Just let your mind relax and your body relax. And you're very, very relaxed now. Can you hear me, Claire?
Yes.
How do you feel, Claire?
Heavy. I feel very heavy.
Good.
The gravity on this planet drags me down.
You're an alien?
Yes.
Trapped in a human body?
A woman's body.
This is punishment for a crime or crimes committed on another world.
Yes.
Is this belief associated in some way with a past experience of any kind?
Yes.
Was it something that occurred before you were 5 years old?
Yes.
Before your first birthday?
Yes.
Did something happen at your birth that has to do with this?
Yes.
Was the experience frightening? Claire, do you remember being born?
Yes.
Is it all right for you to recall it?
Yes.
Now, Claire, I want you to go back in time to just before you were born. You're getting smaller and smaller. You're in your mother's womb, Claire, just before you were born. It's warm, and it's dark. Now, I want you to tell me how you feel.
I feel gray. Grayish cold. I feel closed in. Cocooned. I can't move. It's just all gray.
What sex are you, Claire?
Male. I'm a male. And I have many legs.
Legs?
All curled up against my body, but now they're shrinking. They're getting smaller and smaller. I'm losing my legs. My whole body is changing.
Changing?
I can't breathe. I'm choking. There must be a way out of here. The shell. I'll have to force it open somehow. It's too tough. I can't crack it. I'm gonna die in here. What's this? It's sticky. Something sticky softening the shell. It's coming from me. Oh, I almost got it now. I can see slivers of light. There. Oh, I can breathe. Oh, the light, it hurts my eyes. What's that? fluid through my body, through my veins, into my wings.
Claire.
I have wings.
Claire.
I can fly. I am flying. You can't fool me anymore. I know who I am. Look, I'm flying. I'm flying.
Mr. Coleman.
Yes.
Your wife believes she comes from another world. A world where all the creatures are born male. When they reach sexual maturity, they mate.
Mate? Mate with who?
I'm getting to that. After mating, the males withdraw into a kind of cocoon-like state. When they emerge from this hibernation, they're transformed into females, who in time will fly off to mate with the younger generation of males, younglings, she calls them. And the whole cycle starts again.
Oh, my God.
Her delusion is so deep-rooted, she needs psychiatric care. Let me refer you to...
No, I won't let them take you from me. I know how to get us back. Back to where we both belong. Back to...
At least she didn't suffer. It's a miracle the baby survived. Hardly a scratch on her.
But how could I let this happen?
It's not your fault, David.
What if Claire was telling the truth? What if there is another world and...
Pull yourself together. You've got a child to think of now.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. The baby. But what if the baby is...
Order! Order in the place of judgment! Tariman, you have broken the circle, escaped from the place of chastening, initiated the hastening of another transgressor. Fortunately, her host body sustained little damage. However, this in no way mitigates the seriousness of your offenses, Tariman.
Magnimator, please, tell me, why was I condemned to life as a female on that primitive planet? What was my transgression?
You were found incapable of loving anyone but yourself. For chastening, you were banished to a world where love is so highly prized that those who feel its lack willingly enslave themselves for it. But how can there be love between master and slave, between creatures who, unlike us, are prisoners of their sex, who have never experienced the pains or pleasures of their opposite? That is real chastening.
I don't understand.
You will. It is our decision, Tariman, that you must return.
No! Have mercy on me, O Magnimator. Spare me. Release me.
Order! Order! Or I shall clear the place of judgment. Since the host body is now damaged beyond repair and cannot be revived, we must find you a new body. You will be reborn, Tariman. Take on new, off-worldly flesh. Forget all that has gone before.
Mercy! Mercy! Spare me, O Magnimator! Send me not to...
Congratulations, Joan. It's a boy. Fine, healthy boy.
A second chance. Born again, so to speak. A new host. A whole new reception. Another crack at love. this side of the vanishing point. Listen. Did you hear it? No. Listen more closely. There. Wasn't that nice? The sound of absolutely nothing. It's the loudest thing you're likely to hear with your ear pressed up to the vanishing point.
Mary, can you have that done by tonight? What? CPI are shouting for it. They've been after me all week. What did you say? Can you finish that tonight?
No, I can't. There's too much of it. I'll come in early Monday. I can't stay. I promised Nick I'd be home by 5. Home by 5?
Well, I'll tell them Monday afternoon. They'll send somebody over to pick it up.
I don't suppose you can give me a ride, Laura?
Well, I'm not leaving for another hour or so.
Thanks anyway. Just the subway. All those people pushing and trying to get on the train at once.
You could wait for me.
I promised Nick. See you.
Mary has a problem. Noise. She looks like your average young woman trying to get a seat on the subway. There she is. That's her over there, the one with the green scarf. She doesn't know that that colour doesn't suit her at all.
Excuse me. Could I sit here?
She hates the journey to and from the office. Look at her sitting there, not reading like the other passengers, but with her eyes shut tight. She's thinking about Nick. Now, Nick doesn't mind noise. He never has. His parents bought him a dirt bike when he was 12. He was a bright kid, and it was a reward for good grades. He rode the bike round and around the quiet streets, round and around and around. The neighbors appealed to his parents. They offered him bribes. They told the cops. But the cops were too busy with violent crimes and parking offenses to bother about one kid on a dirt bike. So finally, and that was when Nick understood how unpopular he was in his home area, they strung a rope across the road. Imagine, they could have killed the kid. People don't always think. The bike was a write-off. Nick was only scratched and mad. The miracle is that Mary, sitting there with her eyes closed and her hands over her ears, never knows when it's her stop. It's instinct, you know, that leads her back to Nick. She's like a homing pigeon going back to the roost.
Hi. Nick?
Hey, you're late. And don't tell me the train got stuck in the tunnel again. You gave me that line last week. Been meeting Wayne again, haven't you?
Nick, I want to talk to you. If I'm going to keep on working, I've got to take the car. Nick, I can't take the subway anymore. I didn't get a seat till Christie. How pregnant do you have to be?
Did you say something?
Christ, turn that thing off! Can't you do something about the music?
I've got to see how the new glitch filter's working. I'll turn it down in a minute. You go sit outside. I'm making this for you. It's got yogurt in it, and wheat germ, and strawberries. Now then, taste that.
Oh, it's lovely. Thanks, Nick. Oh, it was awful at the office today. There's more work than we can handle and deadlines we can't really meet.
Well, you won't have to work there much longer, honey.
What do you mean? Have they given you a raise? Promoted you?
No, they fired me.
Did she hear him? Oh, no. She's too busy trying to figure out what he's really put in that drink.
Strawberries, you said.
And wheat germ. And yogurt.
So, what are we celebrating?
Well, I want for us to have a healthy baby. Healthy mother, healthy child.
Your mother called me at the office today.
Yeah? What did she want?
Just to give us a crib and some blankets and a high chair and a christening gown. Do we have to have the baby christened?
Wait a minute.
Hey, Joe, will you turn that thing off? You've got 24 hours a day to cut your grass, and you decide to do it. Well, I'm trying to tell my wife I lost my job today.
So maybe you'll have time to cut your lawn. It looks like a goddamn hayfield. And the weeds!
I'll cut it when I'm good and ready.
When Nick was 17, his parents gave him some money and he went right out and bought a Harley Davidson. He stopped going to school and set out to ride to Vancouver to see life and find himself. Listen to that engine. There's nothing like it, is there? Mary wrote to Nick every week, but never knew if he got the letters or not.
Dear Nick, the ring you gave me before you left. Dear Nick, my tennis game is improving a lot. Dear Nick, I miss you very much. Dear Nick, last week I went to the school dance with Janice and Al and Wayne.
After 2 years of adventure, lucky still to have the bike and the clothes he stood up in, he came roaring back across the country and went to work in a body shop and garage. He hadn't found himself, but he had learned a lot about engines, and he was just great at taking things to pieces. To protect his ears from the appalling sounds in the shop, Nick wore his Walkman all the time. And one day, a couple of years after he got back, sitting beside Mary in the park, both of them listening to Brass Knuckle, he lifted off her earphones tenderly and said, "Will you marry me?"
Yes.
So you said yes.
Yes, of course I said yes. Who wouldn't have? He's tall and dark and has a big, friendly family who eat dinner together twice a month. It was like being welcomed by a pack of dogs. Nice dogs, with soft paws and wet noses.
His parents were so pleased he was getting married that they gave him a room full of stereo equipment, including a synthesizer, and he spent the entire honeymoon composing wild music.
You lost your job? What happened?
It wasn't my fault. I couldn't hear the machine. We had the grinder on. And I was listening to that new guy on CFM, and this new Mercedes, it got kind of dented up a little.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry. I've got a line on something better, bigger, real money, my kind of job. You won't have to go to that office much longer.
Nick. So, as you can see, she had this way of believing him. Now, her parents were not so thrilled about the wedding, and you can understand why. They did pay for the flowers and the champagne, but they didn't exactly join in the festivities. They were quiet, studious people who wanted their girl to go to university and spend lots of time in the library. But Mary was 19.
And at that point in my life, end of grade 12, I'd read all the books I wanted to read. And he had this way of kissing me that drove me right out of my mind. Oh, here's Mary going to work on the train again, you see? Every time the brakes squeal or the guard blows his whistle, she puts her fingers in her ears. People are really beginning to stare at her. And it's not just because of that crazy outfit she's wearing.
Mary? Are you all right? Mary? Laura, come over here! What's the matter? She fainted, I think. No wonder. Must be 90 degrees in here.
Well, she's closed the windows again. Every time I turn my back, she closes the windows.
Mary? Mary?
Why are you standing around?
Joan, open the windows, please.
Why are you standing around?
Are you wearing earplugs again? Take them out.
What's wrong?
Well, Joan thought you'd fainted. You were lying back there. We all was
thinking.
Come and have coffee with me, Mary. We've got to talk. Did something happen over the weekend?
Nick lost his job, that's all.
Oh. Coffee?
Juice, please.
Well, he'll be all right. He'll get another job.
I keep trying to talk to him. He never hears me anymore.
You've got a very quiet voice, Mary. You've just got to make up your mind what you want to say.
I know what I want to say.
Then say it. And he'll listen. Find a quiet place. And then have your talk.
Is there a quiet place, Laura?
Now listen, Mary. You've got to get this in perspective. You're not the first woman who's had a baby. So you and Nick are having a few problems. It happens.
Few problems. He stopped working at the garage. He's jealous every time I'm half an hour late.
He's suffering the first pangs of fatherhood. Now listen. You take him out to a nice restaurant. Candles, wine, steak.
No, if I thought that would work.
It works. Believe me. Now, let's get on with the CPI material. They want it yesterday. Mary, you are coming back to work after the baby, aren't you? After your leave? You've got your career to think of. You've done so well the last 5 years. You can't just let it go.
I can't go on working here. I need to be able to think. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop.
Did you call me? Do you want to talk to me?
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop.
Are you wearing those goddamn earplugs again? Well, take them out. You can't do that. What do you do after the baby's born? You won't be able to hear him cry.
Don't worry about that.
Come on. Come in the other room and we'll talk. We'll talk. What's wrong? What's bothering you?
The music.
Oh, but it's better, isn't it? The guy in the store told me to get a new tantalum cap, and I did.
And I'm worried about what you're doing, Nick. You go out late. You're home during the day. You come back in the middle of the night.
Yeah, but the other guy at the store said I should stay with the polystyrene. Listen to what happens when I can't get out.
And I'm having trouble on the subway. I can't stand the trains. All that noise! There she is, going on about noise again. Now, it's pretty hard for Nick to understand her because he's always lived with sound. When he was 15, for instance, he didn't have many friends, just 2 or 3, but his little group lived in a continuum of noise. In the summer, they hung his loudspeakers out of the bedroom window, and the neighbor who tried to shoot the speakers was charged with malicious damage and intent to wound. And who could blame him, really? Mary, on the other hand, had lived in a very quiet home.
She mistook all that noise for real life and true passion. Nobody had ever raised a voice in her house. And so now she reveled in shouting at the top of her lungs.
Oh, my God. Oh, you're terrific. Oh, Nick. I love you. Nick!
We can talk here, Nick. This is a nice place.
I'm gonna get the baby a crash helmet.
He won't, or she won't, be able to ride a bike for a year or two, Nick.
Shrimp cocktail for you, sir.
Thanks.
Salad, madam?
There's so much I want to talk to you about, Nick.
We used to do our talking at bedtime, but now when I come in, you're fast asleep.
You come in so late, Nick. You never used to go out in the evenings. We went to bed at the same time. Where do you go?
I'll tell you when I'm ready. Did you bring me here just to... You wanted to get me trapped in this corner. Can you trust me, Mary? I'll be able to tell you next week. I'm doing it for you and for the baby.
It's all right. Why can't you tell me?
Well, and while we're asking questions, a guy I know knows Wayne. Said he'd seen the two of you together.
I told you about that, Nick. I met him on the street. Of course we talked. We were at school together for 10 years.
Yeah, so we stayed at school, so he's smart.
We came here to talk, Nick, not to rake up the past.
You started it. With your crazy questions, why can't you believe me? Trust me. Wait and see.
I don't ask crazy questions.
You ask. Every day you ask crazy questions.
Is everything all right here? Enjoying your dinner?
No. You stay here, Mary. Finish the wine.
Well, I'm not drinking wine.
Well, finish your meal. I've got to meet somebody. I'll be back later.
Nick! Nick! We ordered steaks, Nick!
They got married and lived in a tiny apartment until the super asked them to move. Other tenants had complained about the music and the way they shouted when they made love. You see, Nick being her only lover so far, Mary had no idea that you could make love quietly and whisper the words. And so his parents offered to help them out and put a down payment on a house in a quiet suburban street, way beyond Nick and Mary's means, a mistake. Nick saw Mary as a princess and wanted her to have everything his sisters had. It was simply a matter of pride with him. And of course he got into debt. But she was happy. Her parents could see she was happy and came to visit every 2 weeks. They brought little gifts for the house and made a real effort to like Nick. Now, one day, after 4 years of living in the house, Mary realized that she and Nick never really talked to one another. They listened to music together, ate meals together, used the Cuisinart and the dishwasher and the coffee grinder together, but...
Nick, listen, I'm worried. I want us to talk to each other. Nick, come and talk to me.
Honey, don't worry. I'm here. Come on. Lie down. Here, beside me. There.
He reassured you, didn't he? And look what happened. You got pregnant.
I get this feeling, Doctor, that I want to go away to a desert island. There's so much noise everywhere. The baby won't be able to hear me sing.
When I bought this office 30 years ago, I thought I'd never get used to that. But you can get used to anything in time. Just a minute. I'll close the window.
I don't like going downtown anymore. The subway trains are driving me crazy. And the traffic on the streets. And all those people yelling at each other.
Pregnancy can affect a woman in a variety of ways, Mary. Some women just want to eat all the time. Others sleep all the time. Some collect buttons. You want to be quiet.
My baby won't be able to hear me sing. Nick? Nick! He didn't hear me. Nobody is listening to me. Nick, you're wearing your headphones. What are you hearing? Nick?
Oh, Mary! Oh, isn't it great sound? I got that capacitor soldered in.
Yeah, Nick, it's great.
Just a second, I'll take them off. Okay, what did the doctor say? You were gone a long time.
Nothing. He said nothing.
Well, you were gone forever. Did you have to wait?
It's his clinic on Tuesdays. Of course I had to wait. Always the same.
It's all right, Mary. You don't have to go into detail.
Nick, I went to the doctor's. I waited.
And then you stopped off for a drink with Wayne.
No!
All right. I've said I'm sorry, Mary. I can't help getting jealous. I mean, look at you. You do look about 16, you know.
It's all right. It's okay. But, Nick, do we have to go to your parents' place? I'd rather stay home.
No, we always go on Victoria Day. They'll be hurt if you aren't there.
They pat my belly and make me feel like a prize cow.
We always have a good time. I'll drop you off and say hi to the folks.
Where are you going?
Well, I have to pick up some stuff for a friend. I'll be back later. Lauren will be there. You won't be on your own.
Oh, they're better than ever this year. I can't stand it. Why doesn't Nick come back? Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. It sounds like World War III.
Mary began to realize that on most days, she never heard a human voice used at a normal speaking level at all. She heard a whole lot of noises she didn't want to hear. She heard music and machines, and she heard voices trying to reach her through all those other sounds. She didn't understand that it was life. As I said before, where there's life, there's noise. She started seriously to look for a quiet place and took a cab one morning out to the Leslie Street Spit and called home to tell Nick to meet her there.
Mary? What is this, Mary? Why aren't you at the office?
It's quieter here, isn't it?
I could do without those damn seagulls. If you'd wanted a trip to the lake, you should have said.
Going to your family's cottage for a quiet weekend is about as close to Bedlam as you can get.
Okay. So why here?
I'm getting worried about the baby, Nick. All this noise everywhere. I can't hear his heartbeat. And there's so much other sound.
Babe, listen to me. You're getting unreasonable. I thought pregnant women only wanted weird things to eat like pickles and chocolate sauce, but you want a quiet, peaceful place. I mean, come on, Mary. How will our kid ever learn to live in the real world if all he ever hears is peace and quiet?
Maybe he'll be sensitive. Maybe he'll like reading. Maybe he'll listen to other people.
You're making him sound like a sissy.
And a man came to the office today asking questions about you? Nick, where were you last Monday?
You know where I was last Monday. Next year, we'll get a boat. We'll keep it at my folks' place till we get a cottage of our own. The kid will like that. Come on, Mary. Look, what did you want to tell me, eh?
go home.
Sure. We'll stop on the way for a pizza. Okay?
Then she found an even quieter place right there in the house, under her nose, so to speak. The crawl space.
It's quiet here, isn't it, Nick?
It's filthy.
I could clean it out. I could bring a mattress down here, and food, and wine. We could lie here sometimes and have a drink and talk.
We've got a whole nice house, Mary. I do not want to live in the crawl space.
The baby likes it here. We come here often, he and I.
Stop it, Mary. He's not born yet. We can't know what he likes.
He likes it here.
Come on, Mary. Now, you got me down here for a reason. Tell me what it is, and then I'll go up and make us some coffee.
To get here, I had to climb over all those boxes. They weren't here last week. It's like an obstacle course. A woman in my condition shouldn't have to climb over boxes, Nick.
By the weekend, they'll be gone. And you don't have to come down here, Mary. I'm going back upstairs.
Come back. There's all kinds of things I have to tell you.
What? What do you want to say, Mary?
I can't remember.
Oh, come on, honey. Come back upstairs with me.
The baby likes it here.
All of us need quiet some of the time. Mary just needed more of it than other people. And she found it in the end. She found what she was looking for. The only truly quiet place in the whole city. The hospital. The signs outside read, Quiet, Hospital. Notices in the corridors request people to walk softly. So Mary lay back in the bed in her little room and waited for the quiet to begin.
Nick!
I gotta hide.
You can't come in here.
Police!
Nurse! I'll be there in a minute, Mary. You can't come in here. This is a quiet place. I can't have my patients disturbed. Get out of that closet, you!
Shut up!
Nick, you can't stay in there.
Be quiet, Mary. Police!
You can't disturb my patient like this. It's all right, Mary. You don't have to talk to them.
We saw him come in here. We've been following him.
He's in the closet.
Leave me alone! You got no evidence!
A warrant!
Get out of here!
Dr. Quiet! Oh, Mary!
They promised me there would be quiet here.
All right, we'll just come back and ask her some questions later.
The stolen things are in the basement. In big boxes. About 10 of them.
Mary!
Goodbye, Nick.
You're under arrest. Anything you say will be held against you in a court of law. You have the right to counsel. If you can't afford one will be furnished you by the court.
Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that bird sings down the joint, Mama's going to move to the vanishing point. Insomnia? Try one of these. It won't make you drowsy. On the contrary, it may keep you up a little longer than you expected. Oh, one more thing. Do exercise caution when driving. That's what it says, right here on the side. Not that side. This side of the vanishing point.
You're still awake.
Yes.
No wonder. That radio on all night. Artie Shaw.
Yeah. It's latest all music. No talk, no commercials. You any idea how long it took me to find this station?
I can imagine.
I'll turn it off.
Thank you. What about the light?
Whatever you say.
Henry, I am not saying anything.
I know.
Poor you.
I know. You satisfied?
Absolutely. This isn't normal.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's normal for people our age not to sleep much, but what we are dealing with here is insomnia.
How come you're always so smart?
It's Tom, isn't it?
I wish that guy up ahead would just pull over. Or at least show me the courtesy of letting me by. God, look at him. He must be smashed out of his mind.
Just stay back.
I'll pass him when I get a chance.
I've got the thermos. Want some coffee?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So, how are the kids doing, Julie?
They're okay. They're asleep.
It is Tom, isn't it? Oh, Henry, stop worrying about him and let me sleep. He'll be here tomorrow.
23 hours on the road is too long at one stretch. There's all kinds of maniacs on the road this time of night.
They probably stopped at a motel.
Oh, not likely. Once Tom gets an idea in his head, he won't listen to anybody.
There is nothing you can do about it now.
He drives too fast.
I am going to sleep.
Good night.
If we're gonna survive this vacation, the first thing I gotta do is talk to Dad. The argument in the backyard last year.
Oh, that.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably go for the obligatory walk in the park, the old father and son routine. He'll give his opinion on the state of my life and how I can improve. Like going into business with him.
Is he still writing you about that?
Hey, if I came home with the Nobel Prize, he'd still find a way to say I could have done something better.
I know. Tom, is this how you're planning to stay awake tonight?
If you are so concerned about the driving, then why didn't you offer to fly them all down?
Don't start that.
Why? Well, I'll tell you why.
Catherine.
Because that would be admitting you were wrong. And you're too much of an asshole to ever concede that you were wrong.
Tom was the asshole, not me.
You were both assholes. I've never seen anything like last summer. Oh, two grown men stalking each other around a backyard, waving silly little croquet mallets at each other.
He's never listened to reason. He's never listened to me or anybody.
Shut up, dear. You're not as worried about him driving as you are about what you're going to say to him when he gets here.
That is utter bullshit.
Will you just try to be good this time?
This time? What do you mean? I'm always good.
You know what I mean. A whole year. We haven't even phoned each other.
He hasn't phoned me either.
Henry?
All right.
I'm a little chilly, Henry. Come here. There. I think it was you who had to stay up driving all night.
Exactly.
I'm gonna pass the bastard.
Be careful.
Oh, great. Now he decides to do 140. Son of a...
Pull back! There's a car coming the other way. Well, that'll keep us awake.
You all right?
If I felt any better, I couldn't stand it.
Oh, great, buddy. Now slow down to 50.
I should have bought them plane tickets.
Would that make any difference? You just worry about something else. Try to sleep.
Catherine.
What now?
I'm dizzy.
I'll get you a glass of water.
I'm going for it.
Tom!
Henry, you pale. Henry? Henry?
No!
Henry!
I don't know how we didn't get hit. Check the kids. They all right?
Yeah, they're all right. Henry? Henry! Speak to me, Henry! Hang on. Hello? Emergency?
Mrs. Waring, I'm Dr. Keynes. We didn't get a chance to meet last night.
Yeah, hello.
Now, I have the results of the CAT scan. That's a...
Yes.
We don't know a lot about this kind of stroke. The internal hemorrhage is most likely around the brainstem at the back of the neck. We don't know the extent of the damage. Now, did he open his eyes at all during the night?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Waring? Mr. Waring?
What is it?
Well, all we can do is wait and see.
He's opened his eyes. Henry, dear. Henry!
Excuse me. Mr. Waring? Can you hear me?
I hear you. You don't have to shout.
No response.
He never sleeps. He hasn't slept soundly for 40 years. You see, he just takes his time when he's waking up. He's not quite awake yet. Henry. Oh, Henry, I'm so embarrassed for him.
Well, let's check his reflexes.
Anybody home?
There's very little response. Mr. Waring, can you see anything? As I move my finger, can you follow it with your eyes?
I'm trying.
No response.
Where's Tom?
My husband's, well, you see, my husband, he's always done everything for himself. My husband is very tired.
Well, he might not have heard us, Mrs. Waring.
Oh.
He's closed his eyes again.
Yes.
You don't think he's aware of us?
Well, we don't know how...
But he opened his eyes after you talked to him.
Yes, but that may simply be a reflex action. In other words, a coincidence that he opened his eyes just then. It is early. Things may change. Talk to him if you like. It won't hurt in any case. I'll check in later.
Henry? I'm here. Tom's coming. Today.
You didn't wake up all day?
Not since this morning. He just lies there.
Like that?
Mm-hmm. I think it's best the kids don't see him like this.
Yeah, right. Julie's got him downstairs. Look, I'll stay here tonight. You go down and she'll take you home.
In a minute. I haven't seen you yet. How was the drive down?
Well, we're here.
You and your father had a lot to talk about.
Yeah. We still do.
Come here.
Well, I'll see you in the morning.
Right. Good night, Henry.
Up for me tonight. I'm here, Dad.
So?
There's a lot of things I want to say.
I don't imagine that I'm sorry is one of them.
I gotta get some things off my chest here.
And you got me where you want me now, eh?
You always wanted me to be just the same as you, a younger version of yourself, and I never have been. But, Dad, I done all right.
Sure, you finished your lousy law degree. Any asshole can do that. What's that got to do with the real world?
I'm making the money. Firm's offered me a partnership when I get back from vacation.
That's cute. Me, I never worked for anybody.
I couldn't have gone into business with you, Dad. I know that's what you wanted, but I am not cut out for real estate. I told you that.
You never gave it a chance. And now there you are saying I told you so, and I'm successful. Well, I still don't buy it.
You know that thing in the backyard when we were down visiting last year, when I told you I had to finish what I started, go my own way, all of that? Well, I didn't think it would turn out like it did.
I bet you didn't.
I would have handled things differently.
Oh, that's big of you. I offer you the whole business and you want a loan to go off and finish learning how to be a little yes man.
God, Dad, there's just so much that hasn't been said. Things are gonna be fine for me from here on in, and you don't worry about me. I'm okay.
You were a nice kid, Tom. You're so serious and full of yourself. You make me nervous. Why the hell did you have to grow up? Darn! Tom, you've got to hold the mallet right. Like this, or you're never going to hit the ball, let alone get it through the hoop.
Okay.
You just listen to your dad. That's how you win. I'll tell you what.
What?
Since you're a little behind me, how about I give you a handicap? Say, 20 shots so you can catch up.
20 shots? No.
Why not?
'Cause I want to play like it's supposed to be played, without any extra help. Someday I'm going to beat you fair and square.
All right, then. That's the way we'll play.
It's your turn.
Right. Now, here's what a real swing looks like. There. You see that?
The way your ball hit mine? Yeah.
Well, in a situation like this, I can take my ball and put it right up against yours. See? Then I can put my foot on my ball and knock your ball right out of play, wherever I want. Like this.
It went right out of the yard.
Right. And you'll have to start all over again. But I've still got another shot.
All right, then.
Fair and square.
Are you...
I'm his son.
Oh, we're going to turn him over now. There's a waiting room down the hall.
Yeah, well, I'll let you do your work.
Okay. You ready?
Ready.
1, 2, 3. Oh, the IV fell out. There, his right hand.
I've got it. There.
Nice perfume, girls.
Who's that?
Oh, it's Mrs. Green again, next door.
Help me, nurse.
She just wants attention. Last night she thought there was a man in her room with a machine gun. Check Mr. Waring's pressure, will you?
Sure.
Nurse! I'm having a heart attack. St. Peter, dear, is that you?
I haven't heard that one yet. I'll go check on her.
There. I'll tell your son that we finished.
Not bad, girls. Good work. You each get an A, for now. Ask me in a month or a year. I'm a prisoner in here.
Hello, dear. It's me again.
It's nighttime now, Dad.
Good morning, Henry.
Nurse! Nurse!
These halls are strange in my
Sleep, dear. Sleep.
Just checking his pressure.
I'm with you, Dad.
Can't offer any hope.
If you could only just talk to me.
Hang on, Dad. Just hang on.
How long can this go on? I know what you're saying. Do you think I haven't been thinking about it?
I'm sure you have.
I'm sorry. He would hate this. I believe the appropriate word for this, for what we are talking about, it's dignity.
Thank you, Catherine.
It's for the best, I think. Have you talked to anyone about this?
No.
You should. We'll take him off the equipment and notify the staff not to attempt reviving him. The IV will remain. That's where we draw the line. We'll have papers for you to sign in the reception area.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'm here to relieve you, Mum.
Hello, Tom. You'll want to talk. I'll be outside.
Talk? About what?
About the situation. It's the best thing.
That sounds like a quotation.
Tom, it is not fair to keep him...
Fair?
He wouldn't want to live this way.
Wait. You don't know that. How do you know what he wants?
Tom,
listen to me.
There's no handicap now. Fair and square, remember? Remember the game?
I'm sorry, Tom.
Yeah, so am I. You just go.
I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. The morning. Well, if you're gonna live, you have to do it without any extra help.
Did he hear me?
I told you when I first got here that I wanted to talk to you.
Here we go again.
I got I got a ton of selfish reasons why I don't want you to die, but I got one main reason.
There aren't any reasons anymore, Tom.
That's why I came down here to see you on this so-called vacation.
It's been a real treat, hasn't it?
Dad, I gone over every minute I ever spent with you, and all we ever did was fight, so let's not kid ourselves about that. I always wanted to prove to you that...
What? That you're better than me?
That I'm worthy of you. And I'm looking at you like this in your eyes with no expression and just, you know, well, you never said anything, you know, to encourage me. And now, when you can't speak, well, I guess it's time that you and me came to some kind of agreement.
Yeah, you're right.
So, let's forgive each other.
Yeah.
And ourselves. We're a lot alike. That's why I can tell you this. I haven't told anyone yet, but I have to. And you're the first. Okay. Dad, I'm dying. There's a spot on my lung. They found it too late.
Oh, no.
I'm worried about Julie and the kids. And I was hoping, you know, that you'd be there for them. And Mom. You know. Well, you know, to love them.
There you go, Mr. Waring.
Thanks for the perfume, girls. Stretch. Rising out of bed. Don't cry. I'm free now. There's no pain. Just warmth. I'm sorry, Tom. I couldn't stay. Catherine, I'm not worried anymore. I have to go now. Goodbye.
Hello? I'm Mrs. Green.
Yes, Henry Waring. What happened to you?
The man with the hood who was in my room with the gun?
Yes?
He finally shot me.
Oh? I didn't hear the gunshot. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm glad he finally did it.
I see.
I'm dead now.
Yes.
I've been so impressed with your family, their devotion.
Yes.
Do you know which way we're supposed to go? There's so many different directions.
Yes, well, none of them are clearly marked, are they?
No. For some reason, I was thinking of going in that direction. Would you care to accompany me?
I think we'll each do better if we go our own ways and just do the best we can. I think I'll go more that way.
Yes, of course. Good luck.
And to you. Miles and miles of open fields and gardens. Beautiful. Fragrant. Tom's gonna love this. What a great spot for croquet.
Henry. Tom's coming today. Would you like some breakfast?
Yes. Bacon and eggs and a stack of toast.
I was worried about you last night. Remember? You were so dizzy. I got up and I got you some water. You finally went to sleep.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, the paper's here. Would you like to read it?
Yes, I would.
Anybody we know who's died?
Apparently not. My name's not here.
Henry. You sure you're feeling all right this morning?
Absolutely. I'm fine. Catherine, do we know a Mrs. Green?
No. Why, is she in the obituaries?
No, she isn't.
Should she be?
No.
You want me to get you some breakfast?
Yeah, I'll be right down.
I'll take that as a promise.
Yes, I wonder, do you have a patient there, a Mrs. Green? No, I'm an acquaintance. She's there? She died last night. Thank you.
Henry!
I'm coming.
Heavens, I haven't seen you eat like that for years.
Well, I haven't had solid food for some time.
Not since last night.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what happened to the back of your hand? Looks all swollen and bruised.
I don't know. I must have done it in the night.
Just think, Henry. In an hour or so, they will be walking in that door.
Yes.
Oh, please, don't start worrying again.
Well, I'm not worried. And you mustn't worry about me.
I'll get it. Henry, let go of me.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes, speaking. Yes, I do. Oh.
What is it?
Oh, where was this? I see. My wife is here with me. Thank you.
What?
Julie and the kids are all right. It's Tom.
Who was driving to whom? Or did Tom and Henry finally manage to meet halfway? Some lonely place in the middle of the night where differences melt away. Vanishing Point. We are about to try a little experiment. The formula looks good on paper. The theory is sound. But there just might be some deviation over time. That's where you come in. Ready? We're minus 30 and counting towards the vanishing point.
Here, put them away.
Thank you.
If you pinch them too hard, they get bitter.
It's Too bad you can't come along. You need the rest more than I do.
Listen, those horses at your place, can you actually ride them?
You can ride one of them. The other two are honest-to-God farm nags.
I'll go with you next time anyway, even if I'm supposed to write 10 reports.
I wish you would. I'd love to see you fall off a horse.
You know, Ava, you're really not interested in the aesthetic side of life.
You have no idea how aesthetic it really is to fall off a horse.
Have you got everything, Ava?
Yes, Abraham.
Your travel papers?
Yes.
A ticket?
No.
What? Honestly?
Of course.
Money?
Yes. Is that all?
Give my regards to your parents and send me a postcard. Or better still, phone.
Okay.
And above all, take care.
I'll try. And you too. Bye, Abraham.
Bye, Ava. All the best.
Bye, Abraham.
Now, a few examples just to make the whole thing a little less abstract. Like that train thing, that's good. What must be considered as definite is the speed of light representing the constant factor. Everybody ought to get that. Imagine a train moving in a straight line. In the middle of the train are situated a source of light and an observer. Through complicated mirror and measuring devices at the front and the back of the train, the observer can establish the fact that the beams of light at both ends of the train arrive at their destination at one and the same time. But a second observer, who's watching the train as it passes him by, will be lit up by the beam of light at the back of the train sooner than by the beam of light at the front of the train, because the train is traveling in the direction of the light beam from the back of the train. That's good. Now, from there, I move over to the argument that time also is only a relative idea, that is, that time is subject to motion. As an example, I'll use the spacecraft idea, throw in a little science fiction, and so make it more interesting and colorful. If a craft is moving in space at half the speed of light, controlled by an atomic clock on board, then actual time passes by 2/3 slower for the crew of the spacecraft than time on the planet Earth, which in turn means that if the crew spends a full year in space, after their return, a year and a half would have elapsed on Earth. Therefore, there is no such thing as absolute simultaneity. One moment, please. Let's see. The system possesses more or less its own time dimension. Yes. And then in passing, I'll mention that these facts also used to occupy the minds of physicists like Einstein, Lorentz, Minkowski, and
Good evening. I'm Police Inspector Miller. You are Eberhard Kowalski?
Yes, sir.
May I come in for a moment?
Certainly.
I'm afraid I have to ask you some questions.
Yes?
Approximately 20 kilometers out of Recklinghausen, a young woman was found dead on a path in the woods. She was wearing pants, a gray-green striped pullover, and gumboots. She had no papers on her whatsoever.
What's that got to do with me?
We haven't been able to identify her. The only thing we have to go by is a postcard addressed to you, signed Ava.
Oh, my God.
You know the lady.
Yes, of course, yes.
I'm sorry. Could you tell me where the lady was staying at the time?
She was visiting her parents. They live near Recklinghausen.
You had the address?
Yes. Just a moment. Here. What happened to her?
Well, at the moment, it looks like poisoning. Homicide is still investigating.
What sort of poisoning?
The post-mortem will make that clear. Thank you. The lady was not married?
No. Her name is Schneider, her parents' name.
And her present place of residence?
She lived here with me.
I see. Well, thank you very much. I think that will be all.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Inspector. Dear Eberhard, arrived safely, pressed for time, must go shopping. Will phone with all the news. All my love. Yours, Eva. Hello.
Hello, Eberhard. Eva.
Eva! Oh, thank God. I had a terrible scare, but it's okay now. I thought you were dead. Some idiot of a policeman was here just now telling me you were dead. I'm so glad. I was frantic. I was all mixed up.
Eberhard, I am dead.
It was either a case of mistaken identity or somebody was trying to play a joke. A silly joke, if I may say so.
Eberhard, it's not a joke.
Have you any idea how they managed to get hold of your card?
Of course. They found the card on me. Listen, Eberhard, we can only talk to each other on the phone for 30 seconds.
Found? Half a minute? Stopwatch. It's a plot. Somebody is trying to put me on. Kidnapped. Eva, are you being threatened?
No, Eberhard. What the policeman told you was true. I was poisoned by some mushrooms. My father warned me not to pick them, but I did, and I ate them. I was alone at home yesterday. Then I went out on the bike. Suddenly, I got cramps. It was terrible. It took a long time to die.
You're dead?
Yes.
Well, then, how can you call me?
I don't know. I simply can. But only for a short time, because it weakens me a lot. I lose energy. I'm only calling you to tell you that I love you very much, and to ask you to think of me now and then.
Of course I'm thinking of you.
This is my last chance to be in touch with you. We've got to stop now, Eberhard. The 30 seconds are nearly over. I'm losing too much energy.
But we've been talking now for over a minute. There's something wrong here. I can hardly hear you.
All the best, Eberhard. Goodbye, dear.
Eva! One minute, 20 seconds. Half a minute, she said. Wait a minute.
Good morning. Police District number 23.
Good morning. My name is Kowalski. One of your men was here just now. He said that at Recklinghausen, what I want to say is a young woman, he said she's dead.
Well, that would have been Sergeant Miller.
I wanted to inquire if it could possibly be a mistake.
Oh, I'll check it out for you if you like. What was the name?
They only had the name Eva.
Here we are, the copy. The original must be with Sergeant Miller. A woman named Eva was found dead near Recklinghausen. She had no identification on her, only a postcard addressed to a Mr. Kowalski. Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
I'm sorry, but there's no chance of a mistake.
Thank you very much. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Professor, could I see you for a moment?
Yes, if you make it short.
He'll think I'm crazy. Professor, what explanation is there for the fact that somebody insists 30 seconds have passed when my watch says 80 seconds.
One of the watches is faulty.
But what if you eliminate that possibility?
Oh. In that case, the watch that shows the lesser time of the two is working in a non-stationary system. T equals T stroke divided by the root of 1 minus V square above C square.
Yes.
You ought to know that.
Thank you. I only needed your confirmation.
Surely you weren't just inquiring about the formula. Have you discovered any deviations?
None concerning the Lorentz transformation.
But...
somebody who's dead called me.
That's interesting. And at the same time...
Time passed for the caller by 2/5 slower. The caller said we could talk to each other on the phone for half a minute, but then it became 80 seconds. According to your theory, then, the dead are in a constantly moving system.
Yes, providing your axioms are true. But I'm no theologian, so quite unable to comment on your theories.
He thinks I'm crazy, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him. He'll be quite right if I go on like this. Yet, I'm afraid I have one more question, sir.
Yes.
Let us assume a body moves in a straight line under constant speed away from point P.
Mm-hmm.
A second body is to catch up with it and then move alongside the first body at the same speed.
Mm-hmm.
Is that possible, despite the fact that no energy is given off during the flight?
Well, if everything depends on the initial impulse, we will have to imagine an asymptotic approach. Mass times acceleration.
If I'm not completely crazy, then it must be possible to join Eva. All right, let's pretend I'm not crazy. Because Eva's spirit is in motion, it follows that during the act of dying, energy is being released. Energy exists in proportion to its impulse. If you die slowly, a great deal of energy is used up. If you die quickly, a lot of energy is conserved. If energy is in direct proportion to the later speed, then one divides by delta T as in proportion to V. Therefore, if I die quickly, I'll catch up with Eva. But I'll race by her. I must prevent that.
Why don't you come to my lecture? It's called the asymptotic approach. That's when I go into the problem in great detail.
Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, not at all.
So, as soon as I reach Eva, we'll simply melt into one single body. But I'll still try an asymptotic approach. What I actually need is a quick way of committing suicide. Shooting, jumping out of a window, dynamite. No, too messy. Electrocution. But first there may be another way.
Have you had any experience with spiritualism?
No, it's my first time.
Are you relaxed? That's the most important thing, you know.
Yes, I think so.
Good. May I please introduce Mr. Kowalski, one of our new guests?
Oh, yes. Nice to meet you.
How do you do?
Our hands will form a circle on the table, fingers touching, so that we get a magnetic ring. Thus we create a field of force, which we call the spirits. One of us is the medium, usually it's me. The spirit speaks through the medium's mouth if the conditions are right. For instance, if the deceased hasn't been dead for too long. You mustn't be frightened. If you do, the spirit goes away. Well, we're all here then. Now, let's light the candles and put out the light. Take your places, please. Now, let us close the circle and all relax. Which of the deceased would you like to talk to, Mr. Kowalski?
I want to talk to the spirit of Eva.
All right. Let us concentrate on the spirit of Eva. Let us give it the opportunity of visiting us. Through our concentration, let us make it possible for Eva's spirit to materialize by proxy.
Eva. Eva.
Spirit of Eva, we call you. Reveal yourself to us. Eva. Spirit of Eva, if you are present, knock.
It's all nonsense, of course. I don't know why I'm here at all.
Spirit of... There's one among us here who's not concentrating.
Huh?
Eva's spirit has found an obstacle in her way.
I'd better concentrate. Eva.
The obstacle has been removed. Eva, do you hear us? Give us a sign.
Here I am.
What? Is it you, Eva?
Yes.
Are you losing energy?
No. Everybody's concentration is sufficient.
So you can absorb external energy?
Yes.
Can you give off energy?
Yes.
Have you balanced your energy again?
Yes.
Good. Now, listen. Do you move in space? Can you move in several directions?
No. Why do you ask all that?
I can feel a vibration. A spirit is approaching us. We call you, Spirit of Eva. Is it you? If it is, knock.
Why not please her? Give her knock.
Is it you?
Now they'll be happy.
Spirit of Eva.
I'm going to join you, Eva.
Don't kill yourself, Abraham.
Why not?
I move on an entirely different time level than you do. You could never reach me.
I think I could. By dying slowly, you've lost a lot of energy. If I die quickly, I'll conserve energy, and I'll be able to catch up with you. You'd better tell them that you're actually here.
Oh, there she is. She's again.
Quiet, please. Eva's spirit is among us. Spirit, have you any messages for us? We have the mother of little Beatrice among us, and she is very worried.
But wouldn't you just race by me?
As soon as I reach you, I'll transfer some energy to you so that our speeds will equalize.
And if it doesn't work?
Of course, it's risky, but it's worth it.
Better think about it again, Abraham.
The theoretical preparations are finished. Now, the practical experiment.
Do you know anything about little Beatrice? Have you no message for her mother? Is she all right?
What a nuisance. All right, I'll knock again.
And you don't even know these people.
Never mind. It will please the mother.
Yes.
You know, Eva, sometimes I think I've gone completely crazy. Maybe it's all my imagination.
No, it isn't. You just have to concentrate on me, on what I'm thinking. If you do, I'll talk out of your mouth. You'll have plenty of witnesses here.
A rocket explorer named Wright once traveled much faster than light.
He set out one day in a relative way and returned on the previous night.
Amazing. Wonderful.
That used to be our favorite rhyme.
That's right.
I'm losing my concentration.
Did I just recite a limerick?
Oh, yes.
Ava just said a limerick out of your mouth.
Huh?
You're an excellent medium, Mr. Kowalski.
You are. I was most impressed.
Well, I'm not crazy after all. My theories are correct.
Now, shall we put the light on and have a little liquid refreshment?
Oh, yes.
Come along.
Yours sincerely, Eberhard Kowalski. This is my last will and testament. After thorough investigation, I have put into practice the following theory. He who dies a quick death finds himself after death in a rapidly moving system. A slow death correspondingly slows down this movement. My experiment, of which the motives are admittedly not entirely scientific but also emotional, can be described as follows. My goal is to reach the time plane of my friend Eva after my death. The present time difference between Eva and myself can be expressed in the ratio of 2 to 5. Therefore, Eva's speed is 2.32 to the 10th power times 10 meters per second. Her rate of dying was about 1 hour. If my rate of dying were 1 hour, I'd find myself moving behind her at a constant distance. It shouldn't be difficult to decide on a quicker way of dying. I have now decided to die by high-voltage electrocution. For clarification, I'm enclosing a diagram which explains graphically the relationship of the speed factor between the start of the death process and the moment of death. If my rate of dying is 5 seconds, then my rate of death is 99.9861% above that of Eva's, which means 4.6367 to the 10th power times 10 meters per second. Therefore, Eva's present distance is 1.152 to the 10th power times 13 kilometers. Therefore, I will reach Eva after 263.796 to the 10th power times 2 seconds, which equals 4.383 minutes. After that time, I'll be able to transfer enough energy to Eva for us to move along in a parallel orbit, hoping that my theory will be of some benefit to mankind. Yours sincerely, Eberhard Kowalski. Good. Eva's been dead for 5 days, 7 hours, 58 minutes. My experiment begins in 2 minutes. I must hurry. The chains with the attached high-voltage contacts are locked in place. The key is outside my reach. The chair is bolted to the floor. Even extreme fear of death cannot prevent it from happening. Now, relax and wait. The margin of error is not more than plus or minus 5%. But as I'm able to give off as much or as little energy as I choose, this is relatively unimportant. Everything's ready. The current transformed to 10,000 volts. Experience with the electric chair shows that there's no brain activity after approximately 5 seconds. Another 20 seconds. Oh, my God. What a nightmare. I've got to get out of here. I've got to wake up. It'll all be over right now.
Maybe I'll really get to Ava. The calculations are correct, but the rest is madness. Stop the clock! Help! Nobody hears me. Help!
redeemed in another time dimension? Or merely fried? It's all a question of impulse and proportion. Eberhard has made an impulsive choice, the sanity of which is indirectly proportional to his accelerated approach towards the vanishing point. Tonight, something a little extra. First, check your head. Screwed on tightly? Good. Now, put on your headphones. Some of the wires disconnected, you say? You're only receiving me in the left ear? Perfect. Just what I intended. And now you are experiencing me all around. Turn away, and I'll whisper to you in your right ear. Like this. You are listening to the miracle of Kunstkopf binaural. And what a way to go through the vanishing point.
So, you must be Mr. Mason.
Uh-huh.
Tim?
Yes.
I'm Dr. Zengel. This is Debbie, my assistant.
Hi.
Hi.
Relax, Tim. You look nervous.
Is this Mr. Mason's first visit?
Yes.
You better make it a good one then, eh?
Yes.
You remember I spoke to you about Mr. Mason, his wife phoned?
Oh, yes, I remember now. You're lucky to have a wife who cares about your dental health.
Yes.
Look, just try and relax if you can. I won't be starting for a few minutes yet. Oh. Did you fill out some forms for me, Tim?
Here we are.
Ah, good. Now, let's see. It says here you haven't been to the dentist in 12 years, Tim. How'd that happen?
Yeah, that's right. The last time I went, I was 15. After that, my mother couldn't force me to go anymore.
I see. You're a dentaphobe.
Yeah, that's what you call it, yeah.
Well, that's perfectly understandable, you know. In the last few years, psychologists have found out quite a lot about dentophobia. It's a genuine condition, nothing to be ashamed of.
Really?
Now, what brings you here to me? Any particular problem?
No real problems. I guess I have a few cavities.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm here more for my daughter's sake. She has to start going soon, and, well, she's a bit apprehensive.
And your wife thought that you should be the one to set the child's mind at ease.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
I see you've had a general anesthetic.
Yeah, I had my appendix out 3 years ago.
Any ill effects from the anesthetic?
No, just I had a crazy dream while I was under, but...
And no heart problems?
No, well, not that I know of.
Good. Oh, and it says here that you want the nitrous oxide.
Yes, that's why I came to you. I heard about this gas. I thought, well, if I have to go, I might as well enjoy it.
Yes, everyone likes nitrous.
Yeah.
So, look, I'll tell you what, Tim. Why don't I have Debbie hook you up?
Okay.
You might as well relax while I examine your teeth.
Yeah, sure. That might help.
Now, how much work would you like me to do today?
Just keep going till I tell you to stop, okay?
Just put your head back. That's it. Now, this fits over your nose. Comfortable?
Yeah, fine, thanks.
Breathe through your nose. Deep breaths. That's good. What setting would you like?
What's he at now?
45.
Put him at 50 for now. Now you'll begin to feel a tingling sensation in your hands and feet.
Okay.
Just let yourself go.
Okay.
Pretty relaxed?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the first thing I'll do is count your teeth. Did you open up now? Open wide. Look at the mobile if you like.
Huh?
Do a little fish.
Huh?
Let me know if you feel any discomfort.
Uh-huh.
Okay. They're all there, Debbie.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a bit of plaque and staining. You smoke too?
Uh-huh.
You drink lots of tea.
Uh-huh.
Debbie, it looks like we have an occlusal on 12 and 14. 2 surfaces on 21. Occlusal amalgam on 23. 1 surface on 8. And 15. And 11. 2 on 18.
Occlusive?
No. You okay, Tim?
Uh-huh.
You can close now for a minute.
Big, deep breaths through your nose.
Relax now?
Well, I was until you started picking.
Oh, did it hurt you?
No, but I was ready.
Ready?
Yeah, I was waiting for it to hurt.
Put him up to 65, please, Debbie.
Okay.
Actually, your teeth are in pretty good shape, considering. If you could open again, I'll give you some freezing. Open wide. Wider. That's it. All right. This won't hurt a bit.
It's all right. It's all right.
Just relax. Nearly done. Okay. Now, you can close. There now. Better push him up to 70, Debbie.
That's quite a ride.
Arms are still sweating.
Deep breaths, Mr. Mason. Well, Mrs. Patterson found why you're outlandish.
What does she want?
Tell you later. She's coming in tomorrow.
You sold this, Tim?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bring him in now, please. This is the sound you'll hear. You all right there, Tim?
I think so.
I'll go slowly. Open, please. That's it. Open wide now.
So how was the big trip to the dentist?
Oh, it's not bad. I'm going back, though.
With a little less fuss, I hope.
Okay, I was scared, I admit it. But I can't help it, you know. Dentophobia is a genuine condition. Why, that freezing stays in a long time. I can hardly talk.
Daddy, come and see. What is it, Jenny?
Well, I'll come just when I finish my coffee, okay, honey?
And how was the famous gas?
It was great. But it didn't work. I could still feel everything he did.
With freezing and gas? Oh, you'd never make it as a woman, Tim.
Hey,
Never.
hey. You know, I didn't know what he was doing. Once I was practically ripping the arms off the chair. I was hanging on so tight because I figured he was drilling right through this tooth up here, see? And it turned out he was working on this one at the front. And that gas really flattens you out. And I kept thinking that things were happening over and over again.
Like what?
Well, this guy on the radio, he said a particular line of news, and then the phone rang, and then he said it again. And then the sound of the drill, and a sensation of pain somewhere in my mouth. I tried to control what I was thinking, but I always lost track.
Well, is this stuff safe?
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be. I mean...
Daddy, I'm still waiting.
I'm coming, honey. I wanted to tell him to stop, but I figured I was there. I might as well just put up with it, you know?
Don't tell Jenny any of this.
Are you kidding? I only went because of her. It's so stupid. I kept getting this feeling that I'd been there a long time or before or something. I don't know. I can't describe it. It felt great when he let you just lie there and take it in, though. Once you started up that drill, it got pretty dark in there.
Well, come and show Jenny your fillings.
Yeah, some air would do me good.
Watch what I can do.
Okay, I'm watching.
See?
Hey, that's great, Jenny.
Very good, dear.
Now what's this?
No, you better do that sitting down, Jenny.
I can do it.
Jenny, no, Jenny, don't stand on the swing. You'll fall.
Jenny!
Oh, my God.
These are the parents, Doctor.
Any history of other falls?
What? Oh, no, not like this.
No. Has she been unconscious since the fall?
No, she was awake and crying.
Mm-hmm.
See, I could see that her arm was broken, so I just wrapped her in a blanket and I got her here as soon as I could.
Right.
She passed out in the car.
And the fall was not caused by a loss of consciousness?
No.
Was she rational while conscious?
She's a 5-year-old girl who had just broken her arm.
Yeah, of course. Well, in children of this age, falls can be serious. She seems to have taken most of the impact on her lower jaw. The broken arm here is probably good. That lessens the blow to the head. I can't see why she's lapsed into a coma.
Why not?
Well, children of this age have falls all the time. Quite often a concussion results. But usually the effects last only 10 to 30 minutes. And quite frankly, that's most unusual. We'll have to keep her here.
Oh, no.
Even if she were to regain consciousness now, we'd have to watch her at least overnight. Let's go.
Well, hey, I mean, what do? We just go?
Yes, you just go on home. We'll call you if there are any developments.
I'm going.
How do you feel, Mr. Mason?
Okay.
And the house family?
My daughter broke her arm.
Oh, dear.
Okay. Open, please. Nice and wide. That's it.
Oh, Mrs. Patterson phone.
Yeah, what she want?
God, how much longer are we going to have to sit here? Day after day, no change, nothing.
The doctor said we just have to wait.
Yeah, I know, and I've been waiting. But she's got to start making some sign of recovery or coming to or something.
Tim, she'll be all right.
Yeah. God, if only I hadn't gone to that dentist, maybe this wouldn't have happened. I only went for her.
I thought we should read to her.
What?
The doctor said it might bring her around.
Do you think she can hear us?
That's what he said. She might not be able to recover on her own. She might be uncertain about where she is. If our voices could reach her, It might make her feel that she should wake up.
Did you bring a book?
One fish, two fish. It's her favorite.
Yeah. Here, I'll read it. Jenny, I got one fish, two fish. You ready? One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Black fish, blue fish, old fish, new fish. This one has a little star. This one has a little car. Say, what a lot of fish there are.
Whoa! Did I hurt you? I thought you jumped.
No, it's just a doubt.
Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm almost finished here. Now open wide. Look at the mobile up here. Two little fish. They'll help you relax. Maybe I'll need that big revolver in a shirt.
How big?
Biggest one you've got.
Look, Doctor, please try and understand. My wife and I are doing the very best we can under the circumstances. I mean, our daughter has been lying here in some kind of coma for weeks now, and we
sorry, Mr. Mason, Mrs. Mason, but I'm only a doctor.
What do you... Look, we are trying to live a normal daily life here. I mean, we go to work, we shop, we go to the dentist, but we can't handle this situation because we don't know what the situation is. Now, isn't there anything, just anything you can tell us?
I'm sorry, but I just don't know.
Same drive every day, back and forth, that rotten hospital. Really glad when this is all over.
It's been months, Tim, and it might be years before it's over.
Hey, what kind of talk is that? Poor kid's lying there, you got her written off already?
But it changes things so much.
What?
Well, things change. Take Jenny out of our lives and everything's different. Tim, watch out! Oh, God, I thought that was it. Nothing more, you know. I can feel it coming.
We'll get through this. Come on, you just wait and see. Well, here we are. God, I hate this parking lot.
And how are we today, Tim?
I'm confused.
You're too tense. Try and relax.
No, but I know the worst is yet to come.
The worst?
Well, I don't understand what happens when I'm on this gas. I'm afraid of what might happen next.
Maybe we've gone far enough.
No, it's not the procedure. It's his fear.
Cloudy and cooler.
Should we try a tooth with no gas?
No, please. No.
I thought not. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Now, open wide. That's it. You remember the sound.
I'll just take this off your nose. There. There.
And you're not Debbie.
No, I'm Jill.
So it can't be. Oh, sorry, but you're not Debbie.
I'll have to tell Debbie you were thinking about her.
Well, no, I'm not really about her, really. It's just I've got this little theory about the nitrous gas.
Everybody loves nitrous.
Yeah, I get this strange sensation that everything that happens while I'm in the chair has happened before. You know, it's like I'm in a kind of spiral.
Oh,
and
some people just lie there and laugh.
yeah, well, must be just me. Since I've been coming here, my life's been a mess.
But you're not Debbie, and both these fish are green.
I don't understand.
It must be the gas. Maybe I should try a session without it.
Don't worry about it. Everyone flips. There was a man in here yesterday who started calling out in the middle of a filling. He starts calling. Okay, you go ahead. So the doctor stops and asks him what he wants. And he says that his son asked him if he could use the washroom.
And he hadn't?
No. The kid had gone home with his mother about an hour before.
But I'm sure I had it all figured out.
Maybe next time. Do you know when you come back?
Yeah, a week from Thursday.
Debbie should be back by then.
She's in North Carolina, right?
Did she tell you?
I don't know. I better go clear my head.
Bye.
Hi. Donna, I'm home. Donna? You upstairs? Donna, I'm home. Donna, where are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Donna, what's happened? What's happened? Okay, stay calm. It's my wife.
Did you want police, fire, or ambulance?
She's been hurt.
You want an ambulance?
She's been shot.
And the police? Could I have the address, please?
It's 19 Thursday.
These are all routine questions. Who found the body?
What do you mean the body? She's not dead.
Right. Who found your wife?
I did, but
And what did you do with the gun?
Look, I didn't shoot her. I just found her there.
Do you own a gun?
No, of course
Do you
not.
know of anyone who'd want to kill your wife for any reason?
No. Why would anyone want to do this?
Well, that's something we ask ourselves every day on this show. Well, thanks for your help. I hope things work out. Doctor, before I go...
Oh, yes. The bullet entered the head here. By the angle of entry and so on, I'd say she was lying down at the time, most probably asleep. She may not have any sense of a need to wake up. Very tricky.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Mason. You don't need to go anywhere, but you're home, do you?
No.
Good. Oh, and I'd advise you to stay here as long as you can. Your place will be full of nosy cops for the next little while. I'd sit tight for a bit if I were you. Good night.
But I didn't do anything. Oh, doctor, tell me. She hasn't been shot, has she?
Not unless someone pushed that bullet into your wife's head with his fingers. You must realize, Mr. Mason, that I can't say now what your wife's condition is. All I know is that she has a bullet in the head. Until that bullet is removed, I know nothing more. Now, unless you have someone with you who can go in and fish that bullet out, because I don't have anyone here who can do it, and the call for someone has gone out, believe me, you'll have to do what I say and wait and see.
Wait and see. Wait and see. Is that all you doctors can say?
We've said all we can for now. Now, I can appreciate your concern. Would you like a sedative or something to calm your nerves?
Calm my nerves.
Nurse?
That's what I take at the dentist's. He tells me it'll only take a minute, but this looks as if it's going to take a lifetime. I was happy, don't you understand? I was happy. I had a home and a family.
Mr. Mason, if I could help you, I would, but there are certain things we can't predict. I can't tell you when your wife might be well again any more than I can tell you tomorrow's weather. It's unpredictable.
Cloudy and cool. Chance of rain in the afternoon.
That's it.
I beg your pardon?
That's tomorrow's weather forecast. I heard it on the radio at the dentist.
I don't know what you mean.
I heard it over and over and over. And I heard the phones and the news and the drill and the suction and all the hissing of the gas and Mrs. Patterson and North Carolina and cloudy and cool with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Don't you understand? All of this will spin away back to whatever pit in my brain it came from. And Donna won't be here, and Jenny won't be in that other room, and I won't be here, and it's true, isn't it? I'm still at the dentist. Dr. Zengel, let me out. I've had enough.
Miss Mason? Miss Mason?
I'm just finishing, Tim. There won't be any more drilling.
You're breathing pure oxygen now. Take a few deep breaths.
There. I'll just polish this filling a bit. There. Not bad.
Finished?
Yes. Go ahead and rinse them out. There'll be some debris in your mouth, Tim. I did a lot of work in there today. Debbie will rinse you out.
Open. Open.
How long have I been here?
All afternoon.
How many times have I been here?
Well, once. Why?
And you haven't been to North Carolina?
I'm going next month.
And what about Mrs. Patterson?
She's coming in tomorrow. You heard us talking about these things while you were under.
Oh, thank God.
Is everything all right?
It all makes sense now. A concussion, bullet in the brain.
Pardon?
Oh, but it was so bad. So bad, I thought it must be real.
I'm sorry I left you under so long, but I wanted to do all of them today. You see, you wouldn't relax.
But didn't you know that I was in agony? God, no wonder people are afraid to go to the dentist. You get us in here and you just barge ahead and you do whatever you feel like with no consideration
now,
for
Mr.
what
Mason, please, before you go getting all worked out, let me remind you that you asked me to do as much as possible today. And when your wife called to make the appointment, she also wanted me to do all that was necessary in one session. She knew you wouldn't come back, and I can see now why. Now, if it was unpleasant for you, I apologize, but don't blame dentistry.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was a bad experience. I can't explain.
Yeah, you better get that, Debbie.
It's probably Mrs. Patterson again.
How many times did she phone?
More than once.
Oh, no, he's just fine.
But tell me the truth now. Did you experience any pain in your teeth?
No.
Yes.
And that's the worst part. There was no pain in my mouth at all. But all this other stuff in my mind. I guess it's because I was afraid it would hurt.
No, he came through it with flying colors.
I feel so foolish about
He's
it.
right here. If you'd like to talk to him.
Simple trip to the dentist, but I don't think I've ever been that frightened in my life.
Right. Okay, I'll tell him. Bye.
Well, nitrous oxide can do strange things. And if you do come back, I'd suggest we try to do without it.
Yeah, probably you're right.
That was Mrs. Mason on the phone.
Oh, boy, will I be happy to see her.
Just remember, your teeth are fixed now, so take good care of them.
Okay.
That way, it's all been worth it.
It's worth it just to get out of here. No offense, but my real relief is waiting for me at home.
Yes, your wife said to hurry home.
Don't worry, I will.
She says your daughter wants to show you a trick she can do on the swing.
Something to sink your teeth into. You have a good bite. You've made quite an impression. Here, keep the cast. Yes, that's what it looks like inside. Never knew there would be such a gaping cavity, did you? The Vanishing Point? is such a difficult business. God moves in mysterious ways his wonders to conceal, or so it sometimes seems. But if you don't like him now, wait until you see him when he's angry. He gets that way sometimes when his patience reaches the vanishing point.
In her 56th year, 3 weeks before the Passover Seder, Aunt Bessie suddenly stopped believing in God. I found out about it when my mother came back from her annual lunch with Bessie and her 2 other sisters. Each year they'd conduct their deliberations over drinks in a fancy restaurant, and this included a complete springtime going over of every other family member. It was one of those rituals that normally put Mom in a good mood.
So what's this? A burnt offering already?
Don't look at me, Dad. She's been that way since lunchtime.
Don't jump to help. The servant will do it.
Mom, sit down.
When I'm finished. Oh, boy. There.
So, Maureen, what's the matter?
The matter is Bessie.
Aunt Bessie?
What could Bessie do that's so awful?
Tell me whose turn it is to make the Seder, Last year, I did it. The year before, my sister Minnie. Before that, my sister Dorothy. How many sisters do I have?
We know it's Bessie's turn, Mother. What's the big deal?
The big deal is she refuses.
Bessie refused?
For 3 hours, we argued with her. She wouldn't budge. I won't do Pesach anymore, she said.
You're not serious, are you, Aunt Bessie?
Bessie. Who else?
Is something the matter with Bessie?
No. She has the house, the health, the time, and the money. Bessie says she can't do Pesach because she no longer believes in God.
Bessie said that?
As if God had anything to do with it. It's a family matter. Not when it comes down to it, a religious concern.
Good for you, Aunt Bessie.
Oh, Hannah, you talk such nonsense. What's so good about Bessie turning her back on her family?
She's not turning her back on anyone, Mother. She doesn't believe in God, that's all. At least Aunt Bessie has the courage to follow through with her convictions.
Oh, Hoiver.
Don't upset yourself, Maureen. It's probably Bessie's time of life.
Dad! You're just putting her down because she refuses to be a hypocrite to satisfy the family.
Hannah, at your time of life, craziness is rebellion. But when you get to Bessie's age, it's a condition.
When Aunt Bessie withdrew from God, it was no trial separation. It was divorce, decree absolute. We never saw her anymore at the high holidays. Even secular references to the Almighty, such as "for God's sake" or "goodbye," disappeared from her lips. No hint of him at all from Bessie. She didn't tell us what led to her loss of belief, and I don't think the family dared ask her. I was only 19, but to me, Aunt Bessie's revolt against the universe was exhilarating. Aunt Bessie!
Hannah, dear. Oh, you look in the peak of life.
Oh, so do you, Bessie.
Where's your mother? I have something for her.
In the bedroom getting ready.
Hello? Maureen?
Bessie here.
The way you walk makes my heart beat fast.
What a nice color you have on your television. I still have Abe's old black and white one.
I've heard it 100 times already. Bessie, the sister without the collar.
And it's true.
Oh, surely you could have one if you wanted, Bessie.
Ha! Hannah tells me that you have a big evening tonight, Maureen.
Oh, big evening. Once a year, Seymour's company has a dinner dance.
Anyways, I rushed over to bring you Grandma's garnet ring and earrings.
Thank you. My God.
Look at the size of those things.
Yeah, those are antique pieces. They're very beautiful. Come on, try on the earrings, Hannah.
Well, no, thank you. Aunt Bessie, they're not my style.
I'll wear them tonight and return them tomorrow.
No, keep them. Keep them as long as you like. Since I gave up my safety deposit box, they're only in my way.
You're not changing banks again.
Aunt Bessie, you're such a sucker for those premiums. Which bank is it this time?
None.
What?
I've decided I don't believe in banks anymore. Oh, the savings, the interest, the principal, the balance is enough. That I closed my account, turned in my charge cards.
Oh, no.
Look, money in the hand is real. The rest I don't believe in.
What do you mean believe? In God we believe. Some of us. In banks we find convenience. How will you do without checks?
Oh, what's a check but a promise? And whose? Mine, the bank's? Look, you know how often those tellers change down there. You don't even get to know their names. Them I should trust? I pay everything by cash.
Where do you keep your money?
At home. In the coffee can.
Oh, my God, Bessie, use your head a little. You're tempting fate. What if, God forbid, a thief comes, or a fire breaks out, or everything you have in the world, poof.
Oh, what if no one could be sure of anything?
The family waited for disaster. Nothing happened. Fate sniffed the bait and turned away. In fact, Aunt Bessie prospered. Her houseplants thrived, and her soufflés never fell. Moreover, the rezoning of Martin Park raised the value of her house by 1/3 overnight. To me, she was a hero. Like the women I started hearing about in my consciousness-raising seminars, I saw Bessie fighting free of all the petty details that weighed my mother down year after year.
Oh, Hannah, let's sit down. My feet are killing me.
It's those ridiculous high heels, Mother. I warned you they'd cripple you.
You want me to wear blue jeans and sweat tops like you? Believe me, it's very important to look good. Oh,
Mom,
could I?
Mom, you really buy into all that stuff. Makeup and high heels don't make you a better person. Aunt Bessie.
Bessie, you make her into a god. Every idea she has is a pronouncement from Mount Sinai.
She's just trying to live her life, Mother. For someone of her generation, that's an act of courage and imagination.
Imagination? Ha ha, you said it. Wait up.
I can't talk to you.
So now you're struck dumb? When you and your Ray are married...
That's your answer to everything, isn't it? Well, if Ray and I ever get married, it'll be because we want to, and not because of you and your old-fashioned ideas.
I'm dying of thirst. Excuse me.
After a while, I stopped saying anything. I knew Mother would never understand. And to tell the truth, I wasn't prepared for everything Bessie did.
Hannah, dear, do me a favor. Go down to the basement and bring up a jar of pickles.
Sure, Bessie. Anything else?
No, just the pickles, dear. Oh, she's such a happy girl.
She's living with Ray. The modern way, she says.
If she doesn't believe in marriage, she doesn't believe. Why worry?
I should have known you'd encourage her. Whew, it's like an oven in here. I'm going to open the window. So how come your screen windows aren't up yet?
Who needs them?
Have you gone soft in the head? You don't put up the screens, the flies come in. The flies come, and in comes filth and sickness.
I'm sorry, Aunt Bessie. These pickles are moldy.
What did I tell you?
Did I miss something?
Your aunt is going to have an open house for flies and silverfish. They should all be welcome and feast at her table with the family.
The pickles are fine. I'll just scrape off the top.
Flies buzzing in the food, oozing out every disease known to mankind. I warn you, you won't last the summer.
Mom is right, Bessie. Flies do carry germs.
Oh, germs. Germs is a theory. That's what they call it, the germ theory. Since I stopped believing in the theory, the germs don't bother me anymore.
But science,
Oh, think about the people in the olden days. Did they use fly spray? Did they worry about pollution and disease all the time? No. They lived until they were 95, right in the middle of cities filled with rats and flies. You show me a germ, and I'll believe in it.
In a microscope, you could...
When I live down in a microscope, I'll believe in the germs down there. Come on, sit down, both of you. Lunch is ready.
Wait. As long as I'm here, I'd rather bake in the heat than have flies.
The more Bessie courted danger, the freer her life was. In fact, she was healthier than ever. She wasn't a slave to the pharmaceutical industry like Aunt Minnie, and she didn't have Aunt Dorothy's terror of being mugged and left without money in a strange city. Gradually, Aunt Bessie began to fill a larger space in my life. I couldn't stop talking about her at the university consciousness-raising seminars.
Well, I'd love to meet her. She sounds wild.
Oh, she is. She just keeps extending her boundaries. The moment I think she's reached one plateau, she's zooming off to the next.
Exactly the way with so many of our unsung pioneers. There are no limits in their struggle for freedom from a male-dominated society. And it's women around us today, like your Aunt Bessie, who will someday find their place in the roll call of honor alongside of Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth. Does anyone have anything new to add before we break up the seminar?
Well, I guess I should tell you, Ray and I were getting married.
Oh, no.
Hannah!
Hi, hon, I'm home.
I can hear. Damn.
Hey, Crouchy Bear, what's the matter?
I've been rewriting this story all day. It's still not right.
Perfectionist.
You're late.
We had a lot to talk about.
You told them?
Yes, they're very supportive. Those women would see me through anything.
Even marriage?
Well, they were shocked at first, but they agreed it's okay as long as we're clear. The wedding is for our folks, but the marriage is for us. Besides, I told them they'd finally get to meet Aunt Bessie at the ceremony.
Are you sure you want them to meet Bessie?
Ray.
Well, you've made her into such a legend.
Well, I think you're just jealous. You can't bear the thought that you're not my only hero, that I might secretly worship Aunt Bessie, a woman.
A batty old woman.
Ray, you promised it. You...
Honey, I was joking.
Hannah, you were stunning. I want the same dress when my turn comes.
Oh, Rochelle, these trappings are just for our parents.
Don't say a word. I'm glad you did it first.
What?
I was afraid I'd have to give up a white wedding.
Oh, darling, here you are. The photographer's waiting at the head table. All right. How's my veil? Oh, it's fine. Stay here now.
All right.
Dorothy, Minnie.
Well, Hannah, guess what?
What?
I'm having a great time. This is fun.
Silly, I told you.
Oh, well, now at last, now we're all together.
Bring the cake over for the picture.
Just the family for the first
Over
one.
here.
Wait, no, wait.
What is it, dear?
Aunt Bessie. Where's Aunt Bessie?
Well, you know Bessie.
She's...
Not even the reception? Not even for me?
Oh, darling.
How could she? We'd had a religious ceremony. I'd forgotten Bessie's quarrel with God. Or maybe I assumed her love for me would suspend her disbelief. Bessie held fast. I was shaken and hurt. But when I saw Bessie sometime later, she was so free of guilt or explanation, I couldn't stay angry. My anger seemed unreal. Her absence at my wedding seemed unreal. I soon stopped believing in it. My life became narrower. I had a marriage, a job, a home life. I didn't see my relatives for a while. Then, one day in April, my mother brought over some sewing to alter on my new machine.
There.
So once the bedroom's done, we'll probably start remodeling the kitchen.
Oh, that's nice.
Of course, Ray is so busy, it's impossible to... Mother, is something wrong?
It's Bessie.
What's happened?
She's gone too far this time.
What?
She's given up electricity.
Well, you're joking.
No.
No one gives up electricity. A person who gives up electricity has no neural function. That person is dead.
Oh, stop being childish. Bessie is alive enough, but she has stopped believing in electricity. And strange things are happening in that house.
What strange things?
Oh, I'm afraid to tell you.
I'll go and see her then.
Good. After all, you encouraged her.
Aunt Bessie! Aunt Bessie!
Hannah. Oh, come in, come in. I was upstairs doing my spring cleaning. I could use a break. Oh, my, you look wonderful.
I thought I heard the television. Mom said that...
So that's it? You came because your mother's been blabbing all over town,
No.
I bet. With your Aunt Dorothy and that big mouth Minnie.
Oh.
Now, what if a person wants to hear some programs, have some company while she works? What's so wrong about that?
Nothing. So you really haven't given up electricity?
I don't have to give up what I don't believe.
Then how do you watch television?
Oh, I'll show you. Follow me. What do you want to see? Medical shows, soap operas, comedies?
I don't know.
Look, it's Dr. Kildare.
Oh.
Dr. Kildare, I can't live without Meg. I love
You
him.
have to be strong. What happens now is as much in your hands as mine. Wait a minute.
Paging Dr. Kildare. Paging Dr. Kildare.
I think I hear my name being called.
Oh, I love
I
him.
must go, Mrs. Viltovich. Some poor patient is waiting for my compassionate gaze.
But Aunt Bessie, how did you...
He's a
Go
good
to Mrs.
doctor.
Viltovich. Go. He needs you.
There.
But how do you...
Shut. Listen.
So, Wilma, you came.
He has TB.
Was that woman coming from this room? A nurse?
Do you
Do
watch
you
this
think
all
I'm
the
sneaking
time?
women in here?
Every day.
Do
I
have
love
such
it.
a pain? I will the pain.
Max, how will I bear it?
I think she's
Did
crazy
you bring
about
something to
him.
eat?
Uh-huh.
The food here, yes, such has a eye.
I brought some nice chicken soup. My mother used to say the chicken soup you
Your
made.
mother was always talking
See,
foolishness.
some things I get and some things I don't. Fibber McGee I get in the daytime, but never in Yiddish. Jack Benny and Milton Berle I get in Yiddish. And the doctors I can get in either language, but they're more sympathetic in Yiddish.
But I don't understand how you do it. Not only television, but color and Yiddish. What is this?
Listen, I don't believe in electricity, but I believe in color. And I believe in Dr. Kildare. A person should only accept what he believes in and throw away the rest. You see, but...
Dr. Kildare will return. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's rather important that I tell you about the...
What's wrong? What happened? Who was that on the screen? He looked like a rabbi.
Nothing. A commercial.
But if you control the television, then don't have commercials.
I can't stop them.
I couldn't tell anyone about Bessie, not even Ray. When the women in my group asked me about Bessie, I said she was sick. It was a good excuse. Illness is not part of the image of the liberated woman. It reminds us of dependence, of compromise. But then I got sick, hospital sick. Dizziness, weakness, sweats, chills. A renal crisis, the doctor said. In essence, I had begun to poison myself.
I spoke to the doctor. He says the treatment is finally working. You're looking 100% better.
Sure.
Without a doubt. You'll soon be over it. You'll feel better than before.
Do you believe in doctors, Mom?
Of course.
Aunt Bessie believes in doctors. Television doctors. Ben Casey, Dr. Kildare, Marcus Welby. It's funny. I don't believe anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if my legs stayed behind me when I get up.
Oh, darling, shh. It's just the illness. You'll see.
Aunt Bessie, why hasn't she come?
Bessie.
What? What? What?
Bessie can't leave the house.
I got better. I was back at home and at work. But something had changed. I didn't know what it was. Aunt Bessie niggled at the back of my mind, but things kept cropping up. Finally, I couldn't put it off anymore. I went to see her, but I wasn't prepared for... Aunt Bessie? It's me, Hannah. Aunt Bessie?
Here. I'm up here.
Aunt Bessie!
Come on in.
You're floating in the air!
Quick, before anyone sees. Come on into the kitchen. It's better in the kitchen.
Here, I'll help you. Oh.
No, you shut! Leave me! Leave me!
I'm sorry.
Very well with a breaststroke.
All right.
It's only when someone tries to help me that I go spinning and somersaulting.
How did this happen?
I stopped believing in gravity.
Try to stay in the chair now.
It's a nightmare. A nightmare.
Oh.
Crumbs, grease, dishes in the sink. I can't do anything. Oh,
wait, be careful!
Oh. See? That happens when I get excited. I lose control.
Can't you get down by yourself?
Can a cloud swoop down from the skies?
There must be ways of adjusting. Astronauts do it.
Oh,
I mean...
what do you want me to do? Put on lead shoes?
No.
Weights, huh? I tried them all. As soon as I put anything on me, it becomes weightless, too.
The house, at least the house.
Yes, exactly. I'm stuck in the house.
We'll make it easy for you. We'll get help.
Are you crazy? Do I want it blabbed all over town so I can be a sideshow? Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. See Bessie, the remarkable floating woman, the amazing double and triple flip comedy.
No! Wait, watch it! Watch it, your control!
No, it's fine. I'm fine now. Sit down, hon. I'll stay up here over the cupboards. You see, help is impossible.
I'll help. I'll stay with you.
Oh.
And at least you have that wonderful television. You can watch anything you want.
No, I can't watch the television anymore.
Why?
Because of the commercials.
It can't be that bad.
Oh, don't tell me what's bad.
Everybody hates commercials, Aunt Bessie, but they're a fact of life. We just have
Do you think the sponsor would let such a chance slip away? Huh? What? A helpless woman trapped in the house like I am? Huh? No, go on. Turn on the set, Mrs. Smarty. Go see for yourself.
Aunt Bessie, come and see this musical. It's delightful.
Right, just a moment. I'll try to swim to you.
You see, Aunt Bessie?
Yes. So what?
We pause now for station identification.
What?
This is Spirit TV.
Is this the commercial?
Turn it off.
It's that rabbi.
Turn it off.
He looks so silly.
Turn it off.
I'll try another channel. Oh, it won't change.
Excuse me. Am I on?
What?
No? You mean I'm on the air right now? They can see me? They can hear me? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
God, he's hopeless. Let's try the radio.
It's too late.
It won't turn off.
I'm pleading with all the people in the vast television audience not to renounce the universe, along with the master of the universe. If for some reason they find it necessary to renounce him, I realize that in every relationship a certain amount of resentment...
Oh, stop him! Please, stop him!
Oh, Bessie! Well, it has to turn off. Where's the plug?
Since the relationship is so one-sided, I beg of you, nevertheless, not to stop discussing.
Oh, Bessie, just don't lose control. Wait,
if it be in anger or despair or even, God forbid, in ridicule, keep his name aloud in your mouth. It is possible that certain distant suns are powered by the mere mention of his name. I'm finished. What should I do now? Oh, no. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We now go back to a regular program. Please, enjoy your movie.
Oh, Aunt Bessie, I love you.
Please, hugging is not possible.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to hold you.
And now, your attention, please. Where is he? Where's the one?
That's the angry one. Look out.
You left him, didn't you?
I stopped believing in him. What could I do?
Foolish woman.
Oh, my God, he's...
Soul goes in and out of belief 100 times a day. You won't escape, Bessie. You stopped running after him, looking for him, struggling with him. Even his laws you turned from.
If I did, why did he take it? Why did he walk away like a whipped child? Isn't he any stronger than a 60-year-old woman?
You think he made you for the fun of it, without needing you? How can his relationship with you be any stronger than you are yourself?
He let it happen, that's all I know. He didn't fight back. A mensch fights back.
Bessie! In the end, I had no way of holding Bessie fast.
If only Bessie could have controlled the commercials, those incessant, interruptive words from our sponsor. It seems his message finally got through. And so, while we content ourselves with very high and ultra-high frequency, Bessie's getting her signal direct from the Vanishing Point.